Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. All right, what up, everyone? We posted up right here. About to watch this Senate hearing involving the Secretary of Agriculture, Brooke Rollins. I don't know too much about this Brooke Rollins character, but we're about to find out. This is Carlo the Husky right here. He'll be joining us for this hearing. He's the executive producer. We'll make sure everything goes smooth. We just got done walking around the lake, so he's chilling. He just ate some dinner. About to make a coffee. All right, so this came out. Hey, what up, everyone? How are you guys all doing? Happy Thursday. It's 7:30 p.m. Pacific Standard Time over here in Los Angeles. I got done. The day has been accomplished. I worked, ran some errands, walked my dog, so now I'm going to relax, post up, and hang out with YouTubeville as we dive into this Senate hearing involving Brooke Rollins, Donald Trump's Secretary of Agriculture. This is titled, Rollins Testifies at House Oversight Hearing of the USDA Amid the Screwworm Outbreak. So I guess there's some kind of like a screwworm outbreak. So let's dive in. Please hit the like button. Appreciate it.
The cost, rising labor expenses, elevated interest rates, and market uncertainty. It is necessary that we work together to create an environment where agriculture can thrive and where the next generation sees farming, ranching, and forestry as viable and a rewarding career. One way we've delivered on a commitment to producers is through the Working Families Tax Cuts. The President signed into law historic investments to farm country 1 year ago, providing long overdue updates to agriculture policies that better reflect today's realities producers in Arkansas and across the nation experience. These improvements respond directly to concerns farmers have raised for years and provides meaningful support and predictability to help them continue operating for years to come. We appreciate USDA's urgency in implementing these policies so farmers can realize their benefits this fall. I look forward to hearing further updates on USDA's implementation of these programs. This landmark law also includes investments in USDA's premier animal health programs to help mitigate threats such as the New World screwworm. We know how critical these investments are, particularly as 6 domestic cases have been confirmed in just the last week. Madam Secretary, we appreciate the aggressive approach.
Man, why are all these MAGA politicians a bunch of creepy weirdos? So this guy, Boozman, Senator Boozman, like, he needs to like clap his lips after every like 10 words he spews out.
Our team have taken to slow down the advancement of this pest toward our border and to implement measures that protect America's livestock industry. We have successfully eradicated New World screwworm before, and I'm confident we can do so again. We are looking forward to you and your team at USDA to continue leading this effort in safeguarding the health and security of America's herd. We must continue supporting agriculture sectors vital to our rural communities. Our cotton producers have faced significant economic headwinds in recent years. Cotton remains a cornerstone crop for Arkansas and states across the Cotton Belt, supporting farm families, rural communities, and manufacturers. This is why I strongly support the Buying American Cotton Act. I was pleased to see USDA's recent announcement promoting the domestic cotton industry. We appreciate that very much. At a time when our producers are competing in a challenging global marketplace, we should be doing everything we can to support American-grown products and the hardworking men and women who produce them. Similarly, I know many of our committee members on both sides of the aisle support year-round E15. I do too, and we are working hard to get that done. We also need to protect the energy security for local and regional communities and protect those jobs in rural America. I support the proposal put forward by Senators Fisher and Capito and the hope the Senate moves quickly on that bill. Just as importantly, our producers have access to the resources they need to succeed. Fertilizer remains one of the most significant input costs facing farmers, and they are seeing dramatic rises in costs and are concerned about future availability. The results of the American Farm Bureau Federation survey this year underscores the concerns I continue to hear from producers in Arkansas and across the country. Among Arkansas farmers who responded, only 12% reported pre-ordering fertilizer, highlighting the uncertainty and financial pressures producers are experiencing. I appreciate USDA's attention to this issue as well as the opportunity to join you to discuss long-term strategies to lower the cost of fertilizer. I look forward to working with my colleagues to advance policies to provide relief in the future. We have a tremendous opportunity before us to update farm policies in Farm Bill 2.0. I look forward to releasing text very soon that incorporates many bipartisan measures, just as important.
Yeah, and I look forward to the blue wave this midterms and taking back the House and the Senate so we don't have to hear any more opening remarks from these MAGA psychopath politicians for all these hearings. Anyways.
The priorities of farmers, ranchers, and foresters, so they have updated policies to meet their needs. I am hopeful we can deliver a farm bill that farmers, ranchers, foresters, and rural communities deserve. Lastly, I remain committed to advancing the farm assistance package Senator Hoven and I proposed in January. There are many additional challenges that have risen since then that demonstrate the urgency to provide our producers, including our specialty crop producers, with more support. Again, thank you very much for being here, and I look forward to your testimony. I now turn to our ranking member. I think she's more than that, but turn to Senator Klobuchar.
Klobuchar.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here, Secretary Rollins. And thank you, Mr. Chair, for leading with the hope that we can move forward on a bipartisan farm bill. I appreciate you wanting to ramp up a number of the bipartisan proposals that we have to include. We had a very good meeting with you, with our members. I think people made it clear they're concerned about the inequity of the SNAP shifts to the states, with the big error rate states getting off for 2 years and then the entire Midwest not. And we're hoping once we get the numbers, especially at the end of June, that from the USDA, the final numbers, we might be able to make some changes there, which unite our members, as well as many other issues. I also appreciate you raising the E15 issue, Mr. Chairman, and your support for it, Secretary. The House, as we know, has passed this. I'm also supportive of the bill that you mentioned and have been one of the leads on this. And, you know, this is something that could be voted on separately because of the committee jurisdiction, that we could even do sooner rather than later. And I think it would really be a smart move to get this done very near. And I hope you bring that not only back to the USDA, but to the administration to push so that we can get a vote on that very soon. I do want to thank you for the USDA's expedited disaster assistance for farmers, Secretary Rollins, for the losses in 2023 and 2024, and the payments in April, which Senator Slatkin and I had urged. Getting this second payment put over $700 million in Minnesota farmers' pockets this spring. I also also want to address the recently confirmed cases of New World screwworm here within the U.S. in Texas, New Mexico, and I recognize the administration's ongoing response, working with animal health.
There we go. Donald Trump over there making screwworm and measles great again.
As well as livestock stakeholders, and clearly we need a long-term response. I continue to be concerned about some of the reorganization's cuts to USDA, how that could affect our long-term response. Senator Lujan and I will be doing a letter on that immediately after this hearing has concluded. And I'm sure he will ask some questions, as will I. Secretary Rollins, since your last appearance before the committee, it has been a turbulent time for farmers, ranchers, and really all of rural America. Unfortunately, I believe that much of this turbulence could have been entirely preventable. I've been clear that the administration's across the board tariffs have been terrible for.
Hey, what's up, everyone? Thanks for tapping in. We're watching another hearing of another failed Donald Trump secretary. This one's the Secretary of Agriculture and all their incompetence. So I've seen some clips of this hearing, so it's worth a watch. So I figure I'm going to watch the whole thing. So might as well YouTube live stream it so we can have a chat room where we can all, share our opinions and whatnot. But these are the opening statements right now. It's Senator Klobuchar. And then after this, Brooke Rollins, who's the Secretary of Agriculture, will pull up and make her opening statements. And then she'll start getting grilled by all the politicians, at least the ones with spines, which happen to just all be Democrat. But yeah, it's going to be a good one. Bust out your popcorn, get it ready. Hit the like button. Thank you.
The IEEPA tariffs added nearly $1 billion in cost to critical.
I just made my coffee. I'm about to pack a bong load. Party's about to get started. Let's go.
Looks like fertilizer, seed, machinery, and chemicals from February through October of last year. These tariffs, rightfully struck down by the Supreme Court, were so unnecessary given that the legality, the constitutionality of them were in question from the very beginning, and thus they added so much uncertainty and costs. Now, unfortunately and unnecessarily, the president has chosen to bulldoze ahead with more tariffs at great cost to the economy and more uncertainty. In addition to the chaos from the tariffs, the unilateral decision to start a conflict in the Middle East is causing real and direct harm to farmers and consumers in Minnesota. 1 year ago, the average price for a gallon of diesel in my state was $3.40. Today, the average is $5.13. That is a 51% increase.
Yup. Orange Man Trump raising everything, doubling everything in price.
Single year. And just this morning, we got the consumer price index numbers for the country up 4.2%. And that is up from the exact inverse 2.4% that we were seeing before the conflict began. I'm also concerned of the edge that this war has given Russia and China and other countries that are not friends of the U.S. In the global battle for competitiveness because of the fact that we are so reliant. I met with producers on the Tate Farmer family farm in Cannon Falls, Minnesota, where I heard from producers that the skyrocket.
Well, I got a little something straight from the farm right here. All right, these are the opening statements. So about to smoke bong load number 1. Hey, what up, everyone? Hope you're all doing well out there. Thanks for tapping in, joining this watch party. This chat's for the people, by the people. And yeah, I hope you guys are all having a good day for sure. I'm about to smoke something straight from the farm right here to get this party started. I got some Hindu Kush, some of that old-fashioned hippie lettuce. All right, here we go.
Cost of fertilizer is threatening their operations. As we all know, nearly half of the global urea and 30% of global ammonia exports used in nitrogen fertilizer supply chains move through the Straits of Hormuz. Earlier this spring, the Farm Bureau highlighted the financial strain farmers are experiencing, estimating that 70% of farmers couldn't afford all the fertilizer they needed at the farm.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, all the MAGA cult members are gonna have to start. Donald Trump's gonna make them take the screwworm vaccine.
Surveyed, 94% said their financial situation has worsened or flatlined in the past year. This morning, a number of us met with key economists, expert economists, about the long term here. And what they told us, this was not a political based meeting, was just that even if the Straits of Hormuz were opened immediately, the long term effect of going through our reserves, as we have done globally, is going to keep these prices high. As I've said before, this is a perfect storm of ugly, to quote.
Damn, if Donald Trump continues this path he's been going on, at some point in the next year or two, we're gonna run out of gas. We're gonna run out of gas and food.
Soybean farm.
He's turning this country into like Lord of the Flies or like Mad Max or something.
From the fuel and the fertilizer costs to the tariffs, it has made it really hard for our growers, especially our small growers who do not have the reserves to make long-term business decisions with any confidence. Secretary Rollins, many of us believe that you can be a voice of reason when it comes to these issues with the administration. We know that you have expressed views in the past about the effect this is having on the farm economy. But right now, I fear, and many of us fear, and many of farmers fear, that these voices of reason are falling on deaf ears. Because on top of the decisions to go into this unilateral war and just to continue these tariffs, we have just...
Oh yeah, I just want to real quick. I just want to give a shout out to everyone that's in the chat sharing your opinions. What's up, Lazy Acres? How you doing? 609 Diesel in Ohio. Oh wow, I heard Ohio's turning blue, just like Texas and Georgia have. So that's good. That's good news. What's up, Kathy? Hey, Amber Leslie, how you doing? Yeah, I saw your comment, actually. Screwworm vaccine. That's hilarious. What's up? What's up, John Stingrays? How you doing? China's buying all that American farmland next to military bases in the country. Look it up. And why? Are they selling drones to Iran fighting? Yeah. I think they're going to touch on a lot of that stuff in this hearing. That's why I feel like it's worth watching. What's up, Shinru? What's up, everyone? Sorry if I missed someone. Let me see if I scroll back a little. Hey, what's up, OB Dog? What's happening? What's up, Irish? What's up, Kenwood? What's up, Live to Survive? What's up? Hey, what's up, RN?
Such pandemonium when it comes to the response, and so many bad effects on rural America, from the decision not to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits, which are percentage-wise more relied on in rural America, to many of the decisions that have been made to reduce staffing, whether it's Social Security or USDA.
Hey, Eric Klein, always good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for tuning in.
In rural America rely on. My concerns with the USDA right now is this pushing forward of a reorg plan right in the middle of all of this mess. The department has already lost around 20% of its employees, meaning fewer FSA staff to process farm loan and disaster aid applications, just at a time when farmers are facing more problems than they were the year before, the year before, the year before. Fewer NRCS conservationists to help farmers adopt popular...
So the person that this hearing's about, the Secretary of Agriculture, Brooke Rollins, this is another MAGA political clown that's in Donald Trump's cabinet, pretty much. I haven't really heard from this one though, so I'm looking forward to hearing this one. But I'm going to take a wild guess that they're just as incompetent as everyone else that's in the cabinet, like Kash Patel and Pete Hegseth and JD Vance and all those other clowns. I mean, pretty much what we got right here with this Trump regime It's like a Jerry Springer show every day. We get like a clown show for free, so we might as well enjoy it.
Practices, and this really does mean something in the Midwest, where many of them rely on these programs, and fewer researchers developing solutions for the challenges our farmers face today, including, as discussed earlier, the New World screwworm. These staff losses come before a series of announcements from the department moving multiple agencies across the country, which we know results in even more disruption to staff. Farmers in Minnesota won't be better served by fewer experienced employees being relocated to Indianapolis, Kansas City, or yes, Salt Lake City. Not exactly an ag-focused state. Instead, I encourage the USDA to prioritize staffing local county offices and ARS labs to help farmers access services and tackle issues they are facing right now. The department's reorganization proposal will significantly affect the ability to provide services to USDA stakeholders and the lives of the employees. We are asking for transparency and an open dialogue with the shared goal of ensuring the USDA is efficient and effective in its mission. Our concern is doing this right now in the middle of what is clearly some of the biggest headwinds that we've seen.
Yeah, the only advice you can really give these people is, or people that don't know what's up, is like whatever RFK Jr. says or Dr. Oz says, just do the opposite of what they say.
Coming at agriculture and at rural America is a huge mistake, because it will mean, of course, less staff to deal with it, less experienced staff to deal with it, and a necessary disruption to serving our farmers. So I look forward to hearing from you today, and I appreciate the members that are here and their input as well. Thank you.
Thank you. It's my pleasure to introduce Brooke L. Rollins, the 33rd Secretary of the United States Department of Agriculture. Secretary Rollins is originally from Glens Rose, Texas. Most recently, Secretary Rollins served as the founder, president, and chief executive officer of the America First Policy Institute, AFPI, during President Trump's.
Oh, so she was CEO of an organization called America First. Okay, got it. Yeah, all these MAGA politicians that say America First it's their, what it really is their bank accounts first. And corruption in their bank accounts first is what it is.
Administration. She was the director of the Domestic Policy Council and assistant to the president for strategic initiatives in the White House. She also served as director of the Office of American Innovation. In these roles, she developed and managed the transformational domestic policy agenda of the Trump administration, leading to historic achievements for the American people.
You know, she must be really bad when they got this guy right here trying to like hype her up with all these like bogus like accolades that. Well, she was just appointed probably just because she passed Donald Trump's corruption test.
Rollins graduated with honors from Texas A&M University with a degree in agricultural development and was the first female to be elected student body president. After earning her Juris Doctor with honors at the University of Texas School of Law, she served as Governor Rick Perry's policy director before running the Texas Public Policy Foundation for 15 years. At the foundation, Rollins elevated a small policy organization to a national force and redefined the possibilities for a state-based think tank, setting the model and aspirate.
I mean, if it quacks like a duck and it walks like a duck, it must be a duck.
For AFPI. Rollins and her husband Mark call Fort Worth Texas home and spend a majority of their free time taxiing their 4 very active children to baseball games, cattle shows, and piano lessons, and Aggie football games. We appreciate you being here. I think the only thing they left out were your former barrel racing days, which we can be proud of. So again, thank you for being here, and we look forward to your opening statement.
Thank you.
Hey, what's up? What's up, Miguel? Miguel says she supports all the massacres of children claiming self-defense. Oh, okay. So there you have it, folks. Hey, thanks for the info, Miguel. But yeah, I'm sure she's got a track record of all kinds of scandals, just like everyone else in Trump's cabinet. But here she is, the woman of the hour right here. All right, let's see what she has to say.
Chairman Bozeman, Ranking
We'll hear straight from the horse's mouth right here.
Klobuchar, and distinguished members of this committee. In less than 1 month, we will celebrate the 250th anniversary of the adoption of the Declaration of Independence. And its principal author, Thomas Jefferson, once noted that agriculture is truly our wisest pursuit. If we are to secure land and liberty for future generations, we must fight for American agriculture together with every fiber of our being. And we are. Our efforts over the past 17 months reflect the Trump administration's commitment to ensuring that America's food supply remains the best in the world. It's safe, it's reliable, it's healthy, and it's affordable. Last Friday's jobs report beat every economist's forecast when 172,000 jobs were added in May, cementing the Trump economy's record of delivering for American workers month after month. In fact, more people are working today than ever before in American history. Further, 30-year fixed mortgage rates are down, and our deregulatory efforts are projected to save Americans a collective $212 billion, or roughly $2,500 per a family of four. For our farmers, that's a big number. By contrast, we know in the previous administration, home prices rose 25%, 30-year fixed rate mortgages rates were up 194%, national average gas prices peaked 124% up, and food prices up 23%. And notably for this committee, farm income saw the largest dollar value loss in history of our country as it fell over $90 billion from 2023 to 2024. Further, commodity prices plummeted from 30-year highs in the last administration. And of course, we saw 0 new trade deals while inheriting a $50 billion agricultural trade deficit after leaving with an $8 billion agricultural trade surplus.
Yeah, probably because of all Trump's illegal tariffs.
Years earlier. While we cannot reverse this trajectory for ag overnight, we can and we will continue building upon the progress that has already been made. Last year, President Trump and congressional Republicans delivered the Working Families Tax Cut Act, a historic piece of legislation and a victory for U.S. agriculture, which increased reference prices for the first time in more than a decade and saved 2 million family farms from the death tax, amongst so many other wins. Moreover, President Trump has already secured 19 new trade deals in just over 1 year, helping us slash that.
It's funny how these MAGA cult members be talking about like Democrats want to cut off wieners, while over here we got MAGA females cutting off their faces. What's going on here? Got Mar-a-Lago face. Some crazy times we're living in, folks. What the hell?
$1 billion agricultural trade deficit by almost 50% from just 1 year ago. So think about what that means for our producers. As we expand opportunity over the long term, we are also providing farmers with our short-term support today through the Farmer Bridge Assistance Program, the Assistance for Specialty Crop Farmers Program, and others. USDA has delivered tens of billions of dollars in targeted direct relief to help our farmers manage natural disasters and temporary market disruptions. We are also helping our farmers manage the input prices, the cost of which we know exploded under the last administration. Under Biden, fertilizer prices surged more than 50%, on average, reaching 99% at their highest peak. And I know we're going to talk a lot about fertilizer today, but even after the Iranian conflict and even after the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, fertilizer today is still less than what it was in the peak of the Biden years. President Trump has activated our entire cabinet on this particular issue, and we can talk more about that today. Truly affordable domestic inputs are a matter of national security. Our ability to feed ourselves is fundamental to our freedom in this country. That's why we launched for the first time.
Whoever supports Trump is a traitor to this country.
Farm Security Action Plan last year, integrating agriculture into America's national security strategy for the first time ever. We are determined to protect the security and integrity of everything we are responsible for at the USDA, including the federal nutrition programs that constitute our largest expenditure. When it comes to rooting out SNAP fraud in just...
Oh yeah, Donald Trump over there. Last year he gave $40 billion to the president of Argentina, and then he did all the U.S. farmers dirty by turning around around their backs and buying foot and mouth disease meat from Argentina, and having all the farmers struggle.
Year, we have already made 900 arrests. This is through USDA, pursued over 120 convictions, and have 132 million in restitution. And we're literally just getting started. We're also working to protect our producers from diseases and pests that threaten their livelihoods. Very quickly, before I get into screwworm, let's talk about the avian influenza, the HPAI, with our chickens. Since last year, when we launched that plan, we have seen a 41% decrease in HPAI and a 51% decrease in total birds affected. We still have a ways to go, but we're making progress. And this year is no different. And I'm going to talk, sir, about the New World Screwworm just at the outset, and then I'm sure we'll dive into it more. We continue to prioritize defeating the New World Screwworm. Over the past week and a half, USDA has confirmed 6 cases of the New World Screwworm within the U.S., all but one in the South.
It should really just be called the Donald Trump screwworm, the great big Donald Trump screwworm of 2026.
South of Texas. I was just in Texas 2 days ago to inspect a USDA research facility that we just opened 2 weeks ago, developing new technologies to combat this pest. And we're back tomorrow on site in South Texas in La Pryor to visit that ranch and talk more about what we're doing. The Biden administration's open border.
Well, I mean, actually, hey, has anybody out there received their DOGE check yet, or their tariff tax rebate check by chance? I've been checking my mailbox every day for the last year, and nada, zero zip zilch, nada. No DOGE check, no tariff check, nothing. Anybody get those checks yet?
With the Mexican cartel's refusal to crack down on that through South and Central America allowed the screwworm to move north for the first time in 50 years, beginning in 2022 when the Darien Gap was breached, into 2023 when the screwworm began moving at rapid pace up through Central America and hitting Mexico in 2024 under the last administration. We know this development is a serious threat, but it did not catch us off guard. We've established a 20-kilometer movement zone, expedited targeted release of sterile flies in the affected area. We've increased the trapping for flies along the border. And
oh yeah, I seen that. Like Bill Gates, who's like all up in the Epstein files with Trump, the Trumpstein files. Like he wants to release like all these genetically modified mosquitoes.
Up surveillance, but more importantly, I think for this committee is very quickly, Senator Bozeman, I want to talk about over the last year what we deployed. Over $1 billion, $1.3 billion since we walked into the door last January 2025 has been invested and deployed to battle just the New World Screwworm. We have been forward-leaning. EPA just approved some new fly technologies we've announced just the last few days, which will significantly increase our ability to battle this through sterile flies. We also broke ground on our Moore air-based sterile fly facility in Texas about 6 months ago. That's a $750 million project. And that also opening up a dispersal facility earlier this year for the first time, and outfitting a facility in Matapa, Mexico that will open this month that will increase our sterile fly production by 100 million flies. That all happened because of what we implemented over a year ago in preparation for this moment. And since January 2025, and this is a really, really important point for those who are saying that we were caught unprepared. When we walked in the door in January 2025, the last USDA had an equivalent of 10 full-time employees working on the New World Screwworm. So about 17 months ago. A week ago, before it was even confirmed, we had over 110 full-time staff.
Oh yeah, for sure. Everything that this lady's saying is nothing but bogusness. Just want to make that clear, let everyone know. We're just watching this, to fact check them in real time and see how psychotic these MAGA politicians really are. And just have a good old-fashioned YouTubeville watch party. So appreciate everyone that's here. And for City over there, the commenter named City, just like Donald Trump said, the Strait of Hormuz is open, but you don't even know it. Well, we're reforming you, and you don't even know it. So thanks for hanging out, and pat yourself on the back for finally hearing the truth and getting off of Truth Social and Fox News. So welcome in. Sit back and relax. Grab your popcorn. Let's go.
Staffed up over the last 15 months in preparation, almost a 1,000% increase in over a year in preparation. In short, we're using every single tool at our disposal, working very closely with our governor, Governor Greg Abbott, and all of the teams on the ground in Texas, in New Mexico, and across this country. Thank you again for the opportunity to be here, Senator.
Well, I got some sad news for all the maggots out there. This is what's going to happen. It's going to be a big, giant blue tidal wave that's going to come through in November. And all the MAGA cult members are going to have to assimilate. And if they don't, they're going to have to do 40 hours of community service to denounce their MAGA loyalty. Or get deported back to Jonestown.
Klobuchar, as we celebrate our 250 years of freedom, I know we will continue to fight together for the men and women who feed and clothe and fuel this great country and the world. I look forward to your questions. Thank you.
No, thank you very much for being here again. And we're going to start our round of questioning. We're going to have 7 minutes to ask your questions, which is longer than normal, but I would ask you to be sure and adhere to the time, because we've got a lot of people that are going to want to ask questions. And
yeah, it's already happening. We already took over with Ma'am Danny. We got James Tallarico holding down the fort over there in Texas. We got John Ossoff in Georgia doing his thing. And then we got the new dude over there in Maine doing his thing. Yep. And then all the MAGA politicians, a lot of them are jumping ship. And not to mention all the MAGA cult members.
Incredible amount of stuff going on as we speak right now throughout Congress. So we do appreciate the hard work that you've done and the preparation, slowing things down so that we would have additional time to get ready for this concerning the screwworm. I guess the only question I would have, is there any more authorities that we need to give you, or any more resources that would be helpful, as we fight this battle?
Nah, if you're a MAGA cult member spreading all that TPUSA hateful rhetoric and brainwashing and indoctrinating people, then yeah, those people got to go. They got to go back to Jonestown. They're a terrorist organization.
Question, and I know I'm on multiple calls every day since we have moved now into the next phase of the battle. You all know we closed the ports a year ago, which was a very difficult decision, especially for our feeders in Texas. But the purpose was every model showed screwworm hitting our side of the border last summer. So that would have been just about 8 or 12 weeks after we came into office. And I looked at all the facts and said, we've got to slow this down and do whatever we can to be better prepared when it gets here. And that's what we were able to do. So Senator Bozeman, right now, there are no additional authorities, but I really appreciate the question. I want to give a big shout out to my boss, President Trump. Last spring, as you know, we were deep into the Department of Government Efficiency with Mr. Musk, and we were working to try to return the footprint of government back to something that was reasonable for our taxpayers and for our country. But I walked in the Oval Office and I said, sir, there is a pretty serious threat to our livestock that's headed our way. And when we need 500 million.
Yeah, the Trump Bible doesn't count.
supplies a week. We're only producing 100 million out of Panama because everyone took their eye off the ball years ago. And unfortunately, because of the border policies, it's coming our way. And he said, well, what do you need? And I said, well, I need $1 billion to start building a significant facility to surge staff. This was about 14 or 15 months ago. And without hesitation, a couple of questions, but without hesitation, he said, go. So because of that green light, we were able to move very quickly to prepare for today. But we'll stay in very close touch on that, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Very much. I think I can speak for the committee that we're all committed to helping in any way that we can. And we do appreciate your efforts. As I mentioned in my opening statement, farmers across the country are struggling in this economic environment. I was pleased that we were able to secure $10 billion in economic assistance at the end of 2024, which your department implemented very, very quickly. And I appreciate the administration developing additional programs late last year to provide further assistance to our row crop and specialty crop producers. I think that we all realize that this is still not enough to stop the bleeding in farm country, which is why we're working with Senator Hoven to build upon the Farmer Bridge Assistance Program and the Assistance for Specialty Crop Farmers Program. I was pleased to hear that the President mentioned additional assistance during his event in Wisconsin last week. Can you confirm that that this is when we?
Oh, that was hilarious! Donald Trump's little rally that he had in Wisconsin last week. Like everyone that was in the crowd, they were just all paid to be there. Like nobody wants to be at his rally. And then everyone booed him. There was a bunch of people booing him there. He got all butthurt.
We'll have the supplemental appropriations in the very near future, and that this is something that we could get included as we go forward.
I will confirm that this president, on the trip to Wisconsin, while we were in Wisconsin, on the trip back, his commitment and love for rural America and our farmers is real. And as he said, so I'm not getting ahead of him. I'm always a little bit concerned about getting ahead of him. But he said at the event on Friday that he wanted to do more. And so I think we can work arm in arm and hand in hand across hopefully both sides of the aisle and get to another point where that is possible and feasible for our farmers.
No, and I certainly don't speak for him either. But when we were able to, sign and, able to come up with the dollars previously, we mentioned then, that this was great, and everybody was very grateful for his support, not only in this administration, but in the past one for our farmers, but that we might have to come back, and he agreed with that. So I'm very pleased that the administration is being aggressive in negotiating new trade agreements and putting high priority on opening markets for ag products in these negotiations. I commend the administration for completing 19 agreements since the time President Trump took office. I also firmly believe that in addition to strengthening our export markets, we must build demand here at home. As I mentioned in my opening statement, I support legislation aimed at increasing domestic demand for ag products like the Buying American Cotton Act, the Fisher Capital Klobuchar year-round E15 bill. What other actions is the administration taking to increase domestic demand for our American ag products? Or the areas in which the Senate and administration can work together on?
Well, I think that the trade piece is important, and I realize Senator Klobuchar, probably Senator Booker, and some of our other friends on the other side of the aisle have some serious questions about and I really look forward to having that discussion with them. What I will note is when the president had the Liberation Day, which is when he announced that instead of going country by country, we're going to have an all of world approach on renegotiating our trade, that to date, the fact that our great producers in America, when we send their goods out, on average, it's about a 15% tariff into other countries. When those goods from other countries come into America, it's an average of 5%. So our farmers and producers have been just compromised year after year under these trade and tariff regimes. And so in just over a year, 19 new trade deals is remarkable, it is historical, it is unprecedented, and it is already paying dividends. As I mentioned, we've cut the agricultural trade deficit in half in 1 year. We expect it to come down another 30% this year. Corn exports are going to be record breaking based on the numbers that just came out yesterday. We expect a 35% increase in volume in corn exports. Dairy exports are going to be up almost 10%. Sorghum is going to be up almost 100%. Tree nuts up 11%. Ethanol up at least 11%, probably more. Wheat exports are up 8%. Soybean oil up 129%. To your point, Mr. Chairman, this opportunity, this is what farmers want. They don't want to farm for a check from the government. They want to farm to be able to sell their their goods on an open market that's fair. So that's the international play. And then to your point about the local domestic markets, opening that up as well, whether it's E15 or 45Z, all of the work that this administration has done, again, unprecedented, the moves that we've made for biofuels community, et cetera. And then the next step down, and I know you've mentioned cotton, Senator Hyde-Smith and I have talked round and around. I give her a lot of credit for bringing the cotton to my attention. And also when I've been out in the country, I've been into almost every state. I visited with thousands of farmers, and I kept hearing cotton and rice, honestly, coming up again and again and again as is really, really struggling. The moment that captured in my mind, especially with cotton, is with the Make America Healthy again, how we have basically offshored all of our clothing production. 97% of our clothes today are made with synthetic fiber from a foreign adversary, and that's bad enough. But then when you look at the health impact of the sheets we sleep in, of the clothes we put on our bodies, that's real. So the cotton, I think, renaissance is coming, and I'm really proud to be a part of that with y'all.
Very good. Thank you, Senator Klobuchar.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Secretary Rollins, the numbers for me that matter is the numbers like bankruptcy numbers. And in the first quarter, we've had a number of farm bankruptcies in our state with calls to the Minnesota Farm and Rural Helpline up 200%. Nationwide, Chapter 12 farm bankruptcies increased for the second year in a row, reaching 315 filings in 2025. This is a 46% increase from 2024. I just think those numbers don't lie. Farmer lender mediation notices are the highest they have been since 2019. What actions is the USDA considering to assist producers facing bankruptcy and prevent the loss of more family farms? And why did the USDA budget propose eliminating the certified mediation program?
So a couple of points on that. Obviously, even one bankruptcy is heartbreaking, but a couple of points. There are 1.077 million farms and ranches in America. The bankruptcies that are reflected in your numbers are about 0.03% of the total farms in our country. Now, again, I do not want to sit here and say it's nothing to worry about. Every farm is absolutely something we should be fighting to save. We have a concierge effort going for those 300 farms that are in Chapter 12. Again, Chapter 12 doesn't mean they're going out of business. It just means they're
she's like Kristi Noem's evil twin sister.
But certainly with the loss of markets, the cost of inputs, et cetera, there's no doubt that the farm economy is facing serious headwinds, and that's what we're all working together to solve. On the mitigation program, Senator, let me circle back to you. I want to make sure I fully understand what it was that we pulled back and what the utilization was, and then perhaps work together to think about how to solve for that.
Thank you. Appreciate you getting back to me. And our concern is we're heading in a trend, especially when you look at the fact that the diesel and gas prices are not going to go down anytime soon because we've gone through our reserves as well as fertilizer. So we've discussed fertilizer, and Senator Marshall and I have introduced the Homegrown Fertilizer Act to make this program permanent. In the meantime, do you intend to use the new CCC funds to support the development of domestic fertilizer?
Yeah, so let me answer that because it's an important question. And then if we have time, we'll talk about the diesel prices and other things. So we realized as fertilizer was coming down before the Iranian conflict and before the Hormuz Strait was closed, fertilizer was down about 50% on average over the last 14 months. So we were headed in the right direction. Gas was way down, diesel was way down.
Yeah, thanks to Biden. Biden had the economy on the roll. And then Trump just came in and he ruined everything, just like he ruins everything he touches, like his casinos and everything.
Of course, with this conflict, it has certainly bumped prices up. Now, I do want to say that even though fertilizer prices are significantly higher since the Iranian conflict, they're still lower than the peak during the Biden years. Having said that, Senator, what this conversation has allowed is a light to be shined on the fact that we've offshored our fertilizer production to almost 50% of total fertilizer in the last couple of decades. This did not happen under any one administration. And so as we've seen that offshore that happened, it's a national security issue. It's obviously a cost issue for our farmers as well. I'll talk about the CCC if I have time, but what I'll say is immediately I called Chris Wright, our Secretary of Energy, who has a big pot of money for energy investment, made the case that fertilizer is perhaps the most important energy to invest in. And his number 2 largest project he's investing in is a fertilizer plant. We called Howard Lutnick, who has a pot of investment funds from the president's negotiated.
Yeah, Coward Nutlick, the same guy that lied under oath about being on Epstein Island.
And trade a significant pot. He is now prioritizing that. And we have the largest ammonia plant in the world that I'm breaking ground on in 2 weeks in Louisiana. Next to it, about a month after that, we're going to be breaking ground on one of the largest phosphate plants in the world. So we're beginning to reshore, to onshore that fertilizer back to America. But just as important, and in fact, I think one of them is in Minnesota, there are about 80 more mid-sized, smaller fertilizer projects going on that we're funding and prioritizing. A pretty good one in Minnesota, a big one in Washington State, and some others. So we have put those on warp speed to get those.
I'm going to run out of my time for questions, and just that the CCC has $14.3 billion in emergency funding, and I would just encourage you to use some of that for the domestic fertilizer.
Hey, what's up? What's up, Veen? Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it should really, instead of saying the honorable, it should say like the clown, because all these MAGA politicians are nothing but clowns.
Talk to that because I think it's mutually beneficial. So the problem with the CCC, it hasn't been, the loan rate has not been increased for 80 years. What is left in the CCC right now, Senator, we're going to need to meet the obligations of the Working Families Tax Cut Act and the increase. So if we could all work together, I know we've been talking about that to try to open that up. But yes, ma'am, we'll be looking at that too.
And we discussed early on New World Screwworm, and the Animal and Plant Health Inspection Service has lost 25% of its staff, including more than 300 employees in veterinary services alone since the administration came in. How do you plan on ensuring that each of these critical threats, such as New World Screwworm, receives individualized resources? We're very concerned about this.
Yes, ma'am. As I mentioned, a year and a half ago, there were 10 APHIS employees working full-time, a total of 10 working full-time all in. Now we've got over 120. So we've increased the amount of employees in APHIS working on New World Screwworm by 1,000% in the last 14 months. So as you can see, we're prioritizing where the big threats are as we're working to ensure that we're meeting all of the needs across the country.
Different subject. Last November, you announced a far-reaching final rule implementing crop insurance provisions from the budget bill enacted last summer that I did not support. However, buried within that rule was a provision that removed an important risk management option for farmers in my state and several others. Prevent plant buy-up coverage has been a critical tool farmers use to protect against extreme weather at planting time. On January 22nd, Chairman Bozeman, Senator Hoeven, and I led 16 of our colleagues asking the USDA to reverse this decision, and Undersecretary Fordyce replied in April indicating that concerns are being evaluated. What is the status of our request?
I actually have talked to Undersecretary Fordyce about that, but I don't have an immediate response. But again, I'll check on that today, and we'll get back to you, Senator.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you
and
so
I'll
much.
have questions later. Thank
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Senator Marshall.
All right, Chairman, thank you, and welcome, Secretary. E15 E15. E15, those are my top three priorities that I'm preaching to the choir. Thank you for your support of this. Why is E15, year on E15 important? It would mean another 2 billion bushels of corn consumption per year. Prior to President Trump, maybe we were exporting 2.3 billion. So it's almost like doubling our export market. That's why it's important. But I want to talk about 45Z, which I think actually has a 10x opportunity compared to ethanol. And maybe you can just update us on, we need to get this across the finish line as far as the rules. And I know it's out in different agencies. Any update on the 45Z rules?
Obviously there's multiple hands in the.
You know what's funny about all the MAGA cult members talking about people like soy boys and this and that? It's like since Donald Trump's illegal war and he had this, the Strait of Hormuz debacle, all the fertilizer's been cut off as well as the oil. So what's happening is all these farmers are having to use soy instead. So technically all the MAGA cult members are soy boys now.
Proverbial rule pot in the administration, but it is a top priority for me personally, and certainly my partners around the cabinet understand that. So it is imminent, forthcoming. I don't want to give you an exact date, but it is coming hopefully very quickly. And it is really, really important. The regenerative side of that, the MAHA side, there are just so many wins for so many of our Americans in that.
Right. So this, from a regenerative standpoint, to your point, is the ethanol companies making the ethanol can pass on 10, 20, 30, 50 cents a bushel. They're doing this regenerative agriculture, which is good for the soil, which is better for the nutrient health. So I do appreciate this all-of-government approach on that as well. We addressed fertilizer. That would probably be my third biggest issue. On trade, want to emphasize value add is when the American farmer makes money. When we turn corn into beef, when we turn soybeans into diesel, that's when the American farmer makes money. And I'm sure you're constantly communicating that to USTR. What are the opportunities you think is going forward with these 19 trade deals on the value add part of this?
I think they are unlimited. And as I traveled a little bit of the world last year and talked to some of these other countries, I was sat down with some ethanol buyers in England. And as so many of these countries, whether we agree with them or not, but they have put themselves into a certain category of reaching certain numbers on carbon, et cetera. It is our farmers in America that will be, I believe, the most benefited from those rules around the world. And so now my job at USDA and our other wonderful trade negotiators, Lutnick and Greer and Bessent, have this at the top of their list wherever they go. So again, we're already going to break records this year on corn exports. Ethanol exports are going to break records. But again, I think it's just the beginning of the opportunity.
Okay, I want to give you an opportunity to talk a little bit more about the CCC needs. And the background to me is this. No one has done more for the American farmer in rural America than President Trump has done these last 2 years. We added $65 billion to crop insurance, crop protection. He signed 40-some billion dollars of farm aid, a $50 billion rural health transformation fund. We doubled the death tax exemption. The 199A permanent pass-through was so important to the American farmers, and bonus depreciation, interest deductibility. I'm not sure what I'm missing.
The death tax.
So we doubled the death tax exemption. So we did a lot. And we're increasing trade. And yet we're struggling, I think, mainly due to input cost. And we do need some more help, I'm afraid. We need to help more. Well, what does that look like to you? Whether it's more fertilizer, like Senator Klobuchar pointed out, some monies towards those projects. Tell me a little bit more about what you feel the need is and what we need to do to replenish the CCC.
Well, I want to be careful because I don't want to get ahead of our entire team, OMB, et cetera. And so just know that those conversations are absolutely ongoing. And again, that 30 billion limit is what, 6 or 7 decades ago, I think, not tied to inflation. If it had just been tied to inflation when it was first enacted, we'd be at 90 billion for the CC.
Didn't Donald Trump recently say that he loves inflation?
this lone authority that allows us to move into important urgent issues. So I really look forward to working with you all. I know across the aisle, everyone is very focused on this, at least in this room, but let's keep working together on that and see what we can get done.
Yeah, let's kind of probably finish on this screw worm. First of all, I think
Here's a couple other things Donald Trump has said. Quote unquote, Donald Trump says, U.S. citizens' financial situations are none of my concern. Donald Trump also said the uneducated love him. Donald Trump also said that Jeffrey Epstein's a great guy.
Americans realize there's no threat
To the food supply.
Correct.
Correct.
And trying to explain this to people is a little tough, but you and I grew up on ranches, and first of all, no rancher would take an animal with this big, ugly, fleshy wound to the locker plant, first of all.
Correct.
Second of all, even if a human ate, let's say it's a deer. Let's say you shot a deer and you're eating this and it happened to have this screwworm in it, that our own digestive system would destroy that. I think that's important to point out.
Yeah. I'm cool. I'm okay on eating any screwworm there, buddy. I'm pretty sure RFK Jr. probably seasons it up and eats screwworm for dinner.
I think it's important to point out that we saw this coming under the previous administration and they refused to respond. When you let millions of people migrate through Central America this way, we saw the screwworm just come with them, whether it was on their pets or maybe they were bringing livestock. And unfortunately, visiting the border before, I saw so many of these people with open flesh wounds themselves that could have been one way to get it across the border. We saw it happening. And we were down just basically a male mosquito screw.
It all makes sense now. MAGA cult members are eating the screwworm meat, chanting USA, 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 eating screwworm meat. That's why they got the MAGA cult mush brain. The MAGA cult mush screwworm brain.
Being sterilized in Panama. But the next step, so we sat on it. We prayed about it. We tried to monitor it. But you also invested money in the laboratory in Mexico. As soon as, like within days after you took office, we talked about this. So take us through that process of what we've done in Mexico. Again, you had a time to touch on it. So the second you get into office, you're on this. So just run us through that again.
Yeah, Senator, thank you. We saw it coming. The fact that it had been out of America since 1966, had been out of
Oh yeah, they'll be blaming Biden for like the next 20 years. But it won't matter because come midterms, we're gonna take back the House and the Senate, and we're never gonna give it up. The American people know better now.
Central America and down past the Darien Gap for more than 30, 40 years. I think that that as it began to make its way north, starting in 2021, 2022, it gets into Central America, 2023 gets into South Mexico, and of course 2024 begins to make its way through Mexico. Again, you need about 500 million sterile flies to eradicate. Once it was pushed past the Darien Gap back in the 60s and 70s, people just we stopped making the sterile flies. We got down to the 100 million in Panama. Within a matter of days, we got approval from the president I was sort of shocked that the last USDA really had no plans, hadn't really done anything. Said we've got to build our own facility in America that will produce between 300 and 400 million flies per week so that we never let this happen again. Understanding that as a radiated facility, it normally takes a couple of years for permitting. Pete Hegseth, God bless him, and our Army Corps of Engineers permitted that facility in just 60 days, I believe, and then we broke ground, contracted within another month or so. So we've shaved years off of that timeline. But in the meantime, the Matapa facility was a fruit fly facility in Mexico that Mexico agreed to let us pay for, let us outfit. We started that last summer, and it is ready this month. That will be
Hey, what's up, Travis? Yeah, for sure, Travis. Hey, what's up? What's up, DK? Yeah, for sure, absolutely. What's up, Veen Buin? How's it going? Good to see. Glad you're still here, hanging out, sharing your opinions. Appreciate it.
100 million flies that are coming online. So there's a lot of movement and a lot of money that has been invested to prepare for this moment.
Great. Thank you, Chairman. I'd love to come back and talk about the life cycle of the screwworm, the poor females only get to mate one time, and then they die.
Oh my goodness. Is this guy for real right here? What? Are they trying to save the screwworm? What the hell?
This is true.
And that's
The
why
males, it's unlimited.
that's why these sterile smells are so important, and why it works. So the science is there. We don't need to study it. We've got cures. We got this.
That's right. Thank you, sir. And the food supply is 100% safe. This is not a disease. It's not a virus.
Oh, okay, yeah. I'll sleep a lot better at night knowing we got a MAGA politician that thinks he knows science on the case.
It's a fly. So that's right.
It's good to have an expert on the committee. Yeah. Senator Booker. I'm sorry. Hold on. Senator Welsh.
Now let's go with Booker.
Good morning.
All right, I'm gonna deny this if anybody quotes me, but Secretary, I think you're doing a pretty good job.
Oh, thank
We'll
you.
keep that on the down low.
I don't think your microphone's on, so I'm not sure anyone heard that but me, but I will take that. Thank you so much.
So here's the thing, you have been responsive, and Vermont has had very significant damage from floods that we had in 2023 and 2024, and I've had a chance to talk to you. But let me just ask you if you can tell us, Vermonters, what the status is of the Disaster Assistance Block Grant, and then also the U.S. DA Rural Development Disaster Assistance Fund, and both of those are $31 million. We've been going through the process, and hopefully the money will be delivered, but it'll make a huge difference to us in Vermont.
No, that's right. And I really appreciate, obviously I'm from Texas. I'm from cotton and cattle. I grew up in the summers on my grandparents' row crop farm in Minnesota. So I knew row crop.
Hey, check it out. We're almost halfway through the hearing, so it's snack time. I got some Cracker Jacks, and I got a orange Gatorade. Snack time. It's been a pretty good hearing so far.
I knew cotton and cattle coming into this job. I did not know specialty crops, obviously as much. And you and others, again, working across the aisle have been, and some of your colleagues from the Northeast and California, frankly, have just been really, really good at making sure that I fully understand the challenges facing our specialty crop producers. So the block grant that you're speaking of, most of the Northeast is in paperwork process. Some of them are complete. I should have had Vermont front of center, and I don't, but I'll follow up with you on that. If it hasn't been deployed yet, then it will be imminently. That was a little more challenging for us than the typical row crop or typical cattle application. Again, because there are so many specialty crops and every one of them is different. And they're the smaller farmer in this country. They don't have the armies of paperwork doers.
Right.
So we've been working with the states.
So we can be somewhat, we're talking about two things, the disaster assistance, that's 31.7 million, and then the USDA Disaster Assistance Fund. And your office has been responsive to me, but what I understand is that both of those are on track for deployment quite soon, right?
Well, in fact, the crack staff behind me said we signed Vermont yesterday. So
Well,
it's done. It should be moving out. The block grant piece of that.
Mr. Chairman, I like that kind of service.
Very much. I should
thank you.
appreciate you.
You know, the other thing, the USDA is extremely helpful to us in really helpful to us in Vermont. There have been some staffing cuts, and there's also been loss of staff by attrition, and there's not been replacement. And it really is a governmental agency that has made a significant difference for Vermont ag. Can you tell me about the prospects of restaffing so that we get the help that we need?
Absolutely. And my ask for you, sir, and you can pass me off to anyone that has better information if you don't have it, but if we could just get a list of whether it's NRCS or FSA or RD, wherever you are really compromised, where you don't have enough staff, we will prioritize that.
Okay, we will do that.
That would be great. We'll get a really good look on that.
Okay, there's another program in Vermont, it's called the Access and Development Program. And it's really helpful for us in our maple producers in Vermont. And Vermont, of course, produces the most maple syrup, the best maple syrup in the United States.
In the world?
Yes, thank you for that. And there's a 30-day requirement window is far shorter than any of the previous 9 years, and it's making it somewhat difficult to meet internal organizational deadlines. Can we work with you about extending that period of application to give our institutions more time to get the benefit of this?
Absolutely, because I know we adjusted that particular program. So yes, if we need more time, then yes, let's make sure that happens.
All right. And I want to talk a little bit about Food for Peace. That has been such a contribution that the United States has made to hunger across the world. And I understand there's a memorandum of understanding with the USDA in the State Department that would give USDA temporary authority to administer this incredibly important program. And can you just describe this and the steps that you would take to make certain that the goals of the Food for Peace program continue to be met with this organizational restructuring?
Yes, it's my understanding our Undersecretary for Trade, Luke Lindbergh, has really driven that. And I think it's been a successful transition. We talked about this in my confirmation hearing a year ago, and it actually happened, and we're really happy to take the program and do with it what we could. If you've heard differently, please let us know how we can improve, but really glad to have it. I think it probably needs to be codified at some point because it's just under an MOU, so it may switch back, but we're fully in support of moving it to USDA fully.
I'm going to be quick because I only have a couple of minutes. Just on the net, you were mentioning organics and vegetables. The certification program that farmers have to go through in order to get organic status, there's been a cost share. And what I understand is there's a move now to increase the burden or the share of cost that the farmer has to bear. And I want your cooperation on that because I think that increasing that cost to our farmers is going to diminish the ability of farmers who do want to make the choice to go to organic to do so. Can we work with you on that?
Yes, of course. And I know the Working Families Tax Cut included extra money for that program. So yeah, we'll look forward to building that out.
And then finally, this is not anything that you have control over, but I am so alarmed and concerned about the well-being of agriculture, not just in Vermont, but across the country.
I agree.
A graph that you provided, your office provided, shows that in all the big commodity crops of all my colleagues, it's costing the farmers more to produce than they're getting paid. Mm-hmm. And that is just not a sustainable situation.
That's right.
And, some of the costs are related to tariffs. That's not your policy, but it's having a big impact on the input cost, fertilizer. The tariffs also have had a big impact on losing markets for a lot of our agriculture committee, especially in the Midwest. And I'm not going to ask you to defend those. That's not your decision or choice. But I just want to express to you that I am really concerned about the well-being of agriculture in this country, where farmers have to pay more than they're getting paid for the crop that they make. And also, I think this committee has to address this, Mr. Chairman. Our farmers create an immense amount of wealth. They just don't get any of it.
That's right.
And that is not right. So I think you agree with me on this, but I just wanted to make that statement. Thank you.
Thank you. And if I may, just very quickly, Senator Bozeman, and I know, Senator Welsh, you and I could disagree on this, but from my perspective, having watched the tariff and the trade negotiations around the world, it has opened up these 19 new trade deals, the highest corn exports on record, highest tree nuts on record. We've cut the agricultural trade deficit that we inherited, about $50 billion, in half in just 1 year. So I understand it's been an imperfect process, but we have actually made a lot of strides for our farmers.
Thank you, Madam Secretary.
Thank you.
Senator Tuberville.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Secretary, for being here. This it's a disaster. We all know. We don't like to go back in time, but in the previous administration, we lost 150,000 farmers and 25,000 farms. A disaster. It hadn't stopped. We're still losing because when you have all those high input costs up to this point, the farmers, producers in my state of Alabama, when you have a 4 or 5 year losing streak, in coaching you get fired. Well, in farming, you go broke. And that's what's happening. We're having tough problems. Just one question about the screwworm. Have we opened any of the border in Mexico, either the West Coast or the East Coast, the border?
No, the ports have been closed for a year,
Yeah.
and that allowed us to keep it out. I think that if we'd opened any of those ports, we would have had it on our side 6 months, 8 months, 10 months ago.
Are you putting the fly traps, whatever you call them, all along the border? Where are they?
They are. They're all along the border. We have
The screwworm probably came out of Donald Trump's diaper.
gone that gets adjusted every day. So on Wednesday of last week, when the calf with the first confirmed case, a 3-week-old calf in La Pryor, Texas, was confirmed, we, within 4 hours, were dropping 8 million sterile flies right on top of that ranch, and they have had no other cases. And this just proves the efficacy of the technology. So yes, we're constantly moving based on where the cases are popping up. And this month, again, we'll have more coming online out of Matapa. So we'll be able to expand that. Hopefully with the Novo Fly, we'll be able to even exponentially expand it by the end of the year. And then we're moving up the timeline to get that big production facility ready to go, hopefully before next summer.
Can our packers and producers make it without Mexican beef?
I think the larger question is a good one, and that is that our packers are losing a lot of money right now because we don't have, it's the lowest cattle herd in history of our country. But what's important to realize is that's a worldwide phenomenon, and there's a lot of reasons for that. Listen, in America, there's no question that the previous 4 years to us, the ranchers were not number one on the policy list. There was grazing land taken away. A lot of USDA money was shifted to more climate-focused projects, et cetera. You had a lot of issues with a lot of the different pushback on that. And then you combine that with the Make America Healthy Again movement. We have a higher demand for beef today than we've ever had before. The carcass weights are bigger now because of genetics. So we don't have less beef on the shelves. We have about the same amount of beef on the shelves. What's happened is more people are eating it and want it.
Jesus, everything's genetically modified.
Price has gone up. The demand continues to increase too. So we've just got to get more cattle here as soon as possible and incentivize our ranchers to retain. It's hard to do that when the prices are really good for these cattle. And the average herd in America is 45 head. What that tells you is that almost every ag producer has a herd of cattle, and that's keeping them afloat.
Yeah. Switch gears here a little bit. My foresters are getting killed. Our sawmills are closing down. We're getting beat up by Canada. I think we have a 25% tariff on Canada. It needs to be about 60, 70%. They are flooding our country with lumber. And our sawmills are going out. We're losing paper mills. We have we have no place for our wood residuals to go. I mean, it's becoming a disaster. Our crop farmers are having problems. Our foresters are having problems. What's your thoughts on the problem we're having with our foresters?
Yeah, I should have mentioned, I said cotton, rice, and we should put forest timber on there too. We are similar to cotton and rice. We've released cotton, rice is coming, but timber is next. And I think there's a lot we can do on the international front with the trade team to continue to push this and prioritize it, because you're right. And this is one of the fundamental, original agriculture producers in this country is our foresters, our timber guys, and the timber mills. And there's a lot of opportunity there, just as we've done in biofuels. I think there's a lot in biomass we can do. So we'll stay focused on that, and let's work with your office.
Yeah, China can come in and buy our lumber, our trees, and cut our trees, put them on ships, ship them back, mill them, make cabinets out of them, the same that we make here, ship them back, and they undercut our prices. And we need to tariff the hell out of China. I don't understand it. I don't understand why we cannot protect our people in our country. And I know it's all about diplomacy, but at the end of the day, we have got to save the people that make things in this country. That's what President Trump wanted. He wants, hey, let's make things here. Good. Let's tariff the hell out of the people that are shipping in stuff that we can't undercut. One other thing before my time runs out. Gulf Coast shrimpers, they continue to face pressure from imported seafood that is often sold at an unfair price due to foreign subsidies and dumping prices. Can you address that?
there is no doubt our Gulf coasters, and well, really all of our coasts are seeing this. North Carolina has a big issue too. We opened the first ever Office of Seafood. I don't know, Senator, if you were tracking that. I know somewhere at USDA. Before, our seafooders, our farmers of the sea have never even had really a home in the federal government. But about 6 months ago, we opened our Office of Seafood with the sole purpose of making sure that we can better, more actively, and more vigorously advocate for our fishermen. And the shrimpers are just, whether it's that or labor, there's just all kinds of challenges there, but we're fully focused on it.
Yeah, here's the problem I have. We raise on the Gulf Coast about 4% of the shrimp that we eat in our country. So 96% of the shrimp that we eat comes from other countries. If you buy it in a grocery store, basically if you're not on the coast, you're eating shrimp that comes from sewers, from Vietnam, from Cambodia. I mean, it's atrocious. Yeah. And I think we need more oversight on that. It looks great when it comes in these frozen packages in the grocery store, but we're putting it in our bodies. We're worried about MAHA, and it's a catastrophe.
That's right.
One other thing real quick. You spoke about the National Farm Security Action Plan. How are you working with the Department of War with this for our national security?
I have been so pleased at not just Secretary Hegseth, but across Secretary Bessent, all of the different cabinet colleagues of mine that have accepted agriculture with open arms and put ag at the very top of the list.
So check it out. Somebody went out on the National Mall and they put, like those crop circles that you would see like on Unsolved Mysteries. So they put 8647 into the National Mall. That's crazy. I was reading the comments on this, and somebody said with all the National Guard there, they didn't see anything. And somebody responded, they're like, "Oh, the National Guard probably did it. Everyone's fed up with 47's crap."
Part of the CFIUS committee. I can't believe ag was never part of CFIUS before, the Foreign Investment Relation Committee out of the White House, reviewing everything that's happening in America from foreign entities and adversaries. So it's been extremely positive.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Schiff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hi, Madam Secretary.
Good morning.
You were recently in California, so you know how important our Golden State is to producing healthy fruits and vegetables. This is why last week I introduced a package of 6 bills to increase support and level the playing field for specialty crop farmers.
All right, cool. We got Adam Schiff in the house. I haven't seen Adam Schiff make a cameo in a minute. What's up, Adam Schiff?
I want to thank you for moving in the right direction with an increased allotment for specialty crop farmers from an initial $850 million to $1.625 billion for assistance to specialty crop farmers. However, specialty crops account for 30% of the total U.S. crop sales, and the industry is facing several $1 billion in losses due to market disruptions over the last year and a half. They are continuing to ask for $5 billion, up from the 1.6, in additional help to have this funding doled out based on revenue, similar to how CFAP 2 under the first Trump administration was implemented. And I wanted to ask whether you would consider increasing the amount going to specialty crops, given their significant percentage of the food production in the country and their significant losses. But also if you would consider reevaluating how USDA is distributing the relief and using the formula similar to CFAP 2 under the first Trump administration.
We would love any feedback, and we've said that all along. It's one of the reasons that we basically doubled, maybe even more than doubled the original plan. As we have made clear, this is hopefully we can lean on Congress to step into these gaps that USDA sort of bubblegumming and duct taping some of these programs together is very difficult on the bottom line. So we'll look forward to working together. But yes, of course, we're always open to that sort of feedback.
And is there any constraint in using the CCC money that you need addressed in the Farm Bill or otherwise to augment what we can do for these specialty crop farmers?
Yes. So what we've discussed is the CCC is a really important tool for USDA. For the American farmer, I don't know that I really appreciated it until this job, but it has been at a loan limit of $30 billion for decades. It was never tied to inflation when it was instituted, I think in the 1930s, if I'm not misspeaking. So yes, there's a lot of work that Congress can do. It's a congressionally authorized fund, obviously, to adjust and even just time to inflation. We're obviously talking to Senator Hoeven and a lot of people on this committee almost daily about the importance of that. And the other important point of that, Senator, is that a lot of the really good things that happened under the Working Families Tax Cut Act, the reference price increase, et cetera, that is going to come, crop insurance, crop protection, et cetera, the additional money is going to come from the CCC fund. So we're really stretched right now on the CCC.
We will provide you, and I'll make sure that our specialty crop farmers provide you with additional information about why using CFAP 2 would be a more fair formula for farmers and more workable given the nature of how they grow their crops, which is very different than row crops. I've also heard concern about how USDA is implementing the disaster relief phase 2. Phase 2 is supposed to be the round that reached specialty crop growers, the ones with shallow and quality losses who couldn't trigger an indemnity. The payment factor moved to 70% and the deadline moved to August. An extended deadline only helps if growers can get through the door, but at the same time, staffing at the Farm Service Agency county offices is down. Are you committed to ensuring that these applications get processed by the previously stated deadline of August 12th? I don't want my farmers left out because the staffing isn't adequate to process their applications by that date. And can you assure us that the topped up payments for other producers will not lead to inadequate funding for fruits, nuts, and vegetables? That is, as some farmers go to get a second allotment, that we're not going to deprive specialty crop farmers of getting even the first amount of assistance.
Yeah, I will note that the reason we extended the deadline is because we got this feedback. I actually had a call with Senator Slotkin from Michigan, also another very heavy specialty crop state. I think maybe the number one specialty crop state in the country.
Oh, no. I have to correct you there. Very much number two.
Most diverse, maybe most diverse. But either way, yes, I will note two important things. Number one, that we will ensure that everyone has the time that they need. And if you are hearing differently, please let us know. We have worked really hard to adjust FSA offices to ensure that that is possible. But the second thing, sir, and it may not be as applicable to the specialty crop industry, but it is important to note that the One Farmer, One File we rolled out last year, the program, the funding program that we put out previous to rolling that out, we, over a course of 5 months, I think had 10 or 12,000 payments move. Under One Farmer, One File, in 4 days, we had 57,000 farmers apply and money hit their bank account. So we're making a lot of technological adjustments to hopefully move that much more quickly, but understand the importance of the in-person touch for many of our farmers that don't want to do it on their phone or their computer.
Yeah, and my understanding is it's a lot more complicated a process for specialty crops. Because of the multi-year investment that they make in their trees and their plants compared to what we see with row crop farmers. Let me turn to one last issue, and that is pest and disease, which remain a evergreen threat in California. Just one example, the glassy wing sharpshooter is hitting California grape growers especially hard with an unexpected and severe detection as of a few weeks ago. I'll also be sending a letter to you, along with many of my colleagues, asking for the release of $32 million to address the sharpshooter. I appreciate you taking a look at that request, and also making sure that we have the staffing we need at APHIS to detect and diagnose and assist farmers with these endangering pests and disease.
Yes, sir. As I mentioned on screwworm, we've increased staff 1,000% in the last year.
Yeah, the only pest and disease is the orange man in the White House and the screwworm that flew out of his diaper.
I don't have the sharpshooter number in front of me, but I will get to that right away, and we'll circle back to make sure that that's fully funded, and in fact, probably even put more resources on that.
Thank you. That and red blotch have been just devastating
Yes.
to farmers of California. Thank you, Secretary.
Thank you,
Chairman.
Senator. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Moran.
Chairman, thank you, and the ranking member. Madam Secretary, thank you for the time you allowed me to visit with you and your team earlier this week at USDA. And I want to especially, again, thank you for your department's efforts in regard to Food for Peace.
Mm-hmm.
A few weeks ago, we had the Undersecretary Lindbergh, with Congressman Mann and I in Kansas to discuss trade and to discuss the opportunity for us to continue our international food aid programs. And I want to thank you for the acceptance and the work that you are now operating the Food for Peace program, the acceptance from the Department of State, and the management and operation of Food for Peace. Madam Secretary, I just received a text. This is a photo of people in Hugoton, Kansas, just yesterday.
All right. So I just ate my Cracker Jacks, my hearing snacks. Now I'm rocking these. Hey, these are bomb right here. You guys ever have these chili mangoes? These are fire.
Loaded 400,000 bushels of grain sorghum
Wow.
on their way to a port to be used in the Food for Peace program, one of the very first opportunities that this has occurred.
Did you
So,
say 400,000?
400,000 bushels.
Wow.
And we have 4 Kansans dressed in their bright yellow jackets, helping in regard to that grain being loaded. That's a beneficial thing economically, but there's an emotional attachment that comes with all farmers, all agriculture producers, in the noble pursuit of their profession that feeds a hungry world. And you should take great pride in Food for Peace under your management. I want to make certain Senator Hoeven has been not my sidekick, but my leader in the effort to make permanent that transfer from the State Department. Secretary Rubio testified in response to my questions last week of his support for this endeavor, and we want to give you all the tools. I would just ask about one thing, that the necessary employees and staff. My understanding is that you're doing the same program with less people, but I want to make sure that the fact that it's a temporary program now doesn't inhibit. It'd be another reason that we could make a case for making it permanent so that you could better hire longer term employees.
That's a good flag. I'll make sure we look at that too.
Great.
Be sure and tell Secretary Rubio that USDA is doing more with less, please.
It depends on the moment of whether I need something from Secretary Rubio, but I will be happy to do that at the right time. Kansas, long-time leading state in cattle feeding, and I say that to a Texan. Large numbers of animals are shipped across the country to be finished. Unfortunately, this movement of cattle has also increased the presence of the Asian longhorn tick, another one for us to be concerned about. It's an invasive parasite that poses a threat to our livestock industry. USDA's resources are stretched across numerous animal health priorities, but I want to make sure that we elevate the urgency of this issue to you and to the department as its risks are expanding and present not only in Kansas, but now nationwide. And so I want to highlight that issue. Madam Secretary, I also want to highlight at the same time the importance of the National Bioagri-Science Facility in Manhattan, Kansas. It's the replacement for Plum Island, currently managed by the Department of Homeland Security. When it transfers from Plum Island to NBAF, it becomes a part of the Department of Agriculture. It is a part of the Department of Agriculture now, but the task will become part of your responsibility. I wanted you to know that I talked this morning by phone with the Secretary of Homeland Security and indicated in a very brief conversation about the importance of the transition between Plum Island and NBAF, and he indicated a willingness to work with you and to work with us to make sure that transition works smoothly. So it's on his radar screen.
I'm actually headed there after this for a meeting on another topic, but I'll bring it up then too.
Great, thank you. And then finally, I want to mention about the importance
What a fitting name. What a fitting name for a MAGA politician. This guy's name is Senator Moron.
The haying and grazing of CRP. We've had significant fires, grassland fires in Kansas, tens of thousands of acres burned, significant number of cattle affected, and boy, the challenges of farmers and rural fire departments in fighting fires that cross huge expanses.
Senator
One of the
Moron.
reasons, I was asking when I was in Clark and Meade counties in southwest Kansas earlier this month, why the prevalence of these fires? They seem to be more frequent than in the past. And the answer, at least in part, is CRP. And it's kind of the nature of rainfall in our state. We've been in a multi-year, 5-year drought, but about a year ago, we started having rains again. And the grass on the CRP ground grew and became fuel for fires. Unfortunately, the drought returned, and so we had a lot of vegetation that then turned flammable. And so I'd like to work with the department. I'm a sponsor of legislation with Senator Klobuchar and Senator Thune and others in regard to some of these issues about the improvement of the use, the flexibility of using CRP ground. And I hope that we understand that it can be a part of the Farm Bill as we mark up that important piece of legislation. But in the meantime, anything that USDA can.
But yeah, guys, we're officially halfway through this hearing right here. It's been pretty interesting so far. I'm gonna ride it out to the end. It's actually gonna be a Thursday night hearing watch party. There's another hearing I want to watch. It's with the Secretary of Energy, some guy named Wright. So I saw some clips and it looks pretty good. So we'll check that out. That guy gets grilled by some politicians that have spines that happen to be Democrats. And then, just try to catch up to all these hearings. There's been a lot of cool hearings this month. So far, like the last 4 days, we watched the Scott Bassett hearing, and we're breaking all these down in real time so that way we can call them out on all their bogusness. All these pathetic MAGA politicians. So we checked out Scott Bassett's hearing, Mark Wayne Mullen, Todd Blanche. There was some other guy that we checked out. I can't remember shit. The hell, who was that? But yeah, so now we're checking out this Rollins, Trump's Secretary of Agriculture. After this, we'll check out the Secretary of Energy. And then tomorrow, there's still some more to catch up to. There's a hearing on like Trump's illegal ending of like birthright citizenship. There's another hearing about like Social Security, and then there's another hearing. I can't remember now. There's too many going on. So try to catch up to all of them. But yeah, thanks for anyone that's hanging out. Share your opinions. Please hit the like button. Thanks.
And the point I would make is, I didn't really realize this. I always have known the importance of haying and grazing CRP ground in a drought and the need for feed for cattle. But the other component of that is that CRP ground needs to be at least grazed to keep it from becoming the source of the fire that kills the cattle or that destroys their feed. So we have a significant opportunity, I think, in CRP to better manage and in the process improve the environment by reducing the chances of fire.
Well, and not only that, when you look at trying to rebuild the herd, then we need that land to get more cattle on. So,
oh yeah, that's the other hearing that we watched already. The Marco Rubio hearings that he had recently, and all these hearings happened like within the last week.
At this time too.
That's
yes.
right. That's
Thank
right.
you.
No, I'll look forward to that too. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Secretary.
Senator Lujan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary, if I may continue there where Senator Moran was, in some of the western states now, and I see Vet here.
Oh, yeah, the hearing that I'm looking forward to watching tomorrow night is the Senate Banking Committee. That's going to be a good one.
Good to see.
Oh, and then the other one is Trump's judicial nominees. Oh, man, they get grilled.
Recently, some of our ranchers that have allotments were told they can't go in because of drought.
conditions into some of their allotments in the forests. And similar to what Jim's saying now, with the cost of diesel, inputs into hay, things of that nature, the same way that folks in different parts of the country that have row crops, I don't know why there wouldn't be a program to help offset the cost of hay and those fuel costs as well. If the federal government is telling folks you can't go in and you can't use these allotments, or because of hay and what's going on with CRP, there might be something that we could do together, Midwest, Western states that we might be able to figure this out. And this issue just came up, 2 weeks ago. I was at a commencement representative, and a few of the board members that have cattle herds were telling me about this. And as you know, different forests, different decisions, things of that nature as well. So for whatever that's worth, I hope that that's something maybe we can work on together.
I would love that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Madam Secretary, one of the questions I have, I think several of my colleagues have asked you about it, and we're one of the states where the screwworm is now, as you know. And I have a lot of questions in this particular area, but I'm hearing concerns from folks back home, as you know. And I understand USDA has set up a 20-kilometer quarantine zone around impacted farms, and they've redeployed staff as well to help with surveillance and response. The question I have is, with the nearly 20% reduction in APHIS veterinary staff due to the DOGE cuts, reduction in force efforts, deferred resignation program with heavier losses in concentrated areas like the Southwest, is that there's just not enough people when emergencies like this come up. And this is an emergency we've known about for a while. Mm-hmm. And with watching that darn thing, get closer to the States and then into Texas and now into New Mexico, my question is, have reduction in force efforts at USDA impacted the ability of the department to respond to the spread of the screwworm?
So the answer is no, it hasn't. What we've done is we've reallocated resources. Last January 2025, we had 10 full-time staffers on screwworm when we came in the door. Last week, when we confirmed that case, as in May, we have over 120. So we've increased staffing. This is just USDA. The state of Texas has put significant resources as well. I'm going to call with your governor very quickly to hopefully work with New Mexico to do the same. Just a quick point of clarification. The 6 confirmed cases so far, 5 Texas, 1 New Mexico. The New Mexico case was a dog that was brought over from Mexico.
I guess I'll just have to stop eating meat because of this Donald Trump screwworm, and I'm just gonna have to start eating Coward Nutlick shrimp and RFK Jr. liver.
So it has not hit your livestock. It was actually a companion animal that was transported over the border and then brought to a vet in Andrews County, north of Midland. But that's why your case is not quite as concerning. Still concerning, of course, but the other cases in South Texas are 4 calves, babies. Basically, the umbilical cord is where the fly landed, the screwworm landed, which is a fly, and the goat. So we'll continue to monitor it very closely. Obviously, you guys New Mexico is the very next state, but you have my number, and we are 24/7 on this right now. We've invested $1.3 billion in screwworms since we came in the door a year and 4 or 5 months ago. We're on it. We got to get more sterile flies in the air, and that just takes time. It's a radiation facility to get there.
And Secretary, if I could work with you and your team to get disaggregated numbers on the staffing side here,
sure.
Just to understand that. And the reason I ask that is, when Stephen Bate, and I don't know if Stephen's here today, but when Stephen responded to some questions about staffing, these numbers were concerning. And so that I just want to understand what's what, because if more people are needed, we need to work together. There's conversations about Farm Bill and this and that. We're in appropriation season. If we need to get more folks, we need to get more folks. So I certainly understand what goals there are out there. But just to make sure that the folks that are needed are going to be there, the experts are needed. And a similar question that I have in that space is around technology. Have you awarded contracts in that space as well, with just looking at new technology to be able to stop this thing? What is it? Technological advancements
On New World Screwworm?
Yeah.
Yes. So we have $100 million of that $1.3 billion was a grand challenge, and we had about 220 applications for a couple $100 million. So we've been going through those now. We'll begin to announce those and immediately hit the green light beginning later this week. So you'll see those rolling out immediately. In addition to the incredible research that's already being done by our ARS, we announced the Novo fly, which is a new strain of fly, which only produces male sterile flies. Of course, that's how you solve this. They breed with a screwworm fly, the female, and sterilize that female fly, and then she can't lay the larva, which is what eats the flesh of the animals. So just imagine the exponential possibility here to eradicate this much sooner than later when we're only producing sterile male flies, because 50% of the sterile female flies, they're of no use to us. So it's the boys that we need flying to sterilize the screwworm flies.
And I understand you broke ground for that in Texas already. Is that correct?
That's right. About 6 months ago.
Yeah, I joined John Corn and we introduced a piece of legislation like 8 months ago on this one. I was getting concerned that we weren't seeing much activity and things of that nature. So it's good to see that ground's getting broken. I always ask, why couldn't we do it sooner? I'd still like to explore that.
Well, if I may, we started that process the minute I walked in the door last February and got permitting done in a couple of months, broken ground. But also Matapa, Mexico, we outfitted, that was about a $20-30 million project. That facility is coming online in a couple of weeks. We began that outfit last year.
Very good. And Madam Secretary, there's been decisions in different parts of the administration with funding, people say different things, whatever it is. Can I just get your commitment that wherever we see this damn screwworm, those states are going to be prioritized? Like now I get what you shared with on the dog in New Mexico or whatever, but Texas and New Mexico have had it. So is that a commitment I can get from you? Wherever this thing starts popping up, that moves those states up to the priority with responses. Is that something you can commit to?
No, 100%. And that's been the containment effort. Every model, Senator, showed it would hit our side of the border, Texas and New Mexico, by last summer. So we've been able to hold it at bay for a year while we've been building out these facilities and staffing up. But absolutely, and the president has been very clear, this is a nonpartisan issue. We've got to protect our livestock industry, our hunting industry, et cetera. So 100%.
I appreciate it. And then last thing, Mr. Chairman, just as we close out here, Madam Secretary, when it comes to food and nutrition, look, I understand all the conversations in this space, whether it was Speaker Paul Ryan when I was in the House or everyone that was talking about this stuff. I want to get rid of waste, fraud, and abuse across the board, everywhere. There's kids that are losing meals now. And I certainly hope that there's something we can do to come together. There's conversations with Democrats and Republicans about implementing what Senator Murkowski did about a 2-year delay to give states some more time to look at things and how we can be smarter about stuff as well. I certainly hope that's something that you could embrace, that you could endorse, that President Trump, I can't imagine he wants to see kids not get a meal.
No one wants kids to be hungry.
And so I certainly hope that's something that we can do together and just say, come on, y'all, let's come together. We have the same goals. We just have different ways of getting there sometimes. So let's just find a way to do this one and make sure that we can do something. I appreciate your response there, and I hope, Chairman, that's something we can find some commonality with. Thanks for the time today.
Thank you, Senator. And Senator, if I may, just one quick point on that. We sent a letter early last year asking for all the states to partner with us on eradicating fraud. We had 29 states say, yes, please help us. 21 states said, no, thank you. And I understand there's some politics in that, although we did have some blue states who said yes that we're working with. I would love to help and partner with New Mexico and get New Mexico's data to help us figure out where the fraud is and where we can really focus on the kids who really need this.
Let's end.
Yeah, start by investigating Donald Trump's best friend Jeffrey Epstein's New Mexico ranch.
Let's waste the abuse, but let's make sure that kids are not going to starve while we're doing all this stuff. I think we can do both. And so I'd be happy to work with you on that one, but let's make sure that these kids are going to get those meals. So appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Senator Hansmith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank our secretary for being here today and doing such an outstanding job. I, along with Senator Welch, think that you are doing a wonderful job. When I'm reading the headlines about all of these
Hey, what's up, Eric Klein? What's up, Travis? What's up, Kelly Clark, Jeremy, Amber Leslie? What up, everyone? Yeah, we're just watching this, we're just cruising along this hearing right here. So far, it's been pretty interesting. But we're screwed with the screwworm. Donald Trump started it all. It's all Trump's fault.
challenges with screwworm, you give me confidence. You
Thank
really
you.
do, that USDA is going to handle these challenges And you've proven that over and over. So thank you for what you are doing. And I was thrilled about the department's recent announcement on the Great American Cotton Plan and the initiative to increase the demand to improve trade and to promote U.S. cotton as the alternative to synthetic fibers, which we'll know is safer, it's a healthier option, and it could really be a game changer for this struggling economy. And it just makes so much sense. Mm-hmm. In 1991, there were 181 cotton gins in Mississippi. Big Ted Kendall down in Bolton, he still is running his cotton gin that he has for many, many years. In 2000, there were only 62 gins, and the total number of cotton gins in Mississippi is down to 33. Mm-hmm. So that is so significant. I can remember as a child seeing the bumper stickers, "Cotton is king." It's not king anymore. And, we can bring that back, and there's no reason why we shouldn't. It's a tremendous economic impact associated with those figures. When gins disappear, jobs disappear, and the communities in rural areas, they have very few other options. But a key pillar of the USDA's Great American Cotton Plan is the Buying American Cotton Act, which you've already mentioned, and I thank you for bringing that attention there. And I introduced it in the Senate, and I already have almost 100 members of Congress on board with that. So what started out a year ago as some people thought as a messaging bill, we've gotten traction because it is so logical. And but thanks to the unique coalition of the Cotton Belt farmers, fashion brands that we all know and have heard of, they've gotten on board. Health advocates and business leaders across the nation, they are just embracing the Buy American Cotton Act. And it's become a major priority for the American producers as well as the retailers. We all love fashion. We all love going shopping. And to think that we're going to have more American cotton in these products because we're buying it anyway. We just want it safer and healthy. And thank you for your leadership on that, because it does represent a key step into restoring the textile industry here in the manufacturing and the supply chains from our adversaries. Tomorrow is Seersucker Day in the Senate, and it is just an encouragement, and started by Mississippi Senator Trent Lott, of wearing cotton, wearing a seersucker suit tomorrow, and I'm going to encourage my colleagues to do that to acknowledge the cotton farmers. And again, I commend the administration for endorsing this effort and appreciate your partnership as you travel throughout the country. But Madam Secretary, will you discuss how the Buying American Cotton Act aligns with the USDA's priorities to expand in this domestic market for agricultural commodities, as well as we strengthen our national security?
Yeah, your leadership on this has been really incredible. And of course, coming from a cotton state, I had heard before understand how really bad it had gotten out in the industry with the mills, et cetera. And it occurred to me that at this moment in time, with Make America Healthy Again, with America First, with opening up the markets around the world, with working to restore and protect American markets, that cotton should be at the very top of that list. And there's certainly been a lot of struggles. And as I have seen with Secretary Kennedy, these incredible commitments. I was just with the IDFA, the dairy team yesterday, and they've made all these amazing commitments to take food coloring out of their ice cream, and to do this for their ice cream, and just to make it healthier again. And my vision with your partnership, probably your vision too, is that all these great American companies should be at the table and say, from now on, I'm going to start with, let's say 20%. I'm only going to buy American cotton, and then 50%, and then more. And let's get back to the days where most of our clothing, et cetera, sheets, et cetera, are sourced with great American cotton. And then let's talk about it on the world stage, and let's make it a priority as we're out across the world. I think there's so much opportunity there.
So some dude bought the Trump phone, and they dissected it, and when they opened it up, it says "Made in the Philippines."
This is what our founders envisioned, right? It's the elected members of the people working together with an executive branch that can go out and fight for the American dream and the American people.
Yeah, just the hotel industry and
Mhm.
towels and sheets.
That's right.
This is so doable.
Would change
And,
everything.
I just am so grateful that we're headed in that direction now, because obviously in the past we took our eye off the ball there. Another topic I want to discuss is that something you've spent a lot of time with, the New World screwworm, and that's been confirmed here in the United States, that we were expecting and knew it was going to come, and the preparedness that your leadership has put forth to be ready for this. It's outstanding, because we certainly thought it would be here last fall, and the investments that you've made, that but this pest, this screwworm, complicates the challenge of rebuilding the national cattle herd as well from a low record. And recent discussions about beef imports have concerned me and other members of how it can impact the strength of our domestic industry going into the future. We know the cattle market, it's a global market. It's like any other agricultural market. It goes through highs, it goes through lows, and we do need to ensure we're protecting our industry with only the necessary government intervention. But we've got to address this shortage. That's the only thing that's going to get us where we need to be. Because when I go to meetings of cattlemen, I look around the room, and our average is like in their 60s. So we need to incentivize young producers that they want to get into producing fine cattle in this country. And we can definitely do that. I know so many that want to be a cowboy. We just got to help them get there. So, Madam Secretary, what is the administration doing to break down barriers for producers to rebuild their herds? And what should Congress be doing to help you achieve those goals?
Well, I think Congress did an amazing thing in the Working Families Tax Cut Act when we increased the definition of a young farmer or rancher.
Hey, what up? What up, Aloha Kitty? Hey, hope you're doing well. Yeah, just checking out this this hearing about the Secretary of Agriculture.
5 to 10 years, that allows more access to a lot more programs at USDA to undergird and to support and to, vision cast for these ranchers so they see a future in this business, especially the first and second generationers. Obviously want to protect the multi-generations, but the incentive to get into the business is really important. The magic, if you will, of the Make America Healthy Again movement is that almost $400 million a day that USDA spends in nutrition programs, $400 million a day across 16 nutrition programs, as we're working to localize and get healthier food and real food like protein or great American beef into schools, into school lunches, into the stocking standards for our retailers that are taking this whole program. These are all market moving, game changing opportunities that incentivize while ensuring on the back end that we're fighting the lawfare fight. I mean, you all see this as much as I do. We're leaning in, and all the ranchers who, I've got one in Arizona, 5th generationer, who's about to lose his ranch because the state declared it needed more land for solar panels. The same thing's happening in upstate New York. We had the same thing with a 175-year-old farm in New Jersey. We're fighting for the King Ranch family in Washington. So it is a multitude of issues, but ensuring that we're preserving these great generational ranches from a national security perspective. It's not just because it's the righteous and right thing to do. This is a national security issue, while we're incentivizing the next generation to lean in, while we're taking the burdens off. The grazing allotments and regulation under the last administration were pretty severe. It was very clear there wasn't really an incentive to support cattle ranching. And so we opened up about 5 million more acres of federal government land for our Western ranchers and giving them more access. So there are a lot of steps we're taking, but ultimately I do think this is a national security and a real priority.
Yes, we have to be able to feed our country. Mm-hmm. There's no doubt. And another thing I want to mention, I know my time is out, is with the timber industry, multifamily housing built with wood.
That's right.
Wood. There's no reason we should not be going in that direction. And I would love to see some incentives there for those developers who choose wood, which is safe and a lot of times a lot quicker to put up, which reduces the labor cost on a multifamily housing that we know we have a dire shortage in this country. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Booker.
Very patient over here on the left.
It was actually good to hear from everybody. Madam Secretary, this is bigger than you, and frankly, both parties, I think, have been rather feckless in dealing with the larger trends we're seeing in our country. I got here under the Obama administration. I have seen Trump 1, I've seen Biden, I've seen Trump 2, and the trends are staggering what we're seeing in our country when it comes to farmers. And even since our last farm bill, we've lost over 150,000 farms in our country. There's 51 farmers, families, losing their farms every single day. It's a staggering reality. And I've met with so many farmers who tell a story about the economics of farming just not working for them anymore. We're seeing massive corporate concentration. We're seeing farmers, I've sat with Republican and Democratic farmers who tell me their father and grandfather had 5 buyers for their goods. Now there's one that's dictating price. I see them talking about their input costs just going up and up and up, and they're squeezing them. That their share of the consumer's dollar used to be over 50 cents. Now it's down to 13, 14 cents per consumer dollar when we buy our groceries. That's how much of it is going to the farmer. These are trends that are staggering. And just since you were confirmed, and again, I'm not placing this on you, I think we all need to accept responsibility for this crisis. But just since you were confirmed, 15,000 more farms have gone out of business. And that's majority of small farms in our country. We have a real alarm going off. And from a lot of farmers I talk to, they really feel like we're heading into the kind of 1980s farm crisis that we saw. And so I just often think that we're not standing up to the gravity of the crisis and to reverse these trends. The partisan farm bill that came out of the House, it doesn't do anything bold to meet this crisis. It's not going to stop all of these farmers that you talk to, that I talk to, who are barely making ends meet. Most farmers now have to take jobs off of their farm just to make ends meet. And so I just want to say that I just hope this committee, I hope we, when we take our crack at the farm bill on this side, come up with a lot bolder and bigger ideas. And yeah, I disagree with a lot of the things that President Trump's doing. And I believe the tariffs have not been helpful. I think they've been reckless. I'm upset with some of the programs we've cut that I know, again, I hear from Republican farmers, Democratic farmers, local food purchasing programs for schools and the like, some of the cuts of field offices. But I again think that we're nibbling around the edges and need to start thinking about far bigger approaches and bolder ideas, or else we are going to witness, as I said, with dozens of farms closing every single day, we're going to lose our heritage, lose the best stewards of our land, lose what makes, I think, this country secure and its economy strong. And so I just put that out there because I just want to sound the alarm every chance I get and really challenge all of us to meet this crisis, because right now we're not. The trends are continuing. They've continued under multiple presidents, and we're spiraling to a point where I think the very idea of the American farmer is going to go from the kind of hallowed ideas of independent family farms to a corporatized system that just undermines the health, well-being, safety, and economic security of our country. I want to go to some specifics and really quick and just talk about the Food for Peace program. U.S. foreign aid cuts that we saw triggered this real collapse in the humanitarian funding. I was happy to hear my colleague talk about the power of that program for American farmers. We've seen hundreds of thousands of people die as a result of these cuts. And the USDA's restart of commodity purchases for the Food for Peace program is something I'm very grateful for. The $450 million of emergency food assistance that the USDA announced in February, you decided that the food should be sent to 7 different countries. Last month, you announced another $360 million. Again, I celebrate this in emergency food assistance. I'm glad to see the commodity purchases and the difference it's making for farmers. Globally, it's estimated that there are over 320 million people facing crisis levels of hunger, 40 million people on the brink of starvation. It's just something that we need to continue moving forward, and I'm hoping that we can continue to work together and make sure that those farmers that are involved get even more of a benefit of being a part of meeting a humanitarian crisis. So I want to say that in a sense of gratitude. I also want to talk about this idea of ultra-processed foods. I think it's an area where I'm willing to lean in and partner with you and with Secretary Kennedy. Diet-related chronic diseases is the #1 killer of Americans. 1 out of 4 of our teenagers are pre-diabetic. Half the children living in the country are projected to be obese by the time they're 35. I mean, we should be ringing alarm bells. And the science is now tying much of this health to really these ultra.
Doesn't Donald Trump eat McDonald's like 3 times a week, like Big Macs and fries?
Food.
I mean, Donald Trump was just recently at the New York Knicks game getting booed mercilessly while an Apache helicopter was shot down in his illegal Iran war. Anyways, yeah, he was at the Knicks game while all that was happening, and he was stuffing his face with pizza, fries, hot dogs, just throwing his trash all over the floor.
Up 2/3 of the calories for our children. Again, I was really glad to see the dietary guidelines call out the need to reduce ultra-processed foods. I think we need to move more aggressively, and I'm really hoping that maybe even for QFRs, you can really let us know how you're going to really update and align the dietary guidelines so that we can get these ultra-processed foods out of our schools. I'm hoping that you and your team can move with a really great sense of urgency. And the last thing I'm going to say, and then you can respond to anything you want, is just something that Chairman Thune or Leader Thune and I really agree with, which is this idea of country of origin labeling. As you know, we've worked extensively with the Biden administration to get voluntary country of origin labeling, requiring any beef label this product of the USA come from cattle that are born, raised, and slaughtered in the United States. I really want to thank you for implementing that policy change. But what I am seeking with a sense of urgency, what I believe our cattlemen need, is mandatory country of origin labeling, that be reinstated. And I'm proud to be on a bill with Senator Thune, and I'm really hoping the Trump administration will get behind that. It protects American cattlemen and women. It protects our own industry, as opposed to letting people undercut us who don't have the same labor laws, don't have the same practices. It's clearly unfair, and American consumers want truth in labeling. American consumers want to support American beef producers. So I just want you to know those all the things are on my mind. I love the fact that I can have a dialogue with you. You're, of all the secretaries, one of the easiest accessible. But with that, I'll give you a chance to respond to anything you want, or we can move on.
Just very quickly, because I know we're out of time. As you were speaking, thank you for all of that, by the way. As you were speaking, I was reminded of, and I think this kind of checks all the boxes that you just outlined in a way. I was reminded of 2 farmers that I met in Albuquerque, New Mexico about a year ago. 2 brothers. Dad is a doctor, mom's a professor. They grew up in New Mexico. Both went off and got fancy degrees from fancy schools. Both wanted to be farmers. First generation in Albuquerque, New Mexico. Not the most conducive environment to be a farmer. But about 15 years ago, they decided to grow lettuce. And I visited, so it's still in my mind. I can see it. They have 6 employees. They grow together and support both of their families. They're both married with children. They grow about 250,000 heads of organic lettuce on about 3 acres in the desert of New Mexico. Their source goes directly to the school and to the hospital. And again, America is the breadbasket of the world. The support and the honoring of our big farmers, the ones that farm thousands and thousands of acres, that we have to have that to feed the world. But as we're looking to make America healthy again, and as we're looking to open the aperture of the market for first generation farmers, and as we're looking to completely recalibrate our nutrition programs, our 16 nutrition programs in America, just through USDA that spend $400 million every single day. There's such almost a perfect storm right now. And then you add the chronic disease on top of that for that sort of farm to come along. So you're going to be hearing a lot more from us on that. And I would welcome the opportunity to work together. Obviously, New Jersey is maybe on the front end of some of that urban farming and the opportunity to do a lot more with a lot less land and bring more first generation farmers in.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Justice.
Hey, Brooke, how you doing?
Good to see you.
Good to see you. Madam Secretary, you know what? An incredible superstar you are. And I mean,
Who's this bloke? I've never seen him before.
from the very bottom of my heart,
Thank you.
what President Trump has done and what his heart, and I know his heart really well. And what he's done and what he's trying to do, he's trying just as hard as you to try to fix an enormous problem.
Mm-hmm.
And you know me well enough to know that I'm a business guy and I'm an organizer. I'm a coach. I'm the guy really and truly that's almost the fix-it guy, you know, to where you got 18 parts of the puzzle and they're flying in 500 different directions, and you know you got to some way be able to put them together. We have an incredible chairman here. We have a great ranking member. We have great committee people that really have their hearts in the right spot. We do. I am absolutely positive of this as I can be in every way. Now, I'm telling you, the problem is enormous. It is enormous beyond all comprehension. And every single moment, and I don't know how in the world that you have your sanity at all right now, because with every single moment, there's somebody coming to you, it may be fertilizer, it may be specialty crops, it may be forestry, it may be whatever. But it's coming in every direction known to man, and you're doing great stuff. You're absolutely doing all kinds of great stuff. Now, my advice would be just this. You know, I
wouldn't take any advice this guy has to give.
A long time ago, you know, people would maybe go to church and then they'd get up in church after they got, you know, they'd walk outside and then they'd be belly aching about something. They'd say, well, you know, the minister didn't look very good today, wasn't dressed up very good, or whatever it may be. And I was told over and over, son, don't listen to the specifics. Hear the message. And what I think we're doing, and this is really concerning to me, I don't think we'll get there. I really don't. Because this has been an ongoing problem for decades and decades and decades. And we put all kinds of resources in trying to fix the problem. And at the end of the day, it's almost like sticking your finger in a dike and 5,000 holes of blowing and everything else, and you running out of fingers. Now look, if I could give you anything from this white hair, the guy that's done lots of stuff, the guy that you got to remember, his grandparents never had indoor plumbing. I mean, what is the chances of this guy that used to be skinny and had brown hair? I mean, what is the chances of him being here? It's absolutely just like 0, 0, 0. Look, I would highly, highly recommend, if there was a way to do it, to where you could pick a couple people that had the confidence of the people that were around them in the house. And maybe a couple people on both sides of the aisle in the house and a couple people on both sides of the aisle here. Now, you can't get it too big, that had the real ear and the real confidence. Challenge them to come up with a list of every single thing that they absolutely needed to be able to get into a farm bill to where we could get through it and we could absolutely make something of it. Don't make the members that we're talking to a committee, because, and I've said it before, but the definition of committee is really simple in my world. It's most generally a collection of individuals that have never accomplished anything by themselves. But collectively, they can all get together and decide nothing can be done. That is the definition of committee. Now, what you need, Brooke, you need some folks that have the ear and the confidence of the people in the House and the ear.
Are you talking about Marco Rubio's ears? Narco Rubio's ears?
Confidence of the people in the Senate. And absolutely, then you need a plan. You need a great big plan. And I know you think you've got all that right now, and I love you with all my soul, and I think President Trump and you have done unbelievably good stuff. But I'm telling you, in Jimmy's world, we're not going to get there. And there's lots of folks out there that are really hurt. And they really are dependent on us, and there's nobody in this room that has this.
Hey, what's up, William? That's hilarious. William says this guy started talking about a screwworm and then drifted off like Trump does. Oh man, that's a good one.
Any better than this great secretary right here. I'll promise you that. Nobody cares more in this room than her. But you see, I'm that guy. I'm the business guy. I'm the fixer. I'm the kind of the organizer. I'm the farmer. For crying out loud, I understand this stuff. Really understand.
No, the only thing you are is a spineless politician.
So with all that being said, I would highly, highly recommend that what we don't do is spin around 3 or 4 times, do a lot of stuff that we're proud of. Do stuff absolutely that we're really proud of. And then we can absolutely step back and throw back, on previous administrations and say, well, they didn't do this, they didn't do this, look what we did. And we did move the ball, but we're not.
I wouldn't let this guy pick up my dog's poop.
The riddle. So I would just tell you, and you got to have people around you that really have the ear and the confidence of the people, because they're going to have to go back and sell this whole thing. They're going to have to sell it on the House side and sell it on the Senate side, and literally, you've got a lot of great people to choose from. They'll have to be really senior people, so they'll kick me out of the process and everything. But I am telling you, I mean it when I say everybody on this committee is on board. Everybody on this committee wants it to happen in a good way. Our chairman and ranking member want it to happen in a good way. All of y'all want it to happen in a good way. And I will promise you, to God above, I know President Trump better than anybody. And I am promising you, he wants goodness for our farm communities, our forestry, our ranchers.
Something's wrong with this guy.
He wants goodness for us. And this lady right here is a superstar. I'm really pessimistic that we're going to get there. And I'll do anything in the world I can to help. I'm sorry I didn't ask any questions. You can comment all day long on what I said, but thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, Senator. I think that was well said, and look forward to doing just that. Thank you. And thank you for your friendship.
Thank you. Senator Slotkin.
Thank you. Hi, Secretary. I have a couple of...
All right, finally, a real politician. We got Senator Slotkin. She's more patriotic than any MAGA politician put together.
And a couple of questions. First of all, on tariffs, no matter the intention, as Senator Justice was talking about, anyone's intentions, I enjoy facts. And as a former CIA officer, the facts on the tariffs and what they have done to farmers are really, they're pretty hard to dispute. In the president's first term, before your time, he put tariffs on a bunch of different ag products. And then this body had to approve $23 billion in assistance, in essentially welfare for farmers, and farmers hate getting welfare.
Mhm.
In the second term, the sloppy tariffs have been thrown on. Now we have $12 billion in assistance that, again, welfare for farmers. That's $35 billion that this body has approved because of President Trump's tariff policy. And we can dispute whether you think in the long term it's going to work. All I know is that taxpayer dollars, $35 billion. Now, some of that, a small portion was set aside for specialty crop farmers, and I understand you were on Team Michigan versus Team California on who has the most diverse specialty crops. We appreciate that. And I appreciate you taking my call and trying to expand both the amount of money that my farmers get, small and medium-sized farmers, and also the deadline for which they could apply. But I just have to say, if we're talking and you're highlighting 19 new trade deals that this administration has done, why do we need the sloppy tariffs? Why do we need them?
May I respond to that? Because I bet you have a couple of things. Okay, it'll be very quick. The $30 billion you're talking about was approved before we came in. So y'all voted on that in late 2024, that $30 billion. We came in and implemented the tariffs in 2025. So just so you know.
But is there not $12 billion in assistance that you are currently farming out to farmers, including mine, because they do not have enough money and have lost access to foreign markets? Yes or no?
We've cut the ag deficit in half, so we're actually expanding the foreign markets. So that 12 billion, well, 11 billion you're talking about that came in December of last year, that was to address the very high input costs, and again, that ag trade deficit, and then bringing around the specialty crops into the back end as we were looking at the China.
Yeah, all I know is that we cut off markets. We never get them back. Soybeans never came back in the way, the Chinese are now buying soybeans. So I want to move on to other
the
things.
soybeans are back and even stronger today, as is sorghum. So that's all in the last month. So you may not have the most up to date
Okay, well,
information.
I will tell you, I think it's hard to explain why there's literally assistance being farmed out by your agency for a policy that's working. Why would you need welfare if you have access and are going gangbusters on being able to sell abroad? And I think that's a rational thought for the use of taxpayer dollars. Separately, I think, again, there's widespread agreement, I think, on this committee on E15 now. I'm on Team E15. And I think there's some Democrats who are against it and some Republicans who are against it, but there's a good coalition of us in the middle. And I think that it means letting our farmers have more opportunities to sell their product, corn farmers, ethanol. If this doesn't get done, the only explanation I have is that the oil and gas community has such sway over members of Congress on the Republican side, and that others, maybe on the environmental side, have so much sway over Democrats that we can't do a rational policy on E15. We have all the pieces in place to get it done. I would just say your personal engagement on this issue, we keep hitting a log jam for a rational policy. I want to get this done. I think if we do not get it done this year, it's not getting done. And I want you to help own that up here because we need some help. It's at a log jam.
Yes, I'm 100% on board.
Thank you. On Chinese Communist Party buying U.S. farmland and other adversaries of the United States, not just Chinese. So I have a bill on this. There's a million bills on this because the average American just understands that someone who's a potential adversary of this country shouldn't be able to buy both our farmland and our agribusinesses, like the things that really make sure we can feed ourselves by ourselves. So we have a coalition ready to do this. The president goes off and meets with Xi Jinping in this summit with the head of China. And he was asked about this on Fox News. And they said, shouldn't we ban selling of farmland, particularly around military bases? And he said, quote, you want to see the price drop? You want to see farmers lose a lot of money? Just take them out of the market. So that is officially, as I understand it, that the president of the United States is fine with the Chinese Communist Party being able to buy farmland.
Oh, the cat is out of the bag, guys. She just exposed Trump. So Trump's selling all the farmland. I see what Trump's doing. He's purposely starving out the farmers so he could take over and then sell the farmland to China. Wow, what a con artist.
Agribusinesses. Please state your official position on whether you agree with President Trump or you do not.
The president is very focused on protecting farmers as part of our national security plan, obviously understanding the Chinese purchase of our chemicals, our seed, our farmland. All of the above is very concerning. And I've talked to him about that. He agrees with that.
Okay, well, when the Republicans have the White House, the House, and the Senate, whether it's E15 or in this case, banning the Chinese from buying our farmland, you want it done, you guys own everything. And you're the Secretary of Agriculture. So it's hard to believe that we really are, the president is okay with selling land to the Chinese. It's hard for me to understand it. If you're saying there's something different, then prove it by passing it through this body. We're ready for it. And then just lastly,
I wish I could personally pass things through your
Yes.
body. We'd probably be all of us a lot further along.
But
I understand.
But I gotta tell you, if you started calling people, like, the senator was saying, you have play on here on the Hill. The Republicans own the House and the Senate, at least for the next 6 months. So could we please get some personal engagement? Because
Yeah, exactly. Enjoy the last 6 months, MAGA cult members, because we're taking back the House and the Senate.
this is the window of time to do it. And if we are headed to divided government, things get even harder on things that I think there's a coalition on. So that's my request. And lastly, I just have to say on SNAP, we have, the big beautiful bill was the single largest cut in food dollars, 187 billion in our history. And we can disagree on our responsibilities in government, but all I can tell you is the facts. And the facts are 100,000 Michiganders have lost their food benefits. 35,000 of that 100,000 are children. And because of the delay in how you kind of penalize states in cost share issues, it's going to cost my state another $330 million. I want to pass a farm bill. I'm desperate for it. But we've got, I can't be expected to watch my people go hungry and my state incur $330 million just this year and be part of the team. So please, let's work together on some compromises. And I'm saying that to you, but also to my chairman. I yield back.
Senator Holden.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary, thanks so much for being here and for your good work. I want to start out on, I know how hard you've worked on making sure fertilizer is available to our farmers and on the price. You've worked with us on the Ag Tech initiative with Grand Farm in North Dakota and our efforts to link with energy and produce.
Nah, the only reason Trump won was because Elon Musk cheated, helped him cheat.
Fertilizer here at home. Is there anything else on the fertilizer front that you'd like to bring up? And I know how active and aggressive you've been working on this issue.
Thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Chairman. I think that it's really a testament, and thank you for giving me a little space to talk about this. This administration is different. I was in the first one. I'm very proud of the work that was achieved, and I think we did a lot together. But this one is different, and what I mean is when we saw what was happening, and just as a level set, fertilizer was down 50% before the Iranian conflict from the Biden highs. But even today, even with the conflict, even though fertilizer is way too expensive, it's still less than it was during the Biden years. And I think that's an important point. But the opportunity for me to call Chris Wright, the head of the Army Corps of Engineers, Howard Lutnick, Lee Zeldin, not their staffs, not 2 months of time in meetings, but to literally call my colleagues and say, we have a fertilizer crisis in this country. We have a moment in time to fix it while everyone's looking at fertilizer. We're going to do all the short-term things.
Yeah, the fertilizer crisis starts in Donnie's diaper.
They're now coming back down, even with the Strait still closed. But for the long term, I am so bullish on this as a model, not just fixing fertilizer, but what we can do for other inputs for our farmers for the long term. And I think this is an incredible first step. And I'm so proud and grateful to my partners in this who've stepped up and said, we're going to help with this.
I agree with you. And I think that important point is that you're focused on not just addressing it now, but bringing it down with real solutions that will make a difference for the long term. That is a vital point. that we have to keep in mind. That's how to approach these things to make them better for the medium and the long term, not just right now. So I really appreciate that. Same thing on screwworm. And in a way, I want to commend you because, I mean, you're on the front lines. You're in Texas. Nobody knows that. And you were talking to me about that before there were any here in this country, and addressed it by closing the border as well as the sterile fly facilities. I mean, you've been on this from the start. Really important. Anything else on screwworm efforts you want to bring up?
You know, I walked into this job. I was with you all February 13th of last year. Or January 27th, I went to the vote February 13th. I went over to Justice Thomas, got sworn in, walked in the door of USDA, and within the first 2 hours was briefed on both HPAI and screwworm. The screwworm briefing was, it's coming. It will be here in a couple months this summer.
Trump and Keg's breath just bombed a school full of children.
Only producing 100 million flies a week. We're years away. Like an actual big facility will take at least 5 years, 2 years of permitting, 3 years of build. But we, you know, oh well, I guess we're just going to do what we have to do. And I said, this is not acceptable. We've got to try to do something. So of course we closed the ports. I went and talked to the president. We got almost $1.5 billion in immediate funding. I asked what this breached the Darien Gap in 2021 after decades of being, you know, eradicated, if you will, but that, you know, tens of millions of people moving north to America, bringing their livestock with them, the Mexican cartels with the illicit cattle traffic, we knew it was coming. Put it off for a year, but in the meantime, amped up by 1,000% our staffing over the last year. I had FDA emergency approve half a dozen or so treatments. Texas Animal Health Commission and the other states will lead now the front line, but we're right there with them. Opened up the new facility in Kerrville, Texas, the new research facility, outfitted the new facility in Matapa, Mexico. Tens of millions of dollars. We're going to have more sterile flies in the next few weeks. We started that last summer and, of course, broke ground within years ahead of schedule, and we'll hopefully be opening that next spring, again, years ahead of schedule. I say all of that because what I don't understand, Senator Hoeven, is how did the last USDA watch it coming for years? It broke the gap in 2021, moving up 2022, moving up 2023, spreading, hits Mexico 2024. There's no stopping it. There's not enough sterile flies. Why did no one do anything about it until we walked in the door in January and February of last year?
Well,
it is a question that I still don't understand, but we're making a lot of progress.
Well, and walked in the door is the right term, because I think the second or third time you and I talked, you were already moving on getting funding for sterile fly facilities, and of course shows the importance of CCC like we've talked about too. But you were on this right from the get-go. And obviously we're seeing why it's so important that you were and are and continue to be. We need to pass year-round E15. The House passed it. Senator Fisher has a bill in the Senate. And I think, along with our great chairman here and Senator Thune, that we're really ready to go and get that done. I think we're good to go. Any thoughts there or encouragement that you want to add to that effort?
Yeah, we're very supportive. This president has been unequivocal in his support. When he was in Iowa a couple of months ago, which I think helped hopefully hustle this along a little bit, he's been
It absolutely did.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, since he came out on it, I think we've been making progress, and I think we're going to get it done soon. Knock on wood. I mean, our guys need it. Thanks for your great support of it. On the Farm Bridge assistance, we continue to work on that. The Farm Bridge assistance you provided, so important. Any thoughts there? Again, it's about in the one big beautiful bill. Again, thanks to our great chairman, we updated ARC PLC. We've got my crop insurance bill in there. That's going to kick in October. But again, getting our guys through with that Farm Bridge assistance you provided has been critical. Any additional thoughts on that?
Well, I know we have the three of us continue this conversation. You two up there and me, and how important this is. And the good news is, aside from what Senator Jim Doomsday Justice outlined for us a minute ago. Aside from that, the good news is with these 19 new trade deals, surging exports, we're bringing input costs down. Once this Iranian conflict is over, I mean, fuel was down 50%, fertilizer was down 50%, labor was down 46%, and that's just in the first year of this administration. And you marry that to the Make America Healthy Again movement and putting real food back in the middle of our policy making, the people that will benefit the most, other than Americans eating better and health, is our farmers and ranchers. So I am very bullish on the future, but that farmer bridge assistance was just that. It was a bridge. And we've talked about this at length. These farmers don't want government checks. They want to sell their goods and make a decent living, which they have not been able to do for some time. But I do believe we're making the right moves to get there.
The last thing I want to bring up, and I beg the chairman's indulgence here, but I'll finish with this. I talked to USTR Jameson Greer, who I think is incredibly capable, along with Scott Besson. And I believe the Trump administration is working very hard to get us axed.
Oh man, if Kamala Harris was president right now, we'd have like $2 a gallon gas. You'd be able to go to the grocery store and like get 4 bags of groceries for like $60. You know, we'd all be singing Kumbaya, eating steak and lobster. No illegal wars, no Trumpstein files. You know.
On markets, that was a conversation with Jameson Greer. He talked about additional $17 billion in Chinese sales. And of course, Chairman Xi is coming over here in September. And I really think that is going to, again, kick up more of these sales that we want in these foreign markets. And that's very, very important. But in addition to that, we have to make sure as part of America First, we're forcing our trading partners around the country to play fair. Yeah. We need free and fair trade, but they're taking advantage of us, and they have been taking advantage of us for a long darn time. Mm-hmm. And so I'll give you.
Kamala even warned us. Everything Trump's doing right now, she said he was going to do.
Right now, we need a 301 investigation on sugar. Brazil and other countries are absolutely dumping and taking other actions against our producers, and our sugar industry is up against it. They're in tough shape. NDSU reported about $1.8 billion in losses over recent years because of that. So we need to have a 301 investigation on sugar, and we need to adjust that Tier 2 tariff. Last time it was done, year 2000. Now, Bozer and I have been around for a while, but I'm not even, you were very, very young then, still young, but that's over 25 years. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. This needs to be addressed. We do have to make our trading partners play fair.
Agreed.
Welcome your thoughts.
Yeah, one quick thought on that, and I agree with you. I've not sure I've ever worked with anyone as capable as Ambassador Greer is. He's been an incredible partner. We don't agree on everything, but we agree on most things, and he's been incredible. In 2023, I believe, for the first time in American history, we became a net importer of food instead of a net exporter.
Well, Biden, what Biden did was Trump was already ruining the country in his first term. And Biden came in and he fixed everything, all of Trump's mess. But then Trump rigged the election with Elon Musk, and now he's destroying the country again. But yeah, if Biden wasn't president, the country would be destroyed.
The fact that
which is what Trump is doing right now.
Brazil has taken our markets in corn, soybean, all kinds of beef, all kinds of other things is really, really disturbing. And that's on top of China and other countries that we have to be able to solve for this for national security reasons. And that's how important I think this is. I agree.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Appreciate
Thank you.
And your team as well.
They're the best. They're the best.
Senator Warnock.
Thank you, Brother Chairman, and good to see you again,
you too, Senator.
Secretary Rollins.
Oh, nice. Heck yeah, we got Senator Warnock in the house. Yeah, Senator Warnock's a solid politician. I like this guy.
I've heard you say that we're entering the, quote, golden age of American agriculture. I have to tell you that statement could not be further from what I'm hearing from farmers and from families all across Georgia. Georgia farmers are telling me that they continue to struggle with high costs exacerbated by President Trump's war in Iran and his tariffs, which is a tax on all of us on virtually everything. Secretary Rollins, last week the administration did lower its tariffs on farm equipment by 10%. I think that's a good move. It's a start. I'm afraid that it might be a little too late and a bit too little. Was this action an acknowledgement by the Trump administration that its tariffs have increased the cost of farming?
So I really appreciate the question. I think the president, as our chief negotiator, is constantly tweaking. But what I will say, and I realize you and I could have a much longer conversation about this, that the very tariffs that you're speaking of have instituted or led to the 19 new trade deals that we've implemented. We're going to have higher corn exports, higher ethanol exports, higher tree nut exports, higher dairy exports than practically in American history. So we're cutting that $50 billion agricultural trade deficit in half that we inherited a year and a half ago. And for the farmers, nothing's more important than that market access.
But has it increased the cost of farming? You're forecasting what you think will be the result. But has it increased the cost of farming?
Well, again, the cost of fertilizer was up almost 100% in the what we inherited. The cost of doing business, on average, I won't go through all the numbers. We don't have time, but on average, what we inherited was a 50% input cost. So we brought all of that down. As to the farm equipment,
Trump's not bringing anything back. If anything, he's taking us back in time to like Jim Crow era. We got screwworm. Got measles, high gas prices, high groceries, crimes against humanity, illegal wars. He's covering up for everyone in the Epstein class. He's got his whole inner circles in the Epstein files, like Coward Nutlick. Coward Nutlick kicked it at Epstein Island, and he lied under oath about it.
I think the president is very focused on what can we do to get our farmers to profitability. It's a national security issue. So if by removing certain barriers, we can bring down the cost just a little bit, then that's a big win for everyone. What he has said, though, is that what he doesn't want to see happening is the equipment manufacturers pocketing that extra dollar, which a lot argued would actually be the result, that the farmers themselves would not see it. So as part of that announcement, it was to make sure the farmers got that benefit, not the big equipment guys.
So according to Farm Policy News, the president's tariffs have increased input costs by $1 billion for farmers, while erasing billions in access to export markets that you're saying are going to come online and farmers just hold on a little while longer. But they're struggling. They are struggling right now. There's no question about it. I talk to them all the time. Since the Supreme Court struck down the president's illegal tariffs, giant corporations have lined up to receive.
Well, for starters, his war crimes where he's blowing up innocent fishermen out of the water, blowing them up to smithereens.
Refunds. Madam Secretary, are you pushing in cabinet meetings for farmers to also be reimbursed for the billions in tariff taxes that were passed on to them?
Well, again, the tariff taxes passed on to them, we now, other than a $50 billion ag trade deficit, we've cut that in half. So we've opened up $20+ billion in additional sales for our farmers under this trade negotiation.
These big corporations, though, they're lining up and they're getting reimbursed.
I'll be happy to look into that. I think that's, I'll talk to Secretary Lutnick. I'm not familiar with the other corporations lining up, but I will look into that, Senator.
All right. So, and it's not just the tariffs, and you've been you and I've talked before, and I'm trying to make sure that I'm doing everything I can for farmers and families in Georgia. So concerned about the ways in which they're struggling. It's planting season, and it's a business, as you know, where the margins are narrow to begin with. Mm-hmm. And there's so many things that they don't control. And so these margins become really important when you're talking about tariffs. But it's not just the tariffs. The Strait of Hormuz has been closed now for over 100 days. And President Trump's war in Iran.
Nah, what I can tell you is I don't watch any Fox News or Truth Social.
Destabilize internet.
All the MAGA cult members get all their information from Fox News and Truth Social, which is nothing but lies.
fertilizer and fuel markets skyrocketing costs right in the middle of planting season. Is the administration planning to ask Congress for more taxpayer money to aid farmers so that they can afford the cost of this war?
Well, the war. So I know what you're asking. So yes, let me respond to that directly. And specifically, fertilizer and diesel fuel have been the two I think that we've seen significant increase in cost since the strait was closed. But what I think is important that the fertilizer costs that were inherited increased almost 100%. That had come down 50% before the Iranian conflict. The costs went back up with the Strait of Hormuz closing. Those costs are still lower than the high peak of the Biden years for fertilizer. Having said that, there's still a tremendous amount to work. By the way, that's the same for diesel fuel as well. It come down 50%. The Iranian conflict happened, it popped up, but still lower than during the Biden years. But yes, opening up the markets, reshoring fertilizer back to America. In 2 or 3 weeks, we're going to break ground in Louisiana on what will be the largest fertilizer plant in the world.
So
in the last couple of decades,
let me just point out, because it's really important that context matters.
I agree.
That the high peak of the fertilizer costs, we were in the middle of a pandemic, which, we didn't have any control over. It's one thing to have high fertilizer costs because of those kinds of extraneous circumstances. The president took us into a war of choice, which blocked the Strait of Hormuz. And as a result of that, farmers in Georgia are struggling with both increased fuel and increased fertilizer costs. But it's not just farmers that I'm concerned about. I'm also concerned about Georgia families. According to the USDA, grocery costs increased about 3% in the last year and expected to increase by another 3.2% this year. And at the same time, this administration has celebrated kicking 3.5 million Americans, including children, off SNAP, a program designed to help our most vulnerable neighbors afford groceries when times are rough. And those neighbors, by the way, are disproportionately in red.
Yeah, MAGA cult members, they like to watch state-sponsored, state regime media.
Those communities are struggling. You've supported aid packages for farmers hurt by Trump's policies. Would you also support a food aid package for working families who are just struggling to afford groceries due to increased costs?
So, Senator, the 3% is actually an average cost of food increase over the years. Under the last administration, it went up 20%. But the SNAP, I think, is really
Do you realize, Madam Secretary, with all due respect, how sterile that answer sounds for the person who's trying? You say, well, that's the mean cost. But right now, somebody's trying to buy groceries in Georgia, and they can't afford it.
Well, but that's because of the Biden administration is the reason.
2 years later, that's your answer? Because of the Biden administration?
Look at this. Look at all the prices that have come down.
Oh, my goodness. There it is, folks. There it is. It's because the Biden administration. That's all these MAGA politicians got when they're backed into the corner with facts. Like Warnock's coming through, with the real questions for the American people. And she's over there just saying, oh, because of the Biden administration. Cry me a river.
Avocados down 20%, berries down 13%, butter down 13%, eggs down 90%.
Grocery costs are up. You don't dispute that, right? Even as you call these individual items, you don't dispute that grocery costs are up in America.
The affordability question in America is real, and the work to bring those costs down continue. And within 1 year, the costs have significantly come down, with a few outliers, coffee, beef, etc. But on the SNAP program, sir, no one in Washington or in America wants to see a family go hungry. But the 40% increase in SNAP under the last administration, you said 3.5, it's actually 4.3 million that have moved off of SNAP. No one was kicked off. We have more people working today than ever before. This is a celebration of work and the dignity of work, and wages are higher than they've ever been before. No one has been kicked off. If they're not on the SNAP program, they have chosen not to reapply, or they're an able-bodied adult that can either work for 20 hours a week or volunteer. Those are the only requirements. Anyone with small children is not eligible for SNAP.
There are wages you say are going up. The costs are certainly going up. Healthcare has been doubled for millions of Americans, and they're having to figure out how to make their lives work in the midst of this. Many of them choosing between food and healthcare. Will you reinstate the $500 million in funds for food banks the Trump administration canceled last year, or do you have an alternate plan to help to keep their stocks, their shelves stocked?
Listen, we have moved out, I think, a couple of $1 billion into the
That's laughable. None of these MAGA politicians have absolutely no plans to help out the American people. I mean, Donald Trump just said recently himself that, the American people's financial situations don't concern him. That's a quote from Donald Trump, from the Orange Man himself.
in the last year and a half. I know Secretary Rubio said the government is not a charity. We spend $400 million a day on nutrition programs just out of USDA. There is so much money in the system, so much taxpayer dollar. And that's just the federal USDA nutrition programs. That's not state or local. We've got to figure out how to do it better. We've got to figure out how to get it to the people who really need it, the Georgians, as you say, and all across the country. And that's what we're working to do.
I would respectfully disagree with your characterization regarding SNAP. There are a lot of children all across Georgia who are suffering, families trying to put it together, and I think we can do better than that.
If they're young children, they're available. So I appreciate that too. And I appreciate the opportunity to actually have a civil conversation about it.
Of course.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Senator Grassley.
I don't think I'll need 10 minutes to get through this.
You get to use whatever time you want.
Thanks for being a spokesman.
Oh, man. This guy right here, Grassley. Oh, okay, folks. I'm going to try to not fall asleep to this Grassley guy. Let's see what he has to say. In the meantime, I'm going to smoke to grass. I'm going to smoke some grass while I listen to Grassley.
And for family farmer, I appreciate that. It wouldn't surprise you if I was talking about E15. My purpose isn't to put you on the spot. My purpose is to get some things on the record from somebody other than the oil and ethanol business, so we can refute some of the lies that are going on about E15. Does the Trump administration support legislation for a year-round sale of E15 nationwide?
Yeah, honestly, I don't think I can listen to this guy. Grassley's like the worst of the worst. Let's fast forward a little bit, see if another politician pulls up with a spine. All right, so Grassley was the last one. So I think we've seen enough to know that this lady's just another Orange Man loyalist that doesn't have the American people's best interests in mind, which isn't surprising. So that's the first hearing. So that hearing was about the screwworm and Trump's debacle with the screwworm and screwing over the American farmers. So that's that. So we're gonna have a Thursday night watch party. Let's go to another hearing. There's another hearing that's pretty good. Let me see if I can find it. I have it saved in the queue. So the next hearing I'm going to play is
a couple of months ago.
Some guy named Wright. Yeah, he's the Secretary of Energy. So this guy, just like that last lady, I don't know too much about them, so I'm just going to binge watch it so I can see what these people are all about. Which we already know, they're just a bunch of crooked, incompetent people that Trump appointed, which is nothing new. But let's go check out this hearing with this Wright dude. No, it's not that one. I got it saved somewhere in here. You know what else I got saved in here is somebody took apart the Trump phone, and inside the Trump phone it says "Made in the Philippines." Let's see. They just painted it gold. Damn. It's in here somewhere. All right, I think it's right here. All right, Chris Wright, Energy Secretary Chris Wright. All right, so this is going to be a good one too. I've been wanting to watch this. So this is the beginning of it. So we'll hear their opening statements, and then we'll hear Chris Wright, and then we'll see him get grilled by, at least by politicians that have a spine, and they just happen to be Democrats. All right, this is titled Energy Secretary Chris Wright Testifies Before House Amidst Oil Shocks from Iran War. All right, here we go. Get out your popcorn, pack your bowls, roll your joints, pour your favorite beverage, whatever that may be, or if you don't do any of that, make yourself some tea or something, because we're going to be watching this for the next 3 hours or so. All right, let's go. Oh, and please hit the like button. Thank you. And appreciate everyone that's here. What's up, Travis? What's up, Keith? What's up, Linda? What's up, Mockingjay? Dono Dave? Flig? What's up, Amber? All right, it's party time. Let's go.
Welcome to today's hearing entitled An Overview of the Department of Energy's Fiscal Year 2027 Budget Request. I'd like to recognize myself for 5 minutes for an opening statement. Thank you for joining us here today. An overview of the Department of Energy's Fiscal Year 2027 Budget Request. It is a pleasure to have the Secretary of Energy, Secretary Wright, with us this morning as we examine the department's priorities, ongoing reforms, and vision for America's energy future. Over the past year, the Department of Energy has undergone a dramatic transformation. The current administration inherited a department that had shifted away from its traditional focus on basic science toward a greater emphasis on applied research.
Oh, you know what? Before we go any further, let's make a new poll. All right, so for the last poll, for the last hearing, we got 950 votes, and 60% of the people say that Trump is screwing over the U.S. farmers. So it checks out. That's pretty much how the blue wave's going to go. We're going to sweep the House and the Senate. That's how the American people feel. So I'll make a new poll right now.
The basic research serves as the backbone of scientific and technological breakthroughs. However, because those breakthroughs are often years away from commercialization, industry frequently struggles to justify funding such work. Applied research, by contrast, focuses on solving specific challenges and bridging the gap between scientific discovery and practical application. To address this imbalance, DOE announced a sweeping reorganization in November, and led by Secretary Wright, the effort sought to refocus the department on its core mission and improve its ability to deliver for the American people. As a result, new offices were created, and the Undersecretary of Science and Undersecretary of Energy portfolios were rebalanced. By realigning offices and responsibilities, DOE established more clear priorities, I should say. Current geopolitical tensions have only underscored the importance of this effort. Combating the Chinese Communist Party's efforts to corner the market in emerging technologies should be a bipartisan and a bicameral mission. We have seen the CCP implement its market takeover playbook in sectors ranging from critical minerals to solar panels, wind turbines, and batteries over and over again. The U.S. cannot afford to rely on a single country for technologies and infrastructure that power our future. We are in a global competition where energy is the common thread. For decades, electricity demand in the United States remains relatively flat, but in recent years it has surged. Maintaining our technological advantage over China requires expanding reliable baseload power generation. In an effort to surpass us and dominate emerging technologies, the CCP races to add as much power as possible to its grid, including approximately 78 gigawatts of brand new coal-fired power generation just last year alone. The ongoing conflict in the Middle East,
some of that clean, beautiful coal, huh?
Further strained global energy markets. Before the conflict, approximately 1/5 of the world's oil and liquefied natural gas, or LNG, supply flowed through the Strait of Hormuz. More than 13 million barrels of oil per day are now at risk due to the Iranian regime's harassment of shipping. Relying on foreign energy sources exposes our nation to macroeconomic volatility, national security risks, and supply chain bottlenecks. I want to applaud Secretary Wright and the Trump administration for championing domestic energy production to strengthen our energy security, support economic growth, and ensure that the United States has the power needed to compete and to win in the technologies of tomorrow. Many factors contribute to rising electricity demands, and while artificial intelligence, AI, and data centers receive much of the attention, the electrification of everyday American life and the return of manufacturing and industrial activity, manufacturing change, to the United States are also increasing the demand for reliable, affordable power. These challenges were compounded during the Biden administration, which pushed regulations that accelerated the retirement of reliable power plants without ensuring adequate replacement generation was available. As demand grew, these policies placed grid stability at grave risk. Simply put, America must produce more energy, not less. I look forward to hearing from the Secretary today about the steps that have been taken over the past year to modernize the department and how this budget request builds up on that progress. So again, I would like to thank the Secretary for being here today, appearing before our committee, and I will yield my time back. And now I'd like to recognize the ranking member of the full committee, Ms. Lawford.
Good morning, and thank you, Chairman Babin, for holding this hearing today. Secretary Wright, it's been over 16 months since you were sworn in as Secretary of Energy, yet this is the first time you've testified before the Committee on Science, Space, and Technology. This is quite unacceptable. As you and your team know, this committee has sole jurisdiction in the House of Representatives.
Yeah, lady, you tell him. That's absolutely unacceptable.
Over the authorization of all of DOE's non-military science and energy research, development, demonstration, and commercialization programs that you have said you care deeply about. In fact, this is the first time I've even speaking with you. I expect to engage with you far more directly and frequently going forward. Moving on to examine your tenure as Secretary to date, the damage that you and the broader administration have already inflicted on our national energy innovation enterprise is
Oh yeah, and this hearing is fresh. This one just came out yesterday.
Staggering. You had a team of seriously unqualified political appointees cancel billions of dollars in DOE awards across the country that had been provided as directed by Congress through extremely rigorous, independent, merit-based processes. A federal court has found these terminations concentrated in so-called blue states per the unhinged public boasting of OMB Director Russell Boyd to be blatantly illegal. These politically motivated cuts include well over $1 billion in support for vital next-generation energy projects throughout my home state of California. Now, I'll note 3 weeks ago, and without congressional authorization.
All right, I like this lady. She's from California like myself. California, #1 state in the country.
President Trump attempted to set up a slush fund to pay out money to people, mostly convicted criminals, fraudsters, cop killers, no shortage of sex offenders that he claims were victimized by the government. I hope Congress will take actions to prohibit the establishment of this fund, but if not, maybe the 40 million people of California should apply for funding under this program, given the administration's illegal actions against our citizens. There must be accountability for the mass firings and coerced departures of thousands of dedicated experts throughout DOE and our national laboratories, as well as the illegal elimination of a functional Office of Clean Energy Demonstrations as spelled out in the law. You can call these efficiencies or business-informed decisions all you want, but that doesn't make them smart or good for the American people. Last year, you yourself recognized that perhaps arbitrarily firing hundreds of professionals at the National Nuclear Security Administration, whose job it is to safeguard our nuclear secrets and ensure the reliability of our weapons stockpile, was not the best idea in the world. We now have reports from practically every relevant sector that these personnel cuts at DOE have severely harmed the ability of congressionally mandated research and security programs across the department to carry out their statutory missions. But I suspect that was the point all along. I don't know how we can reconcile your vaunted expertise in the energy sector with your absurdly inaccurate statements on the role that wind and solar power play in lowering consumer costs and ensuring the reliability of our electric grid. Yeah, we all know the wind doesn't always blow, the sun doesn't always shine. Believe it or not, we're not idiots. But look at those crazy liberal bastions called Iowa and Texas. Their grid operators will tell you they have been managing variable electricity demand with large amounts of electricity generated by renewables for decades. And the energy costs are far less expensive for their citizens than they would be if wind and solar weren't a major part of their portfolios, even without federal subsidies. So are Iowa and Texas stupid? I think not.
Yeah, because Donald Trump wants to destroy the environment in order to line the pockets of all his billionaire oil buddies.
I know you went to MIT. I'm sure you're a very smart person, but you must recognize that you have lost credibility as a scientific expert after commissioning a widely debunked, error-filled climate so-called science report through a slapdash process that has proven to be illegal in a court of law. So much for restoring gold standard science. This would be funny if it were true. I would have loved to have focused with you today on our mutual support for dramatically accelerating the development and commercialization of fusion energy. But as you hopefully understand by now, you have a lot of explaining to do before this committee today and throughout the remainder of your time in this job. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Thank you. Today, I want to recognize our witness, Secretary Chris Wright. He's the 17th Secretary of the United States Department of Energy. And now I'd like
there he is. All right, I never heard this guy before, so I'm looking forward to hearing what this guy has to say. Well, I'm gonna take a wild guess, just like I took a wild guess with that lady. There is nothing but incompetent fools that are nothing more or less than Trump loyalists with no spines. So let's find out for ourselves, so we can all come to our own conclusions and have a good old jolly time while we're doing it.
Secretary Wright for 5 minutes of your testimony. You are recognized, sir.
Thank you, Chairman Mathis, Ranking Member Lofgren, and members of the committee. It is an honor to appear.
Secretary, you want to put on your mic.
Thank you. First mistake already.
Sounds like this is this guy's first hearing.
Appear before you today as Secretary of Energy to discuss the President's fiscal year 2027 budget and request for the
Looks like it is his first rodeo.
Energy and the remarkable progress we are making to advance American scientific and technological leadership. Under President Trump's leadership, we are strengthening America's scientific edge and securing our position across critical frontiers of innovation, ensuring that discovery translates directly into American economic strength, national security, and technological leadership. Throughout our history, from the Manhattan Project to the Apollo missions, America's innovators have always risen to meet the moment. Today, we are doing it again. President Trump launched the Genesis mission with one clear and urgent goal: to make the United States the undisputed leader in AI and unlock a new era of American scientific discovery. This is not just a program. It is a nationwide mobilization, bringing together all 17 DOE national laboratories, the full force of American computing power, and the brightest scientific minds to solve the defining challenges of our time. Thanks to funding from the One Big Beautiful Bill, we initiated the American Science Cloud Platform and ModCon projects and foundational investments in data curation and model development. We have launched 26 national science and technology challenges spanning energy, advanced materials, biotechnology, quantum science, and other critical domains.
each one identified to deliver measurable real-world impact for the American people. Take nuclear energy. The competitive drive of American industry is flowing directly into our pilot program. President Trump set an ambitious goal.
I heard Donald Trump wanted to open up Three Mile Island again. You guys remember 3 Mile Island? It was like a nuclear meltdown in like 1979. I heard Donald Trump wants to make that great again. Guy's out of his mind.
Is critical by our nation's 250th birthday. Today, I'm proud to say the first new non-light water reactor in over 4 decades reached criticality on June 4th. This is a historic moment, and it is what happens when American innovators are empowered to lead. By marrying science, technology, and private enterprise, we are not just marking a milestone, we are launching the American nuclear renaissance. The momentum doesn't stop there. The response to Genesis mission was historic, the largest number of submissions in DOE history, twice the next largest solicitation. Over 800 institutions applied, spanning industry, national labs, and academia. American science showed up. We are doubling down on quantum. We renewed the 5 national quantum information science research centers, focused on accelerating next generation technologies and securing American leadership in quantum computing, hardware, and applications. 2 of the 2025 Nobel Prize winners in physics are associated with these quantum centers. We are driving 2 bold initiatives. First, an incentive-based competition to build and demonstrate the first scientifically relevant quantum computer by 2028, orders of magnitude more powerful than anything that exists today. Second, a national quantum supercomputing user facility to house these technologies, partner with industry to build the workforce ready to harness them. America will lead the quantum age. We're using science to accelerate the future of energy. Yesterday, DOE realized the finalized fusion science and technology roadmap, a national strategy to develop and commercialize fusion energy. DOE's ARPA-E office has committed $135 million to further fusion technologies over the next 18 months, the largest concentrated commitment to ARPA-E's history. Fusion's potential is transformative. We are treating it that way. We are investing boldly in technology that will shape America's future. In 2026, ARPA-E has already committed $170 million in investments across administration priority areas: next generation lithium extraction, deep nuclear waste storage, grid modernization, quantum advances, and AI accelerated catalyst discovery. We are seeing progress that shrinks experimentation from months to days. And with that, I will conclude my remarks to stay on time.
Thank you very much, Secretary Wright, for your testimony. Now we will move on to our questions, and the chair would like to recognize himself for 5 minutes. Let's cut to the issue on most American minds today: gas prices. I find it ironic that the other side of the aisle is bemoaning high gas prices when this time 4 years ago, the national average for gas was at $5 a gallon, and they were nowhere to be found. Secretary Rob.
That's bullshit. Total bullshit lies right there. I got all my receipts from the Biden gas receipts from the Biden administration, and it averaged like $2.60 a gallon.
You speak to everything that you and the current administration are doing to bring down not just gas prices, but energy prices writ large for the American taxpayer.
That's a long dialogue, but I would love to have it. You know, as you know, gasoline prices in inflation-adjusted terms were about as low as they had ever been before this conflict, under $3 a gallon in today's nominal dollars. And we've done it by just bringing common sense back, getting out of the way and let Americans produce energy and focus on the human impacts. Humans prefer more reliable energy, affordable energy, that not only lowers their cost for their daily lives, but enables businesses to locate in their districts. But I am very proud of President Trump's courage. I've not met anyone that's comfortable with a nuclear-armed Iran. And he said, we just can't kick the can down the road and leave the next administration with an Iran that becomes untouchable because they're empowered by
Trump literally let Kim Jong-un have nuclear weapons. And Kim Jong-un's actually testing nuclear weapons. And Trump's not doing anything about it.
So he has leaned in to prevent that from happening. I support it 100%. Yes, it's moved gasoline prices up by a little more than $1 a gallon, from just under $3 to a little over $4. I'll note that gas prices in the mid.
Another lie detected. I got my lie detector out right now, and it's beeping like crazy right now. No, it's doubled. Everything Trump's done has doubled in price, buddy. Get your facts straight.
The existential conflict are lower today nationally than they were in the state of California before the crisis even began. The energy prices escalation from this conflict is real on American people. We are working every day to drive that down by releasing strategic petroleum reserves, changing regulations on gas formulations this summer. I could go on with 7 other actions, but that is temporary. Democratic policies that drive up electricity prices, gasoline prices, diesel prices, they have been permanent. And they are a larger force, a larger factor in energy prices today than the Iran conflict. And this conflict will pass, and we will prevent Iran from achieving a nuclear weapon and long-term threatening energy supplies and peace and stability in the Middle East. We will lead to an era of lower energy prices, more abundant energy resources, and a more secure and prosperous world.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Forecasts continue to show growing electricity demand in the years ahead and placing increased pressure on the nation's electric grid and generating resources. Under the previous administration, DOE released several studies and analyses that raised concerns about expanding liquefied natural gas exports and the long-term role of natural gas.
Hey, what's up, Amber? Yeah, for sure. Absolutely, I concur.
In the nation's energy mix. The DOE reviewed these studies to ensure that they were scientifically sound when that happened and informed by input from the national laboratories and industry. As short as you can. Did they do so?
Well, the story is actually a little different. They produced a report and completed it in October of 2023, and it showed what they didn't want to find.
Where did Trump find all these people? Like his whole cabinet's like really like bottom of the barrel people, like Kash Patel, Pete Hegseth, this guy, Tom Homan. Well, I guess Tom Homan's been around, but still, who else was there? Pam Bondi, Kristi Noem, Mark Wayne Mullen. The list just goes on and on and on. Howard Nutlick.
It showed that exporting LNG from the United States would actually, on average, drive down global carbon dioxide emissions, and it would have no economic impact on the United States. They buried that report and never released it. They came out 3 months later saying they were going to study the issue of LNG exports and therefore put a pause. And at the very end of their administration, they released a report which was just a subset of the original scientific report that showed a couple cases where very much at the margin, you could have a slight increase in greenhouse gas emissions with U.S. LNG exports. And then they said that it would raise gas prices by 30% if you looked over a 30-year time frame. So yeah, the abuse of science and facts was reprehensible.
Yes, sir. Based on that review, what conclusions did DOE reach regarding the potential impacts of these policies on energy prices, energy security, and the American consumer, particularly in light of the recent global developments? And if these policies had been implemented, what effect do you believe that they would have had on energy costs for American families and businesses?
Oh, energy prices would be significantly higher today, not just in the United States, but globally. Our ability to help and support our allies would be hindered dramatically. And the fastest growing export from the United States of America, liquefied natural gas, would have been dead in its tracks. On inauguration night, the Indian foreign minister said, "Will you be there to supply natural gas to our future?" Fortunately, I could tell him, yes, we're reversing those ruinous policies. We will be there.
Thank you. My time has expired, so we'd like to recognize the ranking member from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, last week, the Government Accountability Office issued a legal decision about your department's spend plan for fiscal year 2025.
All right, finally, a real politician. So this guy's about to encounter his first real questions. Let's see how he does under pressure.
Under a year-long continuing resolution in which Congress clearly directed you to maintain the programmatic funding levels that we enacted for the previous year. GAO determined that your plan to reallocate hundreds of millions of dollars that Congress appropriated for R&D in wind, solar, hydrogen, buildings, vehicles, and other energy technologies to your own favorite industries is unambiguously illegal. A GAO concluded, and this is a quote, DOE is required to obligate and expend its FY 2025 appropriations in accordance with the referenced congressional control point amounts in the FY 2024 explanatory statement. Now, if DOE implemented the FY 2025 spend plan, the department would be in clear violation of the Anti-Deficiency Act. GAO clearly states, and again I quote, to the extent that DOE obligated or expended FY 2025 funds in excess of appropriated amounts, that is the FY 2024 levels described above, DOE should report an Anti-Deficiency Act violation. I'm interested whether that occurred. The GAO says they are unable to make a final determination of whether the department actually violated the law because DOE, quote, has not provided adequate information or an explanation concerning the source of funds to enable a determination. I'm wondering if you have made your staff aware that obligating funds beyond what Congress prescribed could lead them, not just you, to incur significant civil as well as criminal penalties under Title 31, Section 1350 of the U.S. Code, which includes fines and potential imprisonment.
We are aware of the GAO report. It's been referred to OMB, and they are engaging on that issue, and there will be a dialogue back and forth to find out what the resolution of that issue will be.
I'd just like to note in April this year, the Wall Street Journal reported that the president said, quote, I'll pardon everyone who's come within 200 feet of the Oval Office. I'm wondering whether the president has made such an offer to you or your staff in terms.
Oh yeah, Trump's pardoning like all kinds of crazy people. He's pardoning like warlords, drug lords, people that do malpractice. Anyone and everyone Trump's pardoning. That just gives them money.
The violation of the Anti-Deficiency Act.
No, I've heard no such offer, and of course we take our mission and the law and the rule of Congress quite seriously. Despite your implication that we're flippant about it and violating the law, I think that's a mischaracterization.
Secretary White, I'm concerned about decision-making at the DOE in awards that undermine the competitive market and the department's own processes to ensure integrity. In late October, you announced that DOE would build 9 new supercomputers with 5 companies at the cost of $1 billion in taxpayers' money. There were no open competitions for these awards, no notice to Congress as required by the Anti-Deficiency Act, and no indication of where this funding would come from. My understanding is that the deal was inked and announced before the public servants at the Office of Science even knew about it. Can you tell us about the process for selecting these awards and how you ensure integrity in your deal making?
So we put out a solicit.
I don't know, Angel. I'm going to take a wild guess that you watch a little too much Alex Jones InfoWars. I'm not sure.
for developers of advanced computing systems, data centers, and said if you're having trouble permitting them, we have a lot of land at the Department of Energy National Labs, and we want to increase our scientific computing capacity as rapidly and as cost effectively as we can. And we had overwhelming response. So what you're
But you're not wrong though. There's like the 13. It's like a whole different rabbit hole, you know. Like we can't really control it. All you can really do is just don't support any corporations. But we're in the matrix, you know. Like we got to pay our internet bill. That's owned by like a corporation. There's no escaping that. It just needs to be done. You know, filling up your car with gas or even electricity. You know, it's like one company. But basically, what I'm trying to say, because somebody brought up the New World Order. Yeah, you know, you got the Rothschilds, you got the Freemasons, all that stuff, you know. And then, you know, we got this illusion, like George Carlin says, you know, we got this illusion of like Democrats, Republicans, this and that. But at the end of the day, all we can really do, you know, is just let our money speak, you know, do your research, try to support your mom and pops, take care of your community. And, excuse me. And yeah, that's pretty much it, you know. But and go vote. You know, that's all we can really control is just go vote. Just make sure, you know, you don't vote for any MAGA psychopath politicians because they're just all a bunch of orange ball lickers. And I mean, that's just the best hope in my opinion.
Are deals where developers will pay entirely the capital cost of building compute at our national labs. We will run and maintain those systems and get delivered to us a meaningful percentage of the total computing power developed. So in fact, I think it's quite a creative way to bring on computing power faster and at wildly lower price so we can drive innovations to solve health challenges, to just drive energy.
All right, Angel. I just saw your novel of a comment and I didn't even bother reading it. I just kind of like glanced at it and the first words that popped out was Muslim and LGBTQ. So automatically, like, you know, the way you worded it, like, you know, everything you're gonna say is just a bunch of nonsense because you already showed your true colors. You're a MAGA ball licker.
At a much faster pace and dramatically lower cost to the American people. Super proud of the effort and the work we're doing there, and we've been open about it every day. We announced our solicitation. We announced we got hundreds of feedback from them. We announced, as you just said, the deals. We agreed to have computing systems built at no taxpayer cost on our laboratories. They are tremendous deals. Very proud of them.
I have more questions, but I'll submit them for the record, Mr. Chairman, as my time has expired.
Yes, ma'am. Now I'd like to recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Weber.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for coming to our district over the LG plants just 2 or 3 weeks ago. We appreciated that. I want to go back to Americans are complaining about high gas prices, for example. But I think it would be safe to say that once the Iranian regime is done away with, then the whole world will benefit from that. We have to remember that the Iranian regime is an apocalyptic government that wants to destroy. They say they want nuclear energy, but people don't build nuclear plants down in the mountains, right? They usually build them up where they're in plain view, they can be accessed equally. So in police work, they call that a clue. The Iranians are an apocalyptic government that wants to destroy America, wants to destroy Israel, and wants to destroy.
Hey, this guy looks like the spokesperson from the popcorn brand, Orville Redenbacher.
Allies, they cannot be allowed to get nuclear weapons for that very reason, and the president is extremely on track with that. Once that happens, then when the restraints are opened up and ships are flowing and energy is flowing again, the gas prices will come down. And I want to remind our committee here that there was 8 presidents. There was President Carter, who could have done something with the Iranians. President Carter, President Reagan, President Bush Sr., President Clinton, President Bush Jr., President Obama, and President Biden. There was 7 or 8 presidents that could have done something about this, which we wouldn't be experiencing these high energy prices today. President Trump had the guts to take the bull by the horns, we say in Texas. And anyway, that's my.
I don't know who this tool is, but he's a smug.
apocalyptic discussion about the Iranians. Secretary Wright, thanks for your testimony. I want to take the opportunity to talk about the ongoing SPR. As you probably remember from our discussion, Strategic Petroleum Reserve is 60% in my district, so that we have a lot in there on the Texas Gulf Coast. What's the current status and timeline of the emergency exchange arrangements made in coordination with the IEA, International Energy Agency? How many barrels do you think we can expect to be returned, and how soon?
So thank you for that question, Representative Weber. And as you just said, those barrels that are exchanged, that's the dramatic difference. The Biden administration 4 years ago sold 200 million barrels of oil from our Strategic Petroleum Reserve to drive down gas.
There it is, guys. We have it again. The magic word, the Biden administration. Oh my goodness.
Since before an election, in the early parts,
these MAGA politicians are useless. Useless tools.
Russian invasion of Ukraine, where there was not an interruption of Russian oil exports at all. We had same flow of oil around the world, but they released a bunch of oil for political purposes and they sold those barrels. We have not, as you pointed out, we've not sold a single barrel. We've traded those barrels. We've released a barrel now because we have short-term interruptions in flows. And
I guess the only good thing that comes out whenever they say the Biden administration is that they're going to say some really bogus lies, whatever comes after that statement. But I mean, they already lie anyway, so it's already by default.
On average, we're getting back 1.28 barrels for every barrel we release. So ultimately, we will release 172 million barrels, and we will get well over 200 million barrels of oil back. That'll start coming back early next year. So we'll end out with a Strategic Petroleum Reserve more full than we started this conflict, while still mitigating the price impacts of this conflict and the flow and mitigating the interruption of the flow of oil.
Well, that's a great exchange rate. You'd almost think that our president was used to being in business, wouldn't you? He's doing a great job. I want to jump over to our Congress district building maritime sector things here on the Gulf Coast. In March, President Trump issued a 60-day waiver of the Jones Act. That's been a bit controversial, given the Jones Act impact on domestic industries. Do you have an update on the economic effects these waivers have had?
So it has been used enormously. I think close to 100 ships already have used that Jones Act waiver. And the main route that is used is that allows your region, the Gulf Coast, where most of American refined products are produced, to deliver those, to New England, to California, and to West Coast that are not covered well by pipelines. California's just stood in the way of energy infrastructure. Democrats have decided to make energy of all kinds expensive in California, and President Trump has thought that's deeply unfair, and we need to do everything we can to lower the price of energy for all 340 Americans, whatever state they live in. And so a lot of products from your district have been able to transit more cheaply from the Gulf Coast to California. Where does California get over 60% of it?
Yeah, pretty much all the maggots are only concerned about who's got what genitals.
From the Persian Gulf, from South America, from across the Pacific Ocean. They get refined gasoline from Asian nations that comes on cargoes all the way across the Pacific Ocean. They call that green. I don't see anything green about that. But now they're getting those products from the states of Texas and Louisiana, American sources, cleaner and lower cost.
Well, we appreciate that, but we want to make sure that our great maritime industry, we get the Jones Act back in place as quickly as we can. Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you.
Amen. Gentlemen, now I'd like to recognize the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Bonamici.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Wright, too many Oregonians and Americans are struggling to pay their energy bills, and your department is making it worse. Gas in Oregon is more than $5 a gallon, diesel is nearly $6, and last fall you terminated 19 awards in Oregon on political grounds, depriving the state of...
All right, guys, I don't know who this lady is, but I already like her. She's going to come through with some good questions.
$405 million to modernize our strained grid, to provide rural workforce training and upgrade transmission planning. You've gutted the Pacific Northwest Hydrogen Hub, which would have brought thousands of jobs to Oregon, Washington, and Montana, and hundreds of other projects remain in limbo. You said just weeks ago that prices are going to be high and maybe even rising. Well, American people are already struggling to afford rising costs, and you should care as much about them as you do about your fossil fuel friends. You've demonized wind and solar, the same sources that, paired with Oregon's baseload hydropower, keep Oregonians' residential electricity rates about 25% below the national average, and instead support aging coal and gas plants that actually drive up costs and continue to spew carbon pollution. This budget is a gift to fossil fuel corporations at the expense of working families and their health. And Secretary Wright, Congress created OSED, the Office of Clean Energy Demonstrations, because the department had a poor track record of managing large-scale demonstration projects. The GAO found that OSED lost 85% of its staff last year, including all independent assessment staff. And I'll note that OSED previously managed the Pacific Northwest Hydrogen Hub. So how many people currently work in OSED, and what projects do they oversee?
So the OSED team is now dispersed in the various technical departments that are relevant to the projects they're overseeing. They're overseeing all of the existing projects and whatever new projects come into that.
So what you're saying is that there's no staff at OSED?
No, I said they're overseeing all the project. There's several dozen people working for OSED and overseeing those projects.
How many? Several dozen?
Yes.
Okay. And GAO also reported that it is unclear, this is a quote, it is unclear how DOE plans to meet its statutory requirements to manage projects. And you agreed that the department would develop a plan to do so by March. Well, this is June, and we haven't seen that plan yet. So what specific actions has the department taken to meet the statutory requirements for large-scale projects that Congress has established in law?
We are managing all of those projects. The Department of Energy may have less employees now than it did 18 months ago, but the professionalism and the work output of it is dramatically increased. Please come over and visit or engage with us in a dialogue about any specific project.
But did you submit any sort of plan for how you would manage these projects? Have you given that to Congress? Have you released a plan showing how you were going to manage these projects?
I'd have to ask my staff behind me. We have been incredibly transparent. Anyone who calls me from the House, from the Senate, from anywhere gets a return phone call and a dialogue about whatever they want to talk about.
We will follow up on that. But I just want to note that the budget, as I read it, it looks like a blueprint to prop up fossil fuel corporations that pollute and that drive up prices. It seems like it's a retreat from American innovation and clean, cheap, renewable energy. It ignores the unaffordable costs that Americans already face to fill up at the pump, to heat their homes, and to keep the lights on. And I know you were talking a lot about LNG. Oregonians don't want LNG. They've refused to permit two large LNG plants for reasons that they don't want to contribute to the fossil fuel economy. We have a lot of concerns about locating those plants on the coast where there's a Cascadia subduction zone and risk of tsunami. So we've rejected LNG in Oregon. In the meantime, China's making massive investments in wind and solar. They're selling more EVs than the rest of the world. So this budget isn't about American dominance. It's about ignoring science, ceding leadership to China, and contributing rather than stopping climate change. Americans deserve better. And I yield that, Mr. Chairman.
The gentlewoman yields. I'd like to recognize Mr. Webster from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. Secretary Wright, the President prioritized the Office of Energy Dominance Financing, EDF, and in his budget request. And you know that office provides access to debt capital for high-impact, large-scale infrastructure projects in the United States.
I mean, a lot of these MAGA cult members just automatically assume that somebody that doesn't, agree with what Trump's doing or is just calling him out on his bogusness, they automatically think they're like a leftist. It doesn't occur to them that it doesn't matter. Like, people see what Trump's doing. It doesn't really, I guess MAGA cult members don't really have critical thinking skills. But it's, you could just see all the corruption and everything. It's like, regardless if someone's left, whatever, right, independent, whatever, or just doesn't follow politics and they see the gas prices and the grocery prices, they're like, screw this guy. promising all this and that, and they, what's their slogan that they say? Promises kept, promises made, promises kept, or something like that. What a load of horse manure.
If the DOE had an option to use a new finance tool, the creation of a federal infrastructure finance corporation that is totally funded by private funding, not local, not state, not federal monies, to supplement existing funding tools to address infrastructure needs. Would this new approach, in your opinion, help the EDF address our infrastructure needs?
So addressing infrastructure needs is central to our office. That's what EDF focuses on right now. With the relatively small credit subsidy we have compared to lending capacity, it means we lend almost entirely to investment grade, low risk borrowers. And we'd love to work with you to find ways to make that more effective. But we are indeed spending that money to allow companies to build large-scale, long-lasting infrastructure to deliver lower cost energy to Americans across the state. I'd love at some point in time a chance to respond to our Oregon representative who made so many false assertions that hopefully at a future date, I'll get, maybe with another congressman, I'll get to engage on that dialogue. But I appreciate your interest on how can we use, and you're right, private capital is the key. Private capital is the key. All of the lending we're doing is paired with lots of private capital. And one of the areas we're lending into, for example, is these new nuclear reactors. Once a few are built, they will be funded entirely with private capital going forward. We're just getting that ball rolling. And again, with credit-worthy investment grade borrowers so that we don't put the American taxpayer at risk, as the previous administration rushed out $85 billion in the 76 days after they lost the election and before inauguration. Fortunately, we could prevent most of that money from going out the door because a lot of that money never would have come back into the door.
So how will permitting and regulatory reform help with all of above energy strategy?
Yeah, this clown right here just claimed that that Biden stole $75 billion. Oh man, what a liar.
Big issue. It is a big issue. It's just so easy to stop something from being built in the United States. And it's hard to build big things in the United States. We didn't get this beautiful, fabulous nation without bold people building big things, our highway systems, our bridges, our cities. Today, it's become just far too hard to do that. I am passionately committed to the issue of permitting reform, have been working with your colleagues on that as well. If we can ensconce in law some of the common sense that we've brought with this administration so that people can build whatever it is they want to build, if they go through a reasonable permitting process in a reasonable time frame and they grant permits, they can build their projects.
Okay, the Department of Energy's national laboratories generate an enormous volumes of engineering, modeling, simulation, scientific data, all of that. What steps is DOE taking to ensure researchers can collaborate across laboratories, agencies, security domains, and contractors without requiring all the data to be centralized into one?
You know what's funny is all these like MAGA politicians and all these hearings, like they make no sense. They're like soulless. I don't know. I can't describe it. They have like no love for the country. They got no heart, no soul. Like when you hear like Jamie Raskin speak or Senator Whitehouse, you feel the power in their patriotism, or like Mark Kelly or all these people. These MAGA politicians, they're just nothing but like Trump loyalists.
Repository, which creates cybersecurity risk?
Great question. Great question. We're calling it the American Scientific Cloud. So we're connecting and putting in an accessible format all the data.
Hey, what's up, Sonny? Yeah, that makes sense. They're robots.
From this particle accelerator or from this light source to gather the world's largest and most exquisite scientific data set. because that AI doesn't have it doesn't make up its things on itself. It just learns from existing data. So we are creating an ability to access all these data sets. They're not all in one location, but we're making a secure cloud that allows researchers in our national labs, in our universities, and our partners to access these just incredible data sets that will allow AI to rapidly increase the rate of scientific progress. We will have breathtaking energy and medical breakthroughs in the next year or two. I could not be more excited.
Okay, well, I've got one more question, but I'll submit it to the other process. Yield back.
Gentleman yields, and now I'd like to recognize Representative Ross from North Carolina. 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning. Thank you, Chairman Babin and Ranking Member Lofgren, for convening this very important hearing. And thank you, Secretary Wright, for being so kind to finally appear before this committee today to talk about the President's budget request for the Department of Energy. We saw Secretary Granholm many times before this committee. I'd like to discuss the so-called independent portfolio review process, which allegedly reviewed more than 2,200 projects in your department. One of those projects, which is in my home state of North Carolina, appeared on a leaked list of projects slated for cancellation. This award was helping Duke University study the potential impacts of offshore wind farms and would help us develop those projects in a safe and effective way. The status remains unresolved, in case you were wondering. And in October, right after you canceled hundreds of clean energy projects in blue states, you told the press that this project was being conducted by a team of 7 committed to this committee.
I'm surprised. These MAGA politicians don't get anything done, probably because like 80% of the time, MAGA Mike Johnson has had Congress shut down.
To the committee staff that the portfolio review process was run entirely by political appointees who approached the review with a subjective, inconsistent analysis for each project. This is a stunning departure.
And they shut down Congress because they're running away from all their illegal activities, the legal war, the Trumpstein file cover up. They're Gestapo goons over there violating everyone's civil rights.
The department's long-standing merit-based review process by career experts under both Democratic and Republican administrations, and it is fundamentally unscientific. Despite repeated requests for documentation on these decisions, none has been provided. Not to the committee, not to the GAO, and most importantly, not to the American people whose taxpayer money funds these projects. The GAO recently reported that they couldn't assess the portfolio review process for canceled projects that had been stewarded by the Office of Clean Energy Demonstrations because your department had not provided them with any documentation or analysis to support those decisions. Elevating political appointees over merit-based review sends a clear...
Sorry, Angel. Appreciate you being here, but had to put you in timeout for 5 minutes. Feel free to come back if you still want to hang out.
Warning signal. If you want to do business with the federal government, you need to be friendly with the Trump administration. We've seen this process play out repeatedly, from this administration's shady offshore wind deals to ideological purges of clean energy projects. North Carolina is a purple state. We have many Republicans in Congress and in our legislature who have actively supported clean energy. It is part of our economy. It is where we have seen job growth even during a recession. This should not be a partisan issue, and it shouldn't be ideological. The people involved in these decisions should be held accountable. We should know who they are, and the American people deserve an explanation. So could you tell us the names of the people who did the portfolio review?
I will not list the names of the people right now. The last thing we need is more inaccurate.
Would you provide those names to the chair and the ranking member of this committee? They have oversight over your department. You are not fully in charge.
We're very happy to walk through what we did. If you'd had any real interest, pick up the phone and call me. I would walk you through all that.
I will get your cell phone number.
Oh.
You are attacking me. It is.
Oh shit! Whoa! They actually had to mute it. Holy smokes!
Administration. We've seen this process play out repeatedly, from this administration's shady offshore wind deals to ideological purges of clean energy projects. North Carolina is a purple state. We have many Republicans in Congress and in our legislature who have actively supported clean energy. It is part of our economy. It is where we have seen job growth even during a recession. This should not be a partisan issue, and it shouldn't be ideological. The people involved in these decisions should be held accountable. We should know who they are, and that American people deserve an explanation. So could you tell us the names of the people who did the portfolio review?
I will not list the names of the people right now. The last thing we need is more inaccurate.
Would you provide those names to the chair and the ranking member of this committee? They have oversight over your department. You are not fully in charge.
We're very happy to walk through what we did. If you'd had any real interest, pick up the phone and call me. I would walk you through all that.
I will get your cell phone
these
number.
were political and unscientific.
You are attacking me. It is.
I didn't mute it. They had to mute it. It was getting real heated.
And you are just obfuscating the situation for your own political benefit. Clean energy is an entire sector that has benefited this country. It has weaned us off of fossil fuel, and it has created jobs. This administration has declared war on clean. It is my time. You only speak when I ask you a question. It has declared war on clean energy. It has cost jobs. It is risking our environment.
I like this lady. She's a true patriot. She's holding these MAGA clowns accountable.
I have not taken any objection to making sure we do things more efficiently. I want to do that. I've practiced energy law and represented almost every sector. We cannot just say one way of doing it is the right way, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman's time's expired. I'd like to recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Obernolte.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Wright, nice to see you again.
Good to see you.
Appreciated your testimony and particularly appreciated your emphasis on the Genesis mission. You and I have had several conversations about this as chairman of the House AI Task Force in the last Congress and as chairman of the House Fusion Energy Caucus in this Congress. I am particularly interested in those parts of the Genesis mission. I find it tremendously exciting that the DOE is helping to lead that effort. We last month sent a letter to you expressing our support for the Genesis mission and asking some specific questions about what the administration's priorities were. Undersecretary Gill was kind enough to respond to that letter last week on your behalf, but we have a couple of questions that remain that I wanted to get your feedback on. First of all, we in that letter called for a dedicated Genesis title in legislation this year that fully funds the Genesis mission. And we also opined that it would be useful to have a demonstration phase for the Fusion Milestone Program. Can you tell me what the DOE stance is on those two issues?
Yes, the fusion energy is certainly a passion, as science in general, that you and I share. We have, I don't know if you probably got an advanced copy of what we've got, our roadmap on fusion. And what we're trying to do is leverage both
So how about talking about fusion? How do you feel about a demonstration phase for the Fusion Milestone Program?
Absolutely. We've got to figure out what the right, and of course there's different approaches to fusion, but I like that idea.
Yeah, well, I'm very excited that we're moving from investing in the basic science, which the DOE has done in fusion for decades now, into commercialization. So your budget request has a little over $750 million, $755 million for fusion. Can you give us a breakdown of how much of that is focused on commercialization and how much remains focused on the basic science?
I don't have those numbers in front of me, but my bet is that more than half of that is probably still on the basic science. But again, in partnership with commercial companies of what are the issues that are ultimately going to be those last barriers for them to cross to do it. But we are working with multiple commercial companies as well. And obviously with time, that budget will go more and more to partnership funding with commercial businesses.
Right. Well, I think it's tremendously exciting that we're seeing such huge private investment in fusion commercialization. This is the virtuous cycle that happens when we do our jobs in investing in federal research into basic science. And then when private industry and private capital can see, a pathway to actually commercializing things and turning a profit is when that investment starts. And the fact that we had over $1 billion of private capital invested in commercialization last year, I think is an indication that this is a process that works. Talking about the goals of the Genesis mission, one of the stated goals in the executive order was to double the productivity of American research by giving people access to these high quality data sets and leveraging artificial intelligence. That is an audacious goal, and I welcome it. I think it's great that we're thinking in those terms, but the engineer in me can't help but think, like, how are we going to measure that? Like, how do we have a measurement, a metric for research productivity? How are we going to figure out what progress we're making towards that goal?
It is a challenge, but we're going to, it's going to be specific. We're trying to develop this drug to address this issue. It used to take 3 years with this method, but we've got a methodology that, of course, will have to be much more than twice as fast because we're not going to have new tools or new advancements to every aspect of scientific productivity. But I think it's a reasonable estimate of what could be achievable. And it means the United States spends $1 trillion a year on basic research. What we're hoping is if we can get the equivalent of $2 trillion a year of research advancement with spending only $1 trillion, we can drive innovation much faster.
I appreciate your testimony. I see my time's expired. Let's keep this conversation going.
Thank you, Representative. Appreciate your support in these areas.
Thank you, Bear.
Gentleman's time's expired. I'd like to recognize Representative Salinas from Oregon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to our ranking member. And thank you, Secretary Wright, for being here today. President Trump made a series of promises to bring down costs when he was running for president. And I want to review and see if he kept those promises. So let's start with gas prices.
All right. I don't know who this lady is, but I like her already. You can tell she came through prepared because she's got a big she's got a big graph behind her right there, coming through with the receipts and the facts.
Average cost of gas on the day President Trump took office, not under Biden, but the day he took office, was around $3 a gallon. On the campaign trail, he said he would bring the price of gas to under $2 a gallon. What is the price of gasoline today?
It's different in all different districts and in all different gas stations.
In the US, an average.
The average price of gasoline in the US today is about $4.15.
That's right. It's up over 33%, or $1 a gallon. That is well over the $3 per gallon. It's gone way up, not down. So what's happened since President Trump took office on electricity? Have electricity rates been cut in half as he promised, or have those gone up?
Oh, that's the $1 million question right there. Yeah, Trump did say that. He said he's going to cut electricity costs 50%.
The grids are long-term processes, and the Biden administration would not allow the construction of any reliable economic energy sources.
Oh, God. See what they do when they're backed into a corner? They go, but Biden, but Biden. That's all. They're a bunch of big babies crying out, but Biden.
Of course, all the new kit that's coming on the electricity grid, almost all that's coming on today, is still what was approved under the Biden administration. And yes, it's continued its upward progress in electricity, but that will be reversed.
Okay, reclaiming my time. You work for the Trump administration. I asked a simple question. The answer is that electricity prices have gone up 10% under President Trump, and much more than the rate of inflation, and certainly more than my constituents, my farmers, my hardworking Oregonians can afford right now. So let's get this straight. President Trump said he would bring down the price of gas to under $2 a gallon and would cut our energy bills in half. This has not happened. And not only has he broken promises, gas and electricity prices have soared under his leadership. And I want to look at why. Did you warn President Trump that going to war with Iran would drive up gas prices for American families?
I have lots of dialogues with President Trump, which are presidential privilege, but the administration was well aware of the energy price impacts of this war would cause. They knew there would be a cost for it. But are you comfortable with this regime in Iran with nuclear weapons?
Okay, I do not want Iran.
I'm guessing not.
Okay, reclaiming my time. I do not want Iran to have a nuclear weapon. So
Great.
You knew ahead of time that this would cost American families, and President Trump still went to war and has not achieved any kind of being able to get his arms around the nuclear weapons from Iran. Many experts have basically said, the International Atomic Energy Agency has said, we have not actually satisfied that. And at the same time, the Strait of Hormuz that President Trump can also not get his arms around is being constricted, and oil prices are going up. That is the case right now. The fundamental problem here is that Trump energy policies are completely backwards. And if we want affordable energy, we need to invest in clean energy and not be going into senseless wars. You have testified before several committees that states with renewable portfolio standards have electricity prices that are 50% higher than the national average. Is this true?
That is true.
All right. It is not true. My state of Oregon alone has strong renewable energy requirements and lower than average electricity prices. And we aren't alone. Many other states have similar requirements to Oregon and have electricity prices below the national average, including Colorado, Minnesota, Nevada, and Washington. We know
legacy hydro states, there's a reason for that. It's not because of your wind and solar, and the 50% is true. It's an average. You can always find exceptions.
Reclaiming my time.
Just trying to stay with accuracy here.
We know what happens when we rely on fossil fuels and exclude renewables. Gas prices are up because of Trump's war of choice in Iran. And for the sake of our pocketbooks, our environment, and the jobs and the economy of the future, we need to invest in low-cost, diverse sources of renewable energy. Instead, you're doing the exact opposite right now in driving up costs. President Trump has broken his promises. You are promoting backward policies, and my constituents, my farmers, my families, my workers are suffering for this. I would love to work with you to get us back on track, and I yield back.
Young lady yields back. I'd like to recognize Representative Self from the great state of Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, I think we need some historic perspective in this conversation today. Not only does California cause gas prices to be higher in other states because of their demands, I want to go through a litany of what you inherited. I want to specifically comment on, I am basically answering the merit-based by experts comment that you heard earlier today. The DOE, this is the Biden era. This is the DOE Loan Programs Office Conflict of Interest, $385 billion in Green Energy Loan Authority. The DOE IG themselves found that they had conflicts of interest in $385 billion of loan. We also had the DOE IG found $1 billion in potential savings and recoveries in programs that had fraud, waste, and abuse risk, extreme fraud, waste, and abuse risk. The Clean Energy Demonstrations Office had $27 billion that they appropriated, and they hadn't built the oversight necessary for it. That tells you that we're not looking at merit-based by experts execution. Then we had the Industrial Demonstrations Program internal controls failure at only $5.8 billion. Again, they didn't have the environmental controls ready to control the program. And then probably my favorite, well, no, I've got one more. The Microvast grant reversal, $200 million to a Chinese-based company. Thankfully, we caught that and reversed that. Then we had the Strategic Petroleum Reserve sale to you guessed it, a Chinese-based company. I say it again. We sold our Strategic Petroleum base reserve to a Chinese-based company, which, by the way, took our SPR down to its lowest level in years. And then my favorite, 12 days before Biden left office, they tried to rush $23 billion out the door for Green New Scam grants. So with that historic perspective, Mr. Secretary, I'll just let you, in fact, why don't you comment on that? Because that's what you inherited. That's the environment you inherited.
Thank you, Congressman Self. When we came in, 85 billion.
All right, Amber. Hey, have a good one. Thanks for hanging out. Share your opinions. Appreciate it. As always, see you tomorrow or soon, whenever you tap in. Catch you on the next one, Amber. Have a good night.
Dollars had been committed from the loan program office from the Biden administration losing the election and President Trump's inauguration. $85 billion more than had been committed by that office in its 20-year history. So that was the responsible professional stuff I keep hearing about. It was nothing of the sort. And let me comment, if I can, quickly on the energy stuff I keep hearing. You know, that we're narrowly focused on fossil fuels. Wind, solar, and batteries are just under 3.5% of American energy. 3.5%. The Biden administration spent all of their money focused on this 3.5%. You know, they moved it from 2.75% to a little over 3%. They ignored where we get 97% of American energy. In fact, the expenditures out of the DOE now are still disproportionately, as a percent of the energy they produced, focused on solar than they are on the other energy sources that actually run our country. Just we're focused on research and progress and not sort of inefficient corporate subsidies. Giving money so people can make something to make energy more expensive. So the claims of unprofessional of us narrowly focus on fossil fuels are just false. And so thank you for bringing some facts and some truth into the dialogue.
Thank you for that, Mr. Secretary. And I will close with, I chair the Europe Subcommittee on Foreign Affairs. It's vitally important we have LNG to ship to Europe so that we can wean them off of Russian energy. It is a strategic need of the...
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Trump lifted all the sanctions on Russia.
If you have any comments...
Trump loves Putin. He rolled out the red carpet for Putin. So all these MAGA cult members are all communist lovers.
20 seconds.
Fastest growing American export there is liquefied natural gas. You know, this is a giant global primary. And for the Democrats who are in theory concerned about climate change, it's the largest source of carbon dioxide emissions reductions of any. It's more than half of the United States' entire emissions reduction. It's also the largest global source of emissions reductions.
And I could have mentioned the Biden era pause on LNG exports. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Being from the great state of Texas, it was illegal to export LNG up until President Trump. Now I'd like to recognize the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Fushi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member, for holding this bipartisan committee hearing today. And thank you also, Secretary Wright, for your testimony and for appearing before us this morning. It is long overdue. I want to ask you some questions about the Climate Working Group and its July 2025 report entitled A Critical Review of Impacts of Greenhouse Gas Emissions on the U.S. Climate. When did you or your staff first notify EPA that you had formed the Climate Working Group?
I raised this idea early on in the administration, sort of widely. So EPA would have known about it, and other potentially interested parties in it. To me, it's very important to have a real serious dialogue about climate change based on facts and data. And I'm very passionate about having that. I want to have public events and do much more on this. Unfortunately, environmental groups and so many others don't want to actually have that dialogue. So we've had crazy lawsuits, legal entanglements to a very professional report that if you haven't read it, I highly recommend reading it. And I'd love to sit and talk with you about it afterwards.
Thank you for that. And how did you balance EPA's desire to obtain the Climate Working Group report as quickly as possible with your own priorities as Secretary of Energy? And how did you ensure that both EPA and DOE understood that balance?
My thing is, for a scientific paper, I reached out to authors. We told them nothing about what to write. I exercised no editorial control whatsoever about it. But the goal was to get a dialogue going as quickly as possible. So in the publication process, you write a draft, you put your thoughts and organize your ideas down, and you release a draft, and then you open it up for comment. And then you have an iterative process before you issue a final report. A very open, very transparent dialogue around the facts around climate change. And actually, I would say it's been quite successful in that. Enormous amount of comments on that report, enormous amount of dialogue. But not in as public of a frame as I'd like.
In April 2025, did you personally discuss the deadline for the Climate Working Group's report with EPA Administrator Zeldin? And if so, did Administrator Zeldin tell you why he wanted the report to be transmitted to EPA?
I don't remember. It's certainly possible. My goal when I called the authors was how quick can we do it? And of course, I wanted it as quick as possible. They wanted to make sure they had enough time. We struck a balance of what could get a credible, serious, relatively comprehensive report out there.
Let me ask you this. Were you aware that your staff was providing updates to EPA staff about the progress of the Climate Working Group? And did you designate a staff lead for coordinating it with EPA?
I don't know if coordinating with EPA, but we had a lead who was coordinating with the authors of the report and probably with any other interested parties. So yeah, would we have been open and communicating about that? I suspect we would have been, sure.
Let me just say, I want to tell you directly that the Trump administration's approach to policymaking has been a disaster for the people in my district, North Carolina's 4th. It was bad enough when Secretary Luckett and the Commerce Department arbitrarily terminated a $285 million contract for the Smart USA Institute in Durham, even though Smart USA had met all of its performance targets, so that the money could be redirected to some kind of CHIPS slush fund. And I will say to you that my folks say to me that you don't pick up the phone when awards have been canceled. But it doesn't stop there. You have also failed miserably, Mr. Secretary, to protect my constituents from rising energy costs due to data centers. And because of this president's illegal war with Iran, gas is now, as we've heard continuously in this hearing, over $4 a gallon in my district. The White House announced its so-called ratepayer protection pledge with a whole lot of fanfare back in March. It sounded good, but guess what? Duke Energy is proposing to raise utility bills in North Carolina up to 18% over the next 2 years, and a lot of that is because of new data centers. 3 of the 4 counties in my district have passed data center moratoriums, but this is not just a local problem. It's a national problem. And you've dropped the ball when it comes to data centers. Why should the people of North Carolina's 4th district believe that this administration has a plan to protect them from data center energy costs when your first plan has failed so miserably? And with that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Gentleman's time's expired. I'd like to recognize the gentleman, Dr. McCormick from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate you and appreciate you, Mr. Secretary, for being here today on this a very important topic. It's interesting. I was just listening to my colleague talk about global climate change, and I've heard about this with data centers too, and the price of energy and all this. And what's funny, she echoes China's talking points directly. This is the thing that we know for a fact, that China is investing amazing amounts of money into America to make sure that our youth and our politicians believe that we should not be producing data centers. We should not be doing anything other than renewable energy, that we should be falling behind China in this race to basically lead the world into the next generation of intelligence and energy. Cheap, affordable energy has been the mainstay of an economy in America. What you're doing to build our nuclear facilities, what you're doing to streamline energy production to make it affordable for Americans, the war aside, is going to be the future of America. What's funny, she's like, oh gosh, $285 million for a program that basically buys into what China has said is global climate change, while they produce the coal, while they pollute the earth, while they say you need to be part of the Paris Accord so you can basically be hamstrung and pay for us doing the wrong thing. It's so ironic. My constituent my colleague on the other side of the aisle is basically buying into the China propaganda. And that's what drives me crazy right now. Would you agree that everything we can do to produce energy, and by the way, we already know that data centers are going to be offset by those people who produce that energy, that consume that energy and that water. We know it's going to offset it. Would you agree that we basically could produce energy cheaply, effectively, without polluting the earth, and do it as leaders in the economy of the entire world as Americans?
Absolutely. 100%.
Pretty simple. I think we have so many different things outside the box thinking. We're not going to power our data centers with solar panels. If we don't produce data centers, we will fall behind in every major category of information systems. It will hamstring our economy, hamstring Americans. We won't be able to solve all the problems, including cancer and all kinds of other things that will afflict Americans into the future. This is a generational time of choosing. One of the things that I came up with when I was in the armed services. I was a Navy guy on Navy vessels. I was also a Marine on nuclear powered vessels. When we retired those ships, one of the things I was like, we have a nuclear modular reactor, which we've never had an accident with, which is going to be retired. You have to strip it out of the ship and then scuttle the ship or put it in mothballs. I've always said, why don't we just plug it into the grid? That's a considerable amount of energy. And by the way, you have a built-in defense structure, security system, one way in, contained, double hold. I think it's a great idea. What are we doing to do something like that?
Now, it is a great idea, and the performance of those reactors that power our submarines and aircraft carriers, I agree with you, is phenomenal. Hyman Rickover, the leader of the development of that effort, true, outstanding innovator, great American. And so, yes, they are there, they are real. Obviously, for our grid or whatever, we need much more scale than that. But yes, they are viable reactors because of the materials in them. There is concern about they need to stay in that submarine or be in some other secure location. But I think that's a very creative idea. And of course, we could do it.
I'd love to see that institute as policy, that we can actually take our retired nuclear vessels and plug them into the grid, because I think it's a built-in energy source. Takes very little modification, very little money, and it's built-in security. I think it's something to look into for your department.
What the hell? These guys are out of their mind. They want to get retired nuclear vessels and plug them into the grid? Doesn't sound too environmentally friendly.
We obviously know that China's trying to corner the market on alloys, on whether it be lithium, cobalt, other rare earth minerals. But we have alternative sources, and we have resources right here in America that we've been hamstrung to get to. which could put us at a tremendous disadvantage. I was down at Georgia Tech recently looking at their development of battery elements that they use, and they have other alternative. What are we doing to make sure that we secure our future and that we're not hamstrung by the fact that China is trying to corner the market in rare earth alloys?
So we started in part of our reorg of the DOE, we created the Critical Minerals and Energy Innovation Department. That's a major department at our thing. So we are working with local mines about extracting rare earth elements and other critical minerals in the United States. We're working with people who are processing them into usable forms, people that are manufacturing them into the final systems, whether they're magnets or munitions that need antimony, which we're going to start mining again in the United States as well. So all in on that effort. You are so right. China strategically took over a number of industries. They're not giant in size, but they're critical to all the things we make. And they ran other people out of business for a strategic reason to control that, have us dependent on them. And this Trump administration is all in to break that dependence. A lot of these are technologies that were developed here and then they just took them over there and ruined the economics of them. But we are reversing that. Thank you for your passion on that.
Yeah, I'm glad we're getting back to science and not just the religion of global climate change, which actually is been debunked even by scientists who are Democrats. I'm excited about the future. As long as you're at the helm, keep doing great things. Thanks.
Gentleman's time's expired. I'd like to recognize Representative Amo from Rhode Island.
Thank you, Chair Babin, for holding today's hearing, and thank you, Secretary Wright, for testifying. In August 2024, Donald Trump made a promise. He said, quote, "I will rapidly drive down prices and we will make America."
All right, cool. We got a real politician right here up at the podium. I don't know who this guy is, but I already like him. He's going to come through with some real questions for the American people. Unlike these MAGA politicians.
We're going to get your energy prices down by 50%. Secretary Wright, has Donald Trump fulfilled his promise?
He sets ambitious targets and he is all in on driving in that direction. And the number of structural changes he's made in how we view energy and what we're doing will absolutely over time deliver that goal.
Okay, so the answer is no.
Not yet.
And well, you can waffle all you want, but the American people know the truth. They can feel it in the wallet
Yeah, for sure, Sonny. It's like nails on the chalkboard listening to these MAGA politicians. Like, I'm tempted to fast forward all of them, but I mean, you know what I mean? Like, we might as well watch these clowns and see what they're all about, which is really about nothing. They're just about lining their own pockets and robbing the American people blind. But it's worth watching these politicians that actually have a spine, that just so happen to be Democrats, actually, pull up for the American people and ask the questions we all want to hear.
Up at the gas pump every time their energy bills come in the mail. Look, Rhode Islanders, the people I work for, have spent an additional $288 on heating oil and an extra $350 at the gas pump since Trump launched his war of choice with Iran. And I know this might sound strange to someone who has made tens of millions of dollars in oil and gas, but my constituents cannot afford $638 of a Trump surcharge to heat their homes and to drive their cars. So Secretary Wright, when Trump made his hollow promise to make America affordable again, was he referring to a specific group of Americans or all Americans? All Americans. Well, that's good to hear. That's something that we should agree on and should be a matter of practice. Because no matter how people voted, your job is to lower costs for everyone. Unfortunately, your actions tell a different story, as is the case with Trump and folks like you who answer to him. In October, you canceled more than 300 projects in so-called blue states, including $14 million for 3 grants in Rhode Island. You claimed these decisions were not politically motivated. You said the cancellations were part of an ongoing process and that more cancellations would be announced later in the fall. But the announcement never came. And by your own admission, the review process is done. So now we're left with troubling statistics. Of the 2,200 projects you say you reviewed, 95% of projects in Republican-leaning states were retained, while 95% of the projects in Democratic-leaning states that you terminated in October remain canceled. That doesn't sound unbiased to me. 7 awardees sued DOE over their partisan award terminations. And in the litigation, you said, quote, a primary reason for the selection of which DOE grant termination decisions were included in the October 2025 notice tranche was whether the grantee was located in a blue state. That is a direct quote. I ask unanimous consent to enter this document into the record.
So ordered.
The court rightfully found that you violated the Constitution. The only meaningful difference between the 7 projects that won in court and the hundreds of others you terminated is that those plaintiffs sued. So Secretary Wright, my question is simple. When will you restore the funding for all the projects that were wrongfully terminated?
So, number one, you even read the document or misinterpreted the document. We did not involve politics in the decision-making of our review process. Hands down.
Explain 95%, Secretary.
Did not. You also were creative. You talked about 2 different 95%. We did not involve politics in the decisions. What
about the outcomes, Mr.
Secretary? The court ruling you read was a choice of announcements of some of the awards. The choice of the announcements, not made by our...
Wait for it. He's probably going to say the Biden administration any second now.
No decisions were made on politics. I keep hearing that charge, so it's bullshit. We're going to say it a million times.
Mr. Secretary,
it's not true.
I've got a point of parliamentary procedure. Are we permitting language like that from witnesses?
Watch your language there, Mr. Secretary, but let's keep this.
Will do, sir.
Mr. Secretary, here's the problem with your administration. You're willing to huff and puff when it comes to showing up in front of Congress when your audience of one is paying attention. But the fact of the matter is, my constituents and the constituents of people across this Congress are struggling because of your decisions. And yet you want to use language like that, act out of hand, behave poorly, so you can prove that you have loyalty to the president. That's not how this works. Do your job. Do your job and work to lower costs for the American people.
Yeah.
Instead, you want to pick at statistics instead of working for people in every single state, whether it's a blue state or a red state. So my question for you, as my time is rapidly expiring, when will you restore these grants?
We work every day we've gone overboard for New England, for California, for blue states.
That's not an answer. I'm reclaiming my time. I'm reclaiming my time. That's not an answer. Do you believe that federal grant decisions should be based in any way on how a state's voters cast their ballots in a presidential election?
They shouldn't, and they weren't.
Mr. Secretary, this hearing started with Trump's promise to lower energy costs. Instead, you bloviated. We've got to end this nonsense.
Recognize the gentlelady from South Carolina, Ms. Biggs.
Thank you, Chairman Babin, for holding this hearing today with the Department of Energy. And I would like to thank you, Secretary Wright, for coming to Capitol Hill today to testify. I appreciate your efforts and the steps that you've taken to support the Trump administration to...
Oh, God. Here's another MAGA politician. Get ready to just be gaslit and told a bunch of nonsense. So this lady's probably going to just talk about a bunch of gibberish. Well, let's hear her out.
For American energy dominance. Contrary to my colleagues on the other side, my constituents in South Carolina, they're very grateful for your efforts, and they want to rid the waste, the fraud, and abuse, and they want real, true, meaningful policy to lead America forward. And I can tell you from our veterans and our military members, they understand exactly what's going on and the importance, because if we don't rid the possibility of the nuclear weapons in Iran, nothing else matters. But moving on, I feel like it's an exciting time in the energy landscape right now. American energy independence, it has been restored, while scientific advancement has increased the reliability, safety, and efficiency of a new generation.
It sucks for like every good politician. We got to hear like one of these tools.
Labs play a critical role in innovating these technologies that will propel from energy independence into energy dominance. These 17 labs, the research, they cover a broad range of scientific endeavors that push the boundaries of American research. South Carolina is very proud to host one of these labs, the Savannah River National Lab, at the Savannah River site in Aiken, South Carolina. Their expertise in nuclear waste, the tritium fuel cycle, and national security provides our state a wealth of expertise that make them invaluable. They are one of the largest nuclear workforces in the United States.
Hey, Alec probably listened to this lady thinking everything she's saying is all true, LOL.
I also serve on Homeland Security, so that's an important aspect. Secretary Wright, can you tell us the importance of the Savannah River site to the energy security and national security of the United States?
Savannah River National Lab, an absolute gem. The humans there, the research and work that's been done there, the technologies there, and the land and resources for the future of our nuclear renaissance. All of the ingredients are in Savannah National Lab. Most of its work, of course, was in fission energy, which is what we're starting a renaissance right now, but it leads the nation in addition in tritium production, the essential fuel for fusion as well. So yeah, Savannah River National Labs is and reprocessing of fuels. So many of the things that we did 50 years ago, we stopped doing, but we need to do for our renaissance in fission and fusion. Those technologies are pioneered, and many of them are still practiced and operating at Savannah River National Lab. So we would have a slower progress in getting an American nuclear renaissance going, if not for Savannah River National Labs. My only disappointment with Savannah River National Labs is the fantastic director there, Johnny Green, and I are both Denver Nuggets fans, and we thought we were going to the championship this year, and we're disappointed in that. But Johnny and I are aligned in what goes on at that labs and the role it can play, not just in the laboratory, but in the commercial evolution and growth again of nuclear power.
Thank you. Can you tell me how Congress can support the Department of Energy to secure American energy dominance for our children and for our grandchildren?
Well, one thing that was brought up earlier too is permitting reform. We'd love to get a permitting reform bill, because to build new energy production plants, to build new manufacturing plants, to build big things in America, we've made it very hard these last 20 or 30 years. We made it very hard to build big things in America. We need to be able to build.
Well, maybe if Trump wasn't illegally tearing down the White House, we wouldn't have to build anything at all.
In America today, and continued support for the nuclear renaissance. A lot of Trump administration has driven enormous progress there. In my opening statement, in June 4th, we had the first non-light water reactor go critical, the first reactor in over 40 years in the United States. We'll probably have 2 more of those before July 4. So nuclear's got...
It's like, you're giving us a ballroom nobody asked for. Like, nowhere in my lifetime, and I guarantee you, everyone in the chat, nowhere in your lifetime have you ever like stopped and thought, like, you know what we need? We need a giant ballroom. Like, nobody needed a ballroom. And then he's like trying to like build some kind of like a Hitler arch
forward. And I think to keep your attitude, your view that more energy is a positive, and that's technologies with 80 years of safe record. We should believe in those technologies and we should lean in on them. Support for the National Lab, support for the Genesis mission that's going to allow us to drive nuclear costs down and build plants faster and cheaper. Continue doing what you're doing is so helpful, and it will matter for all Americans for our energy future.
Thank you so much, and I yield back.
Thank you.
The woman yields. I'd like to recognize Representative McBride.
Hey, Kevin, thank you for your comment, but it sounds like you're complaining, LOL.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to you and Ranking Member Lofgren for holding this hearing, and thank you, Mr. Secretary, for joining us. In the last few months, President Trump has given the world a masterclass on what energy insecurity looks like. President Trump's war in Iran has shown us that energy security cannot mean dependence on a single fuel source. It cannot mean dependence on one supply chain, and it cannot mean dependence on one region of the world. It seems every other country is learning that lesson except for us. In January, at the World Economic Forum, President Trump told the world that he hasn't, quote, been able to find any wind farms in China, and said China sells wind turbines to, quote, the stupid people that buy them, but they don't use them themselves. Secretary Wright, have you or anyone in your department been able to find any wind turbines in China?
We haven't looked.
You haven't looked. Well, it seems like the president apparently has explored all 3.6 million square miles of China and apparently declared at Davos that China isn't using any wind turbines. As I mentioned, the president said that stupid people buy them. You've articulated increasing the energy supply here in the United States and our energy exports. I assume that includes wind from your perspective, yes?
For all energy sources that are affordable, reliable, and secure. To me, it's just about math. I don't have a technology I love and a technology I hate. It's just about the math.
So does that include wind?
Its contribution to...
Hey, what's up, Eker? How you doing?
So far has not been so good, but are there going to be areas or applications where wind makes sense? I suspect there are. We just wanted to get rid of the subsidies and get rid of the tilted playing field. But energy sources that can compete economically and get better human lives, I'm for all those.
So I'll take that as you believe that wind should be part of our portfolio.
Again, it's about we've only seen wind where it was subsidized and it was mandated. So we forced a lot of wind power to be built in the United States. Its net impact has been upward on electricity prices because it's not dispatchable. It's just...
Yeah, Trump hates windmills because all his billionaire oil tycoon buddies, the windmills are against their best interests. So that's why Trump hates windmills, because he's a crook. He wants to take all the money.
Cold front that sits there, the wind doesn't blow. If you're not there at peak demand, you don't matter to our electricity grid.
So
Trump doesn't care about the environment or anybody but himself.
Note then, do you believe that the United States should not be playing in the global renewable marketplace when it comes to wind then? China is. Other countries seem to be buying. Whether you think or the president thinks those countries are stupid, they're buying from China. Do you think we should be selling wind turbines to other countries too, producing them here and selling them to other countries?
I'm for growing American industry and businesses, but you're talking a lot about wind. Let's just give the numbers real quick.
Windmills make money and they create jobs. Like all the companies, all the electricians that they get renewable energy. Like once they put it up, it's a done deal. That bad boy will be running for like 200 years. Maybe you gotta lube it up every once in a while. Gotta lube it up every once in a while, like the MAGA cult members do with their YMCA song and their Trump poster.
5% of global energy. And if you look at the nations that have been big in wind, they lead the world in the most expensive electricity prices, which is all the nations of Northwest Europe. They're the wind powerhouses. They have the most expensive electricity on the planet.
Well, the president himself complained about other countries buying wind from China. He called them stupid, but he admitted they are buying wind from China. So do you think we should cede this marketplace to China?
I don't believe we should cede any marketplaces to China.
Okay, well, unfortunately, the actions of this administration are undermining our capacity to compete with China in this marketplace. You've not only cut hundreds of clean energy projects, you've also eliminated the very incentives that help to spur this industry here in the United States that would allow us to compete with China. So why are you letting China win in this global economic battle?
She said remove the incentive. So 34 years of subsidy for wind weren't enough to get an infant industry off its feet and going. The 34 years, to me, if you can't compete without subsidies after 34 years, your industry doesn't work.
Let's be clear. You're not opposed to subsidies for energy producers. You're just opposed to subsidies for renewable energy producers because the fossil fuel industry gets a ton of money from our government.
It does not. Please tell me what those subsidies are. I'm not aware of them.
They are getting a ton of investments. They're getting a ton of tax incentives. They're getting a ton of breaks. They are getting a windfall. The executives are getting a windfall while the American people pay the price right now with the increase in gas prices. There are a ton of policies. There is a ton of funding. There is a ton of tax incentives that are going to fossil fuel companies. And so you are fine.
That's not true.
You are fine. That is
Tell me what they are. Tell me what they are.
There are absolutely.
What are they?
You are the one answering questions here. You know for a fact that there are tax incentives that are going to fossil fuel companies. You know for a fact that that industry has been subsidized in the past. And
ooh, coming through with the facts. The truth hurts, huh, MAGA? The MAGA fans out there. That's the truth right there. It's the fact of the matter.
by this government, by the actions of our government, it's
a conflict of interest, just like everything else Donald Trump does. He was trying to take $10 billion away from the IRS.
The renewable energy industry to get the same opportunities as the
and Trump's over there getting gold bars. Like, remember Trump had a gold bar on the Resolute desk at the White House. It was like a bribe from some like dictator from some country. And speaking of the Resolute desk, Trump stole the Resolute desk. It's at Mar-a-Lago.
Industry. You're playing winners and losers, and you're picking winners and losers.
Time's expired.
Thank you.
Statement's false. I'm happy to. We should discuss it further together. We could discuss that one-on-one.
I'd like to recognize Dr. Kennedy from Utah.
Chair Babin, thank you for the time. Secretary Wray, thank you for being here. We appreciate your willingness to sit for long periods of time and take these questions from us. Utah is an all of the above energy state. We're very invested in oil, gas, coal, renewables, powering this fast growing state of mind and strengthening America's energy security, which I know you and President Trump are focused on. We're also heavily invested in bringing nuclear power onto the grid and supporting critical minerals, mining, and processing.
All right, guys, just a heads up. This guy's a MAGA meat writer right here, so everything he's going to say is nothing but bogusness. But we'll hear him out and call him out on all his lies.
Investments in responsible energy development, innovation, and grid reliability will ensure Utah remains a key contributor to meeting our nation's energy needs while fostering the economic growth we both want. China currently dominates the global critical mineral supply chain, accounting for approximately 60% of global rare earth mining production and 92% of refining and processing capacity, which disturbs me and you. This administration has made clear that expanding domestic critical mineral production is a national priority in order to reduce our dependence on strategic competitors and strengthen America's economic and national security. What steps is the department taking to accelerate domestic mining, processing, and permitting efforts of what is currently being done to make use of such critical deposits of crucial minerals such as the Silicon Ridge mine in Utah?
Yes. To give one data point at the start, the average time from
I could already tell the guy's a MAGA loyalist just the way he responded. He's like, yes. These guys are a bunch of creeps. No wonder they crash the Grindr app everywhere they go.
To a mine open in the United States right now is 29 years.
Total nonsense.
Just no wonder we ceded all critical minerals production and processing to China. America is a mining powerhouse, or we used to be. We have tremendous resources, including incredible copper mine and other resources in your own state. You cannot have a modern world without these minerals and materials. So by squelching that in the United States and just pushing that abroad, we thought that was fine, but it wasn't fine. And China has used that leverage, as you know as well as I do recently, over us. They cut off the supply of things we need for our systems. So we created at the Department of Energy
Oh yeah. Hey, what's up, FT? Yeah, it's 4:20 right now, actually. Yeah, I got a smoke for this. In order to listen to this MAGA politician, I got some hippie lettuce to listen to this guy. I mean, he's blowing so much smoke. I might as well blow some smoke myself.
Minerals and Energy Innovation Office. It's one of our bigger offices. We are focused on working with existing miners about how to either advance the mining they're doing, take coal tailings and get critical minerals out of them, restart, for example, this gold antimony mine in Idaho, other ideas in Utah. We're working with companies that want to build processing of rare earth elements here, fabrication of the systems that use these things. It is probably our single biggest focused effort. launching a nuclear renaissance and critical minerals. Those are the two biggest commercial efforts at the Department of Energy.
I and my state join you in that, and I'm excited about White Mesa Energy Fuels and their capacity to refine. They're the only operating refinery in the country at this point. So I also want to thank you for your vision on nuclear life cycle innovation on the campus to support the research, development, and demonstration activities that are related to the nuclear life cycle. Utah's applied to host this campus in Tooele County, and I believe Utah is ideally suited for this given the research institutions that are nearby, as well as the skilled workforce and our willingness on a state and federal level to invest in that. Can you provide us with an update on the process of establishing the Nuclear Life Cycle Innovation Campus?
Yes, the quick background, the U.S. made a commitment that the federal government would take spent fuel from reactors, and we were supposed to have done this almost 30 years ago. And we did it, I think, in the wrong way by imposing it on the state of Nevada, for example. It's going to be here. You have to accept that. As you know, we've gone a very different direction and said, who wants to?
All they got to do is just tap into Trump's diaper. I'm sure they'll be able to tap some nuclear energy out of that. A couple kilowatts.
This full fuel cycle, nuclear life cycle innovation campuses, 28 states responded. That just warms my heart. Like, this is a win. The nuclear renaissance is real. There's a lot of jobs and technology that are coming from it. It's a process going on. I think we already did leak that Utah's application was particularly outstanding.
I hope so.
Utah, the people, the government, the business climate, the land, the public support, pretty tremendous state for the future of the nuclear renaissance. And obviously we're working right now with Utah to see if we can finalize an agreement to work together for one of these nuclear life cycle innovation campuses. So I don't know what's going to happen with that, but I can say without reservation, Utah will be a major player in the future of nuclear energy, in the future of geothermal energy, in the future of oil production, the future of gas production, the future of coal production. Utah is a energy powerhouse.
We're within all those levels of state legislative.
I mean, if you think about it, like Trump says, I like when Trump says, think about it. Yeah, think about it. You know, whenever he says that, he's just going to be going a rant about a bunch of crazy nonsense. But if you think about it, Trump's spewing out crap from both sides of his body.
The bodies are very invested in that. My last question is the Utah is key to unlocking the nuclear fusion energy efforts. With the materia and beryllium mine at Spore Mountain, a site near Delta, commercial fusion companies are projecting that they'll be able to deliver electrons in early 2030. How is DOE supporting that timeline?
We are all in on fusion. We just released our roadmap to fusion in America. It's a combined effort between our national labs and our research and a growing number of commercial companies and commercial capital. We are all in to bring fusion electrons to the grid as fast as we can.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. I'd like to recognize a gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Subramanian.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Secretary, for joining us today. I appreciate the time. So I'm going to bring a little bit of old news, but you tweeted in March that the U.S. Navy had successfully...
All right, so we're officially halfway through. This one's a long one, guys, so appreciate everyone that's hanging out, sharing your opinions. This is a cool watch party. I'm having a good time. Thanks to you guys. Appreciate everyone that's in here sharing your opinions, and please hit the like button. So we're officially halfway through, and I must say it's been interesting, and I look forward to watching the rest of it. So we still got like an hour and a half left. All right, let's go.
Oil tanker through the Strait of Hormuz to ensure oil remains flowing to the global markets. Was that true?
No, that was an error. It was not tweeted by me, but it was by my team that misunderstood something I said, but I take responsibility for it.
What did you say to the team that they misunderstood?
I gave a talk in Colorado about the state of energy and what was going on in the Strait of Hormuz. I said we will restore flows of oil to the Strait of Hormuz using the U.S. Navy.
Oh, yeah, what up? Hey, what up, Bug 101? Hey, good to see you. Hey, what's up, Travis, Renee, Robert, Maria, what's happening? Eker, FT, Ofty, Sunny, what up, y'all? All right, let's see what this guy, the guy that's talking right now. I'm not sure. I don't know who this is, but let's find out.
Sincerely, makes this honest mistake. But the reason I bring that up is because yesterday you just said that this.
Oh, okay. This guy's a good guy. This guy will actually ask questions that benefit the American people. So, yeah, this is a good guy.
Traffic was rising very meaningfully. Is that true? And what does meaningfully mean to you?
That is true. We are not talking overly about it, but this is using the U.S. military to increase flows of oil out of the Strait of Hormuz, and things are going well.
I'd like to talk a little bit more detail, though, at least more than the word meaningfully. Like, what would you consider meaningful? Like, are we talking about many ships? Are we talking about one ship? Because the I'm a Port Watch seems to indicate that it hasn't actually increased meaningfully.
That would be incorrect. That data would be incorrect.
Okay, so you have meaningful. You have.
Oh yeah, pretty much. Yeah, anything Trump does, it turns to crap. I mean, look at his son. He got an insider. He got a $600 million contract, like a drone contract with the Pentagon, which is illegal.
Shows
they don't even hide their corruption anymore.
And a significant increase in the number of ships going through the Strait of Hormuz that would supply the rest of the world with oil.
That's correct.
And these are not Iranian ships. These are ships that would supply us and our allies with oil. But you can't go into detail about exactly how many or what meaning.
No, I ate my snacks already. I had some Cracker Jacks and some mangoes and a Gatorade. But I'm having a coffee right now.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then you also said that gas under $3 a gallon may not happen until next year. Do you still stand by that statement?
I shouldn't be in the business of making energy price predictions or predictions of any prices in the future. But the Strait of Hormuz will reopen and energy flows will grow.
Well, if they never would have done the illegal Iran war in the first place, the Hormuz would have never even needed to be reopened. It would have just been open, like it always has been.
Prices will come down.
Right, I guess, but a lot of people want to know when.
The funny thing about the strait being closed is fertilizer goes through there as well. So what a lot of the MAGA cult members don't realize is that they're replacing, they're substituting soy with fertilizer over here, So technically all the MAGA cult members are soy boys.
It's going to happen, right? And I think you said it yourself that under $3 would probably happen next year, not this year. And so I just again want to know what you think. Do you still stand by a statement like that?
Again, not gonna engage in those predictions. I will say the policies of this administration, on balance, are going to drive the price of energy down, and the previous administration, their policies, on balance, drove the prices of energy up. So we're at least we have the forces aligned to push energy down. The only offset to that is we decided it was completely unacceptable for this Iranian regime to have a nuclear weapon, and that to achieve that mission has caused short-term disruption.
So would you agree that to get gas under $3, we need to end the Iran war?
We need to get the flow of oil fully restored through the Strait of Hormuz.
So yes, you would agree that the Iran war would.
What you need is fully to have flows uninhibited, not meaningfully inhibited flows of energy from the Strait of Hormuz. That is a necessary condition.
Okay, I'm going to move on to a different topic. So you also said that data centers lower utility bills, not raise them. Do you still stand by that statement?
Yes, on balance, they are the biggest force we have right now to stop the rise of electricity prices and ultimately to drive them down. Yes.
What if I told you that I represent more data centers than any other member of Congress, and data centers have actually doubled our energy costs? So what do you think of that?
I would. They've been developed data centers in your area for a long time. So, but were data centers the driver of a doubling in the real cost of energy?
Yes.
I would say that.
I would say continue to actually increase our energy costs. I can show you my utility bill, anywhere from 25% to 200% increases in our utility bills only because of data centers. So we're not taking into consideration other increases in data center and energy costs because of other things.
the Trump administration has been in power for 16 months. The ratepayer protection pledge and all the deals we have done with data centers are going to put downward pressure on electricity prices. Data centers
the ratepayer protection
5 years ago or 20 years ago.
It's not voluntary though, so they don't actually have to protect ratepayers unless they want to. Is that correct?
They have it is not in law yet, but I've not seen any violations of the spirit of that agreement for data center development happening during this administration.
I'll tell you why they went up is because they made us, the ratepayers, pay for the transmission infrastructure for those data centers. And so that's something that needs to be considered when you're talking about data centers. The last thing is,
I agree with that.
Do you agree that diesel generators are a solution to our electricity shortage?
They are emergency solutions, and they saved hundreds of lives in the state of Florida at the end of January. Running backup diesel generators, absolutely. When you need them, you should run them.
They're very noisy and they're cause a lot of pollution, and people hate them in my district too. So I'll go back. Thank you.
Gentleman yields. Like to recognize a gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Van Epps.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Secretary Wright, for your testimony. Under the Biden administration, American energy was crippled by green policies.
Oh my goodness. I already know, without even seeing this guy's face or knowing his name, I already know he's a big time MAGA orange ball licker. He opened up his statement with the Biden administration. What a clown.
Environments and progressive special interest groups. Coal, natural gas, and hydro-powered electricity plants were at risk of closure, tracking us toward a massive energy shortfall. This anti-growth mindset prevented us from harnessing America's abundance, leading to energy scarcity and rendering us dependent on foreign nations for energy. Under the Trump administration and Secretary Wright's leadership, we have reversed course. The DOE has taken decisive action to initiate an American nuclear renaissance. We are reshoring American-made supply chains for critical minerals, aligning energy policy with U.S. national security, and reducing U.S. dependence on foreign supply chains. Instead of shuffling taxpayer dollars toward unreliable intermittent energy projects, this administration is prioritizing the protection of our energy infrastructure as we face sustained cybersecurity threats from foreign adversaries like China and Iran. The president's FY27 budget request establishes
Hey, what's up, Julian Fry? Good to see you.
And secures the golden era of energy dominance by ensuring access to abundant, reliable, and affordable energy. Secretary Wright, as you know, our critical infrastructure faces mounting threats, including our energy systems. According to a recent North American Electric Reliability Corporation report, power grid asset owners and operators have expressed growing concerns around unmanned aircraft systems attacks. Last year, the Nuclear Regulatory Commission noted that nuclear power plant security forces lack authority to interdict or shoot down drones. I introduced the bill yesterday to authorize critical infrastructure operators to detect, track, and neutralize unauthorized drones operating over protected sites. The bill gives the Secretary of Homeland Security, in consultation with the Secretary of Energy, the ability to determine which...
Hey, you guys ever watch that comedian from the 90s? His name was Bill Hicks. But I remember he had a good joke about, because he was around the Gulf War. So he had a joke about George Bush and Saddam Hussein and his alleged weapons of mass destruction. So he's like, he compared like Bush to like a Western movie, like they're about to have like a duel. So he throws the gun on the ground and he's like, pick it up, pick it up.
Structure facilities need these authorities. Secretary, what work is DOE's Office of Cybersecurity, Energy Security, and Emergency Response doing to protect energy systems from drone threats, and to what extent would providing commercial energy system operators authorization to neutralize unauthorized drone threats support DOE's ongoing work in this area?
So, Representative, you raise a key issue. Drones are just massively expanding around the world for many applications, but as a threat to our energy infrastructure, absolutely true. Drones fly over our national...
Oh, nice. That's what's up. That's what's up, Julian Fry.
They fly over critical energy infrastructure. In fact, I was out in California at the returning on of a legacy oil field that California crazily, foolishly had stopped producing for 12 years. It's in federal waters. It's producing oil, and the processing facilities right on shore have drones flying overhead. So is that a real issue? Absolutely, it's a real issue. And we are working across the agency with the National Security Administration, with other Department of the Interior about how do we address this threat? What's the best way to respond to it? I love your engagement in it and your passionate knowledge about it. So we definitely want to work with you and across the agencies about, hey, the world's changed. How are we going to change our policies? How are we going to stop this growing threat?
Thank you, sir. I was glad to see that the DOE reorganization resulted in the creation of the Office of Critical Minerals and Energy Innovation, which you talked about a little bit earlier. Critical minerals and rare earths support key technologies such as EV batteries, semiconductors, and rare earth magnets. Secretary, can you expound on you just got?
Hey, you guys remember the movie Aaron Brockovich starring Julia Roberts? Yeah, if that were to happen today, if Aaron Brockovich were to do what she did today, they would probably call her like a leftist lunatic or something.
But the ongoing work the Department's Office of Critical Minerals and Energy Innovation is doing to advance our domestic minerals processing capabilities, and what are the primary roadblocks to building back our domestic minerals processing capabilities?
Guy, I mean, the roadblocks is over the last few decades, we've just exported so much of this expertise and equipment. We just haven't opened many mines in the U.S. in a long time. We have mining technology. The leading mining companies often are American. They mine all over the world. So we have the know-how, but we need to bring that supply chain, that equipment, and that trained personnel back into the United States to get these mines going. We do have existing mines, obviously, so a lot of our effort is you've got an existing coal mine, you've got a tailings pine there, it's got critical rare earths in it. How can we work with you to bring technology out of our labs to deploy, to harvest those rare earth elements right there in that existing mine? We're working with others to reopen existing mines. Critical as well as processing. When we have one rare earth element mine in the United States for a long time out in California. It mines the ore and it sends it to China and they process it there. So working with that as well to develop the processing of
the Magas would have turned in Anne Frank.
United States, mine that ore here, process it here, turn it into magnets, fabrication and manufacturing here. We've got a lot of private sector partners in this as well. There's a lot of private capital flowing into this space, but it's because we are willing to make different decisions. We're willing to do the things like setting price floors that'll give businesses the economic incentive to restore these industries to our country.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your leadership. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Like to recognize the Representative Gillen from New York.
Thank you, Chairman.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Secretary, for being here today. Secretary Wright, Nassau County residents in my district on the South Shore of Long Island are facing record costs, more than 32% above the national average. That includes rising energy costs. Long Islanders pay some of the highest electricity rates in the nation, and power costs have risen 20% since January. We should do everything possible to lower costs, and that includes supporting clean energy, tax credits, and embracing renewables. Secretary, I'd like to work together with an all-of-the-above approach to help reduce energy costs and make life more affordable for people on Long Island. And for this reason, like you, I support the Nessie Natural.
He's probably going to propose bringing back 3 Mile Island or something.
Blend project to increase energy supply and drive down costs in my district. Secretary Wright, what kind of cost savings can Nassau County and Long Island families expect to see from this project? And can you confirm on the record when they'll see them?
Well, the Nessie pipeline, last I heard Representative Gillen, I think it will be ready not in time for this winter, but it will be ready for next winter, the winter of 27, 28. Number one, as you know, and I share your passion for driving down energy prices everywhere. It's so important. I can hear in your voice. That's fantastic. And I do want to work with you, whatever the route to lower the electricity costs for people in Nassau County. They're going to have better lives. They're going to have more job opportunities, and they're going to do it. The Nessie pipeline is a big deal for sure, because as you know, when it gets cold, natural gas gets diverted just to home heating because that's the highest use, and it gets starved from the electricity plants. So they have to burn oil, which is much more expensive and much dirtier to burn. Let's have an abundant supply of natural gas, which is cheaper and cleaner. That'll help drive down electricity prices. and families in older just communities that were developed a long time ago. New York's been one of our original 13 colonies. If you convert home fuel oil heating in your homes in Nassau County to natural gas heating, and we can supply reliable natural gas to you, that's something like $1,500 a year savings. So very significant, dramatic cost reductions. I will tell you, President Trump, myself, and the administration, we want to drive energy costs down everywhere we can, all 50 states. And I have worked probably at...
Is that right? You don't say. Then how come everything's doubled in price? All the energy costs double in price.
Much of my time in Democrat governed states as Republican governed states, frankly, I don't care. I'm here for all 340 million Americans, and I share your passion.
Thank you. Well, I do believe bringing back some of those green energy rebates will also help drive down costs as well. Secretary, as I mentioned, skyrocketing utility bills in my district. And a recent report in our local paper Newsday detailed how elderly, disabled, and low-income Long Islanders are struggling to pay their utility bills and having their power shut off. Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to submit the article from Newsday into the record.
So ordered.
So I think it's a mistake that the budget request proposes zeroing out funding for the Weatherization Assistance Program, which is a program that helps low-income households lower their energy costs and saves them 20% a year in New York. Secretary, how does the Department of Energy plan to bring down utility bills and help families save on household energy costs?
Yes, again, lots of mechanisms. One of the things we're working on, you mentioned the Nessie pipeline. We're also very passionate about bringing the Constitution pipeline, another pipeline that would go into upstate New York and ultimately supply gas to New England. The largest source of electricity in New York by far is natural gas. And if you can bring more gas and cheaper gas, and as you probably also know, that the local oversight board in New York has rated the capacity as critical, meaning very close to blackouts, and which also limits job opportunities and growth in New York. So we want to bring more energy into New York. We want to see nuclear power get going in New York. I'd love to restart the Indian Point nuclear facility that was closed not too far from your district. That should come back on. If we can build the Constitution pipeline and add generating capacity to the state of New York, you can drive down energy prices. The last thing I'll say is there's a movement in New York and elsewhere to drive heating to electrify heating. You can't burn natural gas, you've got to electrify your heating. That electricity is coming from natural gas at a power plant. It's much more expensive to do heating electrically than it is straight combustion, particularly of low-cost natural gas. So if you can stand in the way or push back against electrifying heating, that will lower costs as well. Many ways to do it, and let's continue that dialogue.
Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. I'd like to recognize Mr. Fallo from California.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for being here today. I'm encouraged by your work to strengthen America's scientific leadership, energy security, and technological competitiveness. I also want to thank you for coming to California last week to meet with our local leaders and energy producers. Your visit underscores the importance of ensuring America and California has reliable, affordable, domestically produced energy. And as you know, you started your career in Kern County. The Central Valley is over 70% of California's in-state oil and gas production. We are the energy production capital of California. Unfortunately, our state is facing a self-inflicted energy crisis. Bureaucracy has hampered new oil and gas permits. California has lost significant refining capacity, with additional refineries and critical pipeline infrastructure now at risk of closure. California once produced 40% of America's oil. Today, it produces 2% and imports 60% of its oil from overseas. During your visit, you clearly saw firsthand how state policies have discouraged domestic energy production while increasing reliance on imported foreign sources of oil, creating serious energy and national security concerns for a state that is home to 30 military installations and serves as our nation's gateway to the Pacific. Two questions. From DOE's perspective, what are the national security risks associated with increased reliance on imported oil with California's declining domestic production? And beyond your direct authorities, what coordination mechanisms are in place or what could be strengthened between Department of Energy, Department of War, Department of Interior, and EPA to identify and accelerate opportunities to increase reliable energy production as well as oil and gas production in California?
thank you, Representative Fong, as a pro-energy and an energy knowledgeable representative in a state that sort of lost its way in energy policy. You play a valuable role, a very valuable role in the United States' most populous state. Not only is California the most populous state, but we have more military installations in California than anywhere else. Something like 30 military installations, of course, served by great Californians that are there to defend our country. But yet the energy that comes to those military bases, as you said, over 60% of it is oil imported from overseas. Only a tiny percent from California. California has resisted pipeline interconnection with the rest of the country. Its other supply of oil is oil coming down from Alaska. That's American oil and coming down our own coastline. I feel much better about that. But the oil that's coming from the Middle East, that's coming from
Terry probably has the Trump Bible.
I mean, who's our greatest geopolitical foe these days, right? God bless, we never go to war, never have conflict with China, but that's our greatest risk, our greatest threat. And the supply chain for California in our military bases comes from Asia. That is clearly risky. And then, of course, think of our forward bases in Hawaii and Guam and throughout the South Pacific. We supply those right now directly from Asia, from foreign suppliers. California has incredible energy resources underground and incredibly energy savvy people, capital. It was an energy powerhouse. If we can restore that, not only can we supply secure energy to our 30 bases in California, we can supply Hawaii and Guam and our forward bases in Asia from California. That's the way it should be done. That's the way it should be done. If you believe in American security, American affordability, and higher standards of living for the Americans living in California.
So as you and Secretary Burgum work through the National Energy Dominance Council to advance policies and projects that increase domestic oil and gas production and expand reliable baseload power generation, what steps is the Department of Energy taking today or to ensure the necessary support infrastructure is in place? Specifically, how is the DOE addressing grid capacity, transmission pipelines, refining capacity, and other critical energy infrastructure so that future energy production can be brought online efficiently, reliably, and securely, particularly in states like California, where infrastructure constraints are increasingly limiting energy production, investment, and development?
Yeah, so we are in dialogue with many businesses in California. Our Energy Dominance Financing Office, a loan program, is there to provide capital for people that are going to build energy infrastructure, that are going to increase supply and lower prices and increase security. So again, that's all 50 states. Will do that anywhere and everywhere. Unfortunately, as you know, the business climate to build real infrastructure in California is very difficult. And boy, what the net result of that. I lived in 19 years in the state of California, just spectacular state, great people, great everything, but it has the highest adjusted poverty rate of any state in the nation. To me, that's how you can see the ruinous, expensive energy policies. They just flow downhill and they export businesses. They raise costs for consumers, but they reduce jobs, particularly for low to moderate income workers. So getting your energy system right is just essential to your economy, particularly for the lower half of the economic spectrum in your state. Thank you for fighting tirelessly for that. We're partners forever on that.
Thank you. Well, I thank you for your leadership. I look forward to the continued partnership to help California solve our state's energy crisis. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Like to recognize Mr. Whitesides from California for 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Wright, let's start with some common ground. I'm over here.
Sorry.
Hi. As electricity demand surges, the fastest way to expand capacity is getting more out of the transmission system that we've already built. Reconductoring existing lines with advanced conductors increases capacity, improves reliability, and in wildfire-prone districts like mine, reduces fire risk. While these projects make long-term economic sense, upfront costs remain a barrier for utilities. We do support additional tax incentives for advanced conductor technologies to help utilities move these projects forward faster. And what does Congress need to do to clear the remaining obstacles?
So devil's in the details of the policy, so I probably should be cautious on that. But I love in principle what you're saying. I absolutely believe reconductoring is a great way where you've already got right of way, you've already got lines to increase throughput and capacity on that. It is one of the larger things we are lending money from our Energy Dominance
Hey, remember when Trump was saying that, like, for the conductors there was like this beautiful glass? I'm an electrician. There's no glass in the conductors, Trump.
Office to do reconductoring.
Great.
So I agree with you 100%. That's a good investment in energy infrastructure.
Okay, I want to turn to, great, and we've got a bill on that. Look forward to working with you on that. Turning to hydrogen, I'm disappointed by the decision to cancel the Arches Hydrogen Hub, despite independent technical reviews ranking it as the highest scoring proposal nationwide. Walking away from hydrogen, I believe, has severe national security implications. China, Japan, Europe are all investing many tens of billions of dollars because they see hydrogen as a strategic industrial technology. In my politically diverse district, California's 27th, local leaders from both parties enthusiastically support
Hey, what's up, madam?
Hydrogen as one of the industries and fuel sources of the future. It's not unusual for new energy technologies to take investment at the front end to yield results at scale. For example, you're investing in early stage geothermal and new forms of nuclear, which I support.
What's up, Robert? What's up, madam? What's up, Renee? Long hair hippie, Eker. What up, Nicolay, Biff? What up, y'all?
What could be done to make hydrogen an important part of our energy future? And does the administration support working with Congress to preserve a financeable pathway for electrolytic hydrogen production?
So, look, as a career energy guy, I've been in and around the hydrogen space for some time. And one correction, so hydrogen isn't an energy source, it's a store of energy. It takes more energy to create hydrogen that is liberated when you use hydrogen. So it's essentially, it's a bigger battery.
Okay, you got 30 seconds for your answer, so just like whatever the highlight is the key part for me.
So the problem of hydrogen hubs in California is expensive electricity to go into them. The proposal was to use renewable electricity on the grid to create
Which is the cheapest form of energy now, technically. Sunshine, daylight sunshine is the cheapest form of energy available to humans, a word that you like using a lot today. And that is an incontrovertible fact, Mr. Secretary. Is it a fact?
It is true.
It is not a fact. The truth is that the cheapest form on a per unit basis right now is daytime solar. Is that not true?
It depends how you do it.
It doesn't depend.
But
it is true.
It is not. The utilization is too low for it. You can't deploy capital and only have 24% utilization.
You are amazingly misleading the American public. The cheapest form of energy right now is daytime solar on a per unit basis.
Hey, I just figured out who this guy reminds me of. Chris Wright, the Secretary of Energy. He kind of sounds like him too. Well, check it out. That's him. That's the Secretary of Energy right here. At least this guy would probably know what he's doing.
Until you measure
it does not depend.
Rational rate of measurement of
Mr. Secretary, let's look at the structural reality of the current conflict in Iran. And I'm really disappointed with your answer because that is not true. And I depend on you for facts, and you are a factual person.
You have to define the question.
It's my time. The war in Iran has achieved two devastating own goals against American interests. Number one, it's weaponized global energy prices against American citizens, driving up inflation to 4.2% as of this morning and costing Americans somewhere between $50 and $150 billion. But second, equally important, it's handed China a strategic advantage. This crisis has proved China can aggressively reduce its reliance on foreign petroleum, cutting imports by 3 to 4 million barrels a day. Here's the point I want to make. If our strategy traps us in the energy system of the last century.
Yeah, with this Trump administration, it's pretty much like the Jerry Springer show every day, or like a Simpsons episode.
Accelerates our competitors' transition to the energy system of the future, then we are making a grand strategic error, which the American public and our children will rightly condemn. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. I'd like to recognize the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Herodopoulos. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Secretary, for being here today. And I'm always interested in the politics in this place. Playing politics with energy is never the smart thing to do, because as we recall during the Biden years, they actually took 40% of our strategic oil reserves in an attempt to lower prices because their policies were failing. And I'll just remind people of some of the failed policies: LNG delay, Keystone Pipeline destroyed. They were against fracking until they were trying to win Pennsylvania. Oil leases delayed. And the great news is that with your leadership, we're at.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Family Guy. That's a good one. Hey, by the way, who is this guy? Where did this guy come from? This dude's a trip right here. What the hell?
Expanding our potential energy footprint so that we have more supply, because the way you reduce prices is actually increase supply. And the semantics that are being played today are typical Washington, D.C. games. And it's frustrating because our goal is to reduce the cost of energy. And as you know, throughout 2025, gas prices were coming down. That was the good. He's like,
You guys ever watch that show from the 90s called Saved by the Bell? He's like Tamu Zach Morris. He's trying to do the Zach Morris haircut.
The only reason they're up right now is because we have a global threat where a group of crazy people are willing to kill their own citizens to show you how crazy they are and have no respect whatsoever for freedom of the seas. And so, again, the politics are vast. But let me just say this. As a Floridian, we know how important reliable energy is, especially during hurricanes, let alone tropical storms. So when severe weather hits, we want to make sure the electricity actually comes on and it's reliable. So with that, what is the Department of Energy doing to ensure that we have dependable 24/7, not just daylight energy generation and sources like natural gas and nuclear to keep up with demands on the energy grid?
Yes, thank you, Representative Herodopoulos, for those intro remarks, which I agree with entirely. So one of the things...
Not only is he trippy looking, but he said a whole lot of nothing.
In the Obama administration and the Biden administration, they made it very hard raising capital and because of rules from their EPA to build reliable, dispatchable energy sources. Not impossible, but very hard. Florida, I will say, is a state that led the way. Florida and California had similar electricity prices 15 years ago. Today, California's electricity prices are more than twice as high as Florida's electricity prices. And another fact people don't know, Florida produces 20% more electricity than California does. Just common sense. Okay, Florida gets 75% of its electricity from natural gas. If you're going to build from scratch today, that is by far the cheapest way to build dispatchable, affordable electricity. Florida also has nuclear power, also has solar power, which can play a role. I worked in solar technology. I'm not anti-solar. I'm just pro-math. And so Florida in general has done pretty good math and on a relative basis. But of course, it's had recent price rises that would...
Well, I got some news for you, pal. Your math ain't mathin', dude.
Up and reverse.
I think to your point, I mean, what we had taken is not one, it's all in energy solutions work. And depending, of course, what part of the country. Second, of course, I represent Kennedy Space Center. Congressman Whitesides and I actually worked a lot together on space issues. And that said, what are the most important projects underway currently with DOE and NASA so that we can strengthen our position as we have this significant challenge from the Chinese?
Yes, I think that the projects with NASA are exciting. This effort to go to the moon, ultimately build a base on the moon, and we are working with NASA there for energy sources for that. Fuel for ultimately for reactors that'll be operating in space, and for americium to get short term. I got to blanket on the term. I'll be sort of nuclear batteries before we go to reactors. But you're right, exploring, being a leader in space, being a leader on not just in Earth orbit, but in far space, it's not only great for American science innovation and American spirit, but it'll matter for national defense as well. NASA is like our national labs, is a national treasure. And getting NASA as a partner now with private business to drive space forward, I think will bring huge benefits, not just to Florida, but to our country.
Well, I couldn't agree with you more, Mr. Secretary, and I appreciate your candor and your willingness to work with us so we win this new space race. And of course, some of the new technology you speak of right now are going to be things that power us on the moon, and we'll be there in just a few short years. Mr. Chairman, I do have a couple of additions that I'm going to add to the Secretary can answer a little bit later on the record, talking about some issues that are important to our community. And I'll just also mention that, again, this is the politics there is always interesting. I brought up on our last meeting, Mr. Chairman, $27 billion to the quote greenhouse gas reduction fund. And if you look through who got the money, that's a pretty political situation. I hope people can look more closely at that so we can get some of those dollars back to actually transform our grid in a positive way. With that, Mr.
Yeah, it is a situation because the Trump cabal took all the money.
Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you very much. Gentleman yields. I'd like to recognize Mr. Menifee from Texas.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Secretary, for being here today. I'm holding today an article from last year when you testified before the House Committee on Appropriations saying the DOE Secretary lied to Congress, House Dems allege. I know that you've accused multiple members of this committee of being untruthful, so I want to make sure today that we're dealing in facts when we have this conversation. Do you remember in 2025 making a statement saying, you hear all the time in the news that tornadoes are getting worse and hurricanes are worse and floods and droughts and storms, they're more frequent and larger in magnitude, but that is simply untrue. Did you say that, Mr. Secretary?
I'm sure I did.
Okay, and so it's your argument that hurricanes and floods in this country and across the globe are not getting worse.
That's correct. That's what the data shows.
But study after study has shown that human-caused ocean warming has intensified all 11 Atlantic hurricanes in 2024. Climate change made Hurricane Milton hit as a Category 3 instead of a Category 2. I'm from Houston, Texas, and I can walk you through where we've had 500-year storm after storm after storm in the past 7 years.
Wow, so our Secretary of Energy is a climate change denier.
Secretary of Energy, you're telling me today that you don't believe that hurricanes and floods are getting worse in this country.
They just simply aren't. I published that data and stuff written by me. It's in the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change reports. Look at the U.S. hurricane data. We have 125 years of data, no increase in hurricanes, no increase in the average intensity of hurricanes. What you're talking about is these attribution studies, which are just non-scientific. These are things that could happen. Yes,
I want to extend a personal invite to you to come down to Houston, Texas, and to tell the families of the folks who are victims of Hurricane Harvey and the other major storms where flooding hit Houston in a way they had never hit it before, that these floods and hurricanes are not getting worse. Mr. Secretary, I believe you said before, you testified earlier this year that one of the things I do not want to shrink is the investments in basic science because only governments can do that kind of work. Do you remember saying that?
Absolutely.
Houston has flooded catastrophically, repeatedly. Hurricane Harvey in 2017 killed 36 people in Harris County, my county, but more than 100 across the Gulf Coast, and it caused $125 billion in damage. So that would make it one of the most expensive storms in American history. The research that helps us understand why storms like Harvey are getting worse and how communities can prepare lives at the DOE in the Office of Biological and Environmental Research, known as BER. That funds the science that models how...
I remember in the 90s, there was a Hurricane Andrew, and ever since then we've had like all these like crazy like weather phenomenons, you know? I mean, over here in Los Angeles, the weather's all, like it's totally different from like the 80s and the 90s.
Systems intensify and develop actionable predictions of extreme weather, which is how a city like Houston knows where to build its flood barriers and how to harden its infrastructure. Your requested fiscal year 2027 budget cuts that department by 54%, from $854 million to $396 million. That's about $450 million gone. So you believe, and you have stated publicly and testified that you want to fund this research, and we should not be cutting this research because only governments can do that. But BER is exactly that kind of long-term investment. So how does cutting it by more than half align with that commitment?
Our proposed science budget for this year is actually up slightly from what we proposed last year. So we're not cutting our research on science. But of course, you move where dollars get the greatest bang for the buck. With AI, a big thing is of our Genesis mission, we're going to get massively improved ability to track further ahead where hurricanes are going, where weather systems are going. We have enormous money and research going in to get better at understanding these disasters.
Mr. Secretary, that may have been the answer to some question, but it was not the answer to my.
I'm not sure what the cure is for Trump devotion syndrome, otherwise known as TDS. Yeah, Trump devotion syndrome. So it should be studied.
Asking you specifically, does your proposed budget that you sent to politicians,
or actually, who are we kidding? We know the cause of Trump devotion syndrome. It's the orange man himself. He's the reincarnation of Jim Jones. Little Kool-Aid in the Jonestown.
BER funding by 54%.
It does. I mentioned that. I said our total investment in science, you have to prioritize where to allocate dollars.
I'd like to invite you to Houston and explain to people in the Houston area how a supercomputer can ensure that a family in Houston is protected from the next Hurricane Harvey. Let's move on. This is not abstract. The House Appropriations Committee already rejected your BER cut, and they funded it at $800 million. So that's $404 million more than what your agency requested. So Congress is telling you that this cut is wrong. You say you want to work with Congress on these budget levels. Will you commit today to supporting the House Appropriations level for BER?
Absolutely.
Fantastic. I want to talk a little bit about grid security. We have a distinct history with that in the state of Texas because Texans understand what grid failure can mean better than almost anyone. In February 2021, Winter Storm Uri killed at least 245 people in Texas and caused an estimated $195 billion in damage. Now, I know that ERCOT is a separate grid system than the rest of the nation, but there is research that is shared that is important. That grid failure drove those deaths and was a direct result of infrastructure that was not prepared for the stress that it faced. Your own testimony that you provided to us here today says the national grid is experiencing.
Yeah, I think Terry's one of those rogue Elon Musk bots assembled in Indonesia, kind of like Johnny MAGA.
Drain because of retirements of existing generation, data centers, and advanced manufacturing. Those are your words, Secretary. And yet your fiscal year 2027 budget cuts the Office of Cybersecurity, Energy Security, and Emergency Response, CSER, by $30 million. The House Appropriations Committee again rejected your cut and said CSER should stay flat at $190 million.
Jones' time's expired.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Okay. I'd like to recognize the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Harrigan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Secretary, thanks for being here today. Thanks for your testimony, and thank you for the tireless work that you have been doing to create more electrons across our country at a more affordable rate for American families. I truly appreciate it. My constituents appreciate it. And along those lines of effort, I have a couple quick questions for you. The first is, how important are investment tax credits and qualified process expenditures, ITCs and QPEs? How important are those for the
Here's another bloke, another MAGA bloke right here. This guy.
Of new nuclear power?
I think they will be very important for the development of new nuclear power. I've been a lifelong fan of nuclear, came out of the gates in the 1950s strong. We built a lot of nuclear in the United States at good economics, and then we just didn't build any reactors for several decades. The supply chain is atrophied. We've made it slow and expensive to build nuclear in the United States. Fundamentally, it should not be slow and expensive, but that's where we stand today. So as a guy who's a capitalist and doesn't like energy subsidies, I do think that these helpful things in the legislation to get the nuclear ball rolling again, I think they're important and I think they'll be very helpful. And then you'll get a nuclear industry that'll run on itself. I don't believe it'll live on subsidies for 34 years like wind power's done. We need 5 to 10 years to get that nuclear ball rolling.
Absolutely. I totally agree with you. And when utilities construct these new nuclear power plants of whatever variation or generation they might be, how important is it to actually minimize the rate impacts on consumers while still bringing the reliable new energy online?
It's very important. And this is one of and I haven't talked too much about it, but data centers, the investments in them are helpful for a lot of reasons, scientific advancement and all that. They're also going to help us with nuclear, for example. The data center builders will sign long-term offtake agreements at prices that make the nuclear economic, even these early reactors that are built. They carry disproportionately that cost burden of that reactor. That extra power that'll come out of that reactor, which will last for 100 years, will benefit consumers and ratepayers everywhere. But it can be structured to do just what you achieved.
I very much appreciate both of those answers, and I agree. I think both facets of that as it relates to nuclear power are absolutely critical. I mean, we have to do what we need to do on the financing side in order to bring affordable new nuclear power to ratepayers. It's absolutely mission critical for our country, the future of our market economy, the future of our nation's defense, and I'm very glad to hear you say that today. And just taking a moment of a personal explanation, this is exactly why I introduced the Nuclear Rate Stabilization Act. And it's bipartisan legislation that provides new nuclear projects with the same ITC normalization opt-out currently available to other types of projects like battery storage projects, and allows for the QPE credits to actually be sold and transferred to third parties. I think if you take all of these things together, we can lower the costs for consumers. And I think we can also encourage investment and accelerate the deployment of this next generation of nuclear reactors. We have received some very strong support from utilities on this bill, certainly developed.
Hey, this dude's got the he's got the David Pacman haircut.
And other energy stakeholders who recognize the need for new nuclear in the next market economy. But my final question to you is this: would enactment of the Nuclear Rate Stabilization Act with the characteristics that we've described today, would that help you and the Department of Energy achieve its goal of ushering in a new era of American nuclear dominance?
Look, from my understanding, yes. We need help to launch this renaissance. In the long term, we will not need help, but to get the ball moving, and the specific provisions you mentioned, very helpful in launching nuclear renaissance.
Well, myself and my office very much look forward to working with you on making this piece of legislation a reality. Thank you for all of your leadership efforts as it comes to new nuclear across our great nation. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman yields, and I'd like to recognize the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to our witness. I'd just like to try to clear a few things up. Earlier, you'd expressed enthusiasm for the concept of repurposing naval reactors past their end of life for the purpose of commercial power generation.
All right, cool. I like how he's bringing this back up, because earlier in the hearing, he was talking about using like retired nuclear vessels to tap into the electrical grid. These MAGAs, man, do not care whatsoever about the environment.
Startles me because these things are not designed to be refueled. They're, some reactors are in the range of 50 megawatts, which is not a huge amount of power. It seems like as a businessman, this is something you should be able to immediately dismiss. So my question is, could you provide a rough estimate, for the record, provide a rough estimate of the dollars per kilowatt hour levelized cost of electricity?
I like this guy already. In his first opening statement, he already debunked the guy's fantasy of like tapping in retired nuclear vessels. Oh my goodness. Yeah, 50 kilowatt hours. These guys don't do no research or no math. Just calling him out on his bogusness.
For reusing reactors. You don't have to respond. Just yes, would you commit to doing that? You don't have to put
I've never looked at the issue before, but
don't put a lot of work into it. But
I know where you're going.
You could rapidly conclude this is not a sensible concept. Let's see. You've also eliminated a large fraction of your scientific advisory committees. So how do you decide, for example, how to split your investment between, say, inertial confinement fusion and magnetic confinement fusion without that expertise? People have spent their careers doing this, getting together in committees and actually looking at the hard issues for each of these technologies. How do you sensibly spend the taxpayers' money after having eliminated that expertise from your advisory councils?
I'm not sure exactly what you're referring to there. We engage with the fusion expertise in our administration.
Heat map, all of the advisory councils are some of them that were eliminated, as a part of a general rejection of expertise across the administration, frankly. So how do you operate and make these crucial decisions? Because, if you put a bunch of money into things that are not going to work, either commercially or even scientifically, you're wasting taxpayer money. And what source of expertise do you go different than the advisory committees that used to exist?
Well, we get input on fusion energy from the fusion scientists across our labs in academia, in the commercial world, within the Department of Energy. I don't think we've had any reduction of input. In fact, our engagement and interest in fusion, I would say we probably have more voices, more active dialogue about fusion than the DOE than previous.
So you have no process that I perceive. It just seems like it's all, you announce a bunch of projects without the sort of independent set of eyes on this. Related to that, it's my understanding that one of the core tenets of gold standard science is scientific peer review. Is that not correct in that?
Yep.
Yep. Okay. So do you intend to submit your climate working group report to independent peer review?
Absolutely. We did. We published the report. We had peer review from an interior group.
Yeah, which journal did you submit it to?
We got a suit from an environmental group that didn't want to have this dialogue. So that process.
No. Which you said yes. What journal?
We have not submitted it to a journal yet. That's what I was just explaining.
Do you intend to?
We put it out publicly. It's gotten 10,000
That is not independent peer review. You would submit an article for peer review. It gets rejected because it's nonsense, or it gets accepted because it's scientifically valid. So I think it's significant that you do not intend to submit that to a.
I did not say it. We did not intend. We have not done it yet. It's 5 outstanding scientists. We'd love to submit that, and we'll eventually submit that. It's out there.
Yeah. Meanwhile, you're using it for, you were in your conversations with Representative Foshi, conversations on this report with Zeldin in April 2025. Now, are you telling us that you did not coordinate the preparation and release of this with the EPA?
I answered the question. I said we coordinated. We're open about what we were doing across the government, including the EPA. I said I didn't remember some specific date he might have mentioned in April's specific conversation. Very open about what we did on that, communicating across it. Proud of what we've done, and if you've got disagreements with the paper, I'd love to hear them.
Oh yeah, the large number of them. But the first line of defense is don't even discuss it. Don't use it for policy until it is passed independent scientific peer review. And it's distressing that you decided to bypass that for the purposes of at least attempting to use it for policy. Okay, let's see. Another thing that when the Genesis program was rolled out, it was labs and others were assured that there would not be a tax on the rest of the program for Genesis. And I've heard repeatedly that there is in fact a Genesis tax. You look at the budget, you look at the allocations, and the sub-allocations all the way down, that the Genesis tax is real. Do you still maintain that you're not taxing the rest of the research program for Genesis?
No, we're not taxing the rest. This is a tool that we're using across the fields, across the research program. Those monies are still in those departments. They're just called out as being used for AI. Those are from these departments themselves.
But that sort of dodges the question. If you have a research program that has an independent merit, and then all of a sudden you give it a new unfunded mandate called the Genesis thing, that is a tax on that program. I hear all the time from my Republican colleagues that about unfunded mandates, and it seems this is a classic.
Gentleman's time's expired.
All right, thank you. Yield back.
The gentleman yields. I'd like to recognize Mr. Hurt from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, Secretary Wright. As you know, I am privileged to represent about half of the geographic footprint of our home state, and I want to thank you for your commitment to grid reliability, resource adequacy in the Rocky Mountain region, particularly with respect to the baseload coal-fired power plants in Colorado and beyond with respect to the 202C orders. And I appreciate that commitment to keeping energy costs low and keeping that grid reliable in the Rocky Mountain region. Big picture question for you. We're seeing forecasts for electricity demands increases that would have been implausible years ago.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, there's been a study done. And so the survey says that compared to last year, so everyone that was like a Trump supporter last year, like this year, all those same people, 60% of them less have jumped shit. They burned their red hats. So the blue wave's coming.
What do you see, Mr. Secretary, as the greatest risk going forward? Is it underbuilding generation? Is it underbuilding transmission? Is it
and not only that,
underestimating demand?
The MAGA move is just done.
I mean, it's the whole system.
It's already been exposed for the cult that it is.
Matters. one of the first things, the greatest risk when we came in, we did a study of the electricity grid and projected out what we thought was demand, just one guess of what demand from reshoring manufacturing and AI was, and extrapolated ahead the policies of the Biden administration. They left behind resource plans around the country of where it was going. And it was showing 100 times increase in blackout risk by 2030. In other words, train wreck. First thing we did was stop the closure of coal plants. We stopped 17 gigawatts of coal plants from being closed last year. If we had not done that, hundreds of Americans would have died in that last week of January, that winter storm Fern. That
the numbers don't lie. I mean, look at the poll. The American people have spoken. 64% don't agree with Trump.
Down where we were on the ragged edge of the grid with those assets on and running full things. So, we want to build a mountain. The first thing to do is stop digging a hole. Now we need to build new generation, but that takes years. So we've also got activities, to restart nuclear power plants. The first one will be restarted this summer in Michigan. We'll have another one in Pennsylvania next year and another one in Iowa. We're upgrading coal plants, upgrading natural gas plants, upgrading nuclear plants, stopping the closure of hydro plants. The Democrats.
Oh yeah, for sure. Atomic. Yeah, I hope Trump's pathetic little party gets rained out. That'll be hilarious. Everyone's got to start doing the rain dance.
Tear down dams. So basically restoring common sense and allowing capital to flow in and build new assets. So it is a race. Things in the electricity grid move slower than I like, but we need to build quickly if we're going to reshore manufacturing and lead in artificial intelligence. And I think both of those are critical.
I agree, Mr. Secretary. Can you talk about geothermal as well? And we're not going to talk about heat pumps, but I'm talking about utility scale geothermal. I think this is one of the areas that we see agreement on both sides of the aisle. It's reliable, it's dispatchable. It has a relatively small surface footprint for generation. What do you see as the biggest, and we just passed a great geothermal energy permitting reform bill out of the House earlier this month. Mr. Secretary, what do you see as the greatest constraint from advancing utility scale geothermal? Is it the drilling economics? Is it permitting? Is it transmission? Is it financing? What is it that's keeping geothermal from really moving forward as a resource that will keep our grid stable in the decades to come?
Historically, permitting has been hard. Permitting is always wildly harder on federal lands than on private lands or state lands, and geothermal resources are dominated out.
Yup, exactly. Also, a judge ordered Trump to take his name down. Like, Trump illegally put his name on the Kennedy Center, so, yeah, he's ordered to take it down, and he's all butthurt.
So there's so much of them are on federal lands. That held back geothermal in the past. In my endeavors in geothermal right before taking this job, that was also an issue. But if you've got state land or reasonable permitting forms, there's 500 megawatt plant under construction right now in western Utah. Could that happen in western Colorado? Absolutely. If you can get permitting from the state of Colorado.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Trump also said Jeffrey Epstein's a great guy.
To build these plants on, somewhere in the western slope out in Colorado. Is the technology viable? Can it happen? Absolutely.
Great. So permitting, that's I appreciate you flagging that bottleneck. One of the arguments for advanced geothermal is that we can leverage technology that was developed in the oil and gas industry. What specific indicators would tell us as Congress that geothermal is experiencing the same learning curve improvements that transformed the shale revolution?
Yeah, we look at the total cost per megawatt of installed capacity. And Representative Hurd, you said right off dispatchable. That's just a wild difference. There is no buyer, not a single buyer for electricity. Some of the time, I don't know when, but most of the time, no. That just has no value. But if you can, for a grid, the most important thing is you have to meet demand at peak demand time. And as we saw in this winter storm Fern that came in, solar was nowhere to be seen because it was in the winter, and wind output plunged because a high pressure system sat there. So it doesn't matter to me how much electricity wind and solar produce. I care how.
Well, look at the big brains on Brad.
produce at peak demand time whenever it's arrived. If they could deliver a lot there, they would be valuable members of the grid, but to date, the record is not good. Geothermal can not only be there, rain or shine, but it can increase its output when you're at peak demand time. You can withdraw basically water that's in this large underground reservoir. You can increase output when you need it. That's very valuable electricity.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and thank you also for your commitment to bettering human lives. I think that's what we're talking about here. With that, Mr. Chairman, my time has expired.
Gentleman yields. I'd like to recognize the gentlelady from California, Ms. Rivas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for recognizing me. Secretary Wright, I'm an engineer by training and have spent much of my career encouraging young people to pursue careers in STEM. As co-chair of the STEM Education Caucus, I lead my colleagues in ensuring that America continues to lead in STEM education and research opportunities. However, those opportunities that are available to students depend on whether America continues investing in scientific research and innovation. And that is why I'm deeply concerned by the Trump administration's DOE budget proposal. The president's fiscal year 27 budget proposes more than $1 billion in cuts to the Department of Energy's Office of Science. The cuts reflected in this budget pave the way for this administration's continued war on science. The Office of Science supports cutting-edge research.
Yeah, Trump's scientific research is his diaper.
National laboratories, university partnerships, and the development of the next generation of American scientists and engineers. Specifically, I'm extremely concerned about the proposed elimination of minority-serving institutions being eligible for the Reaching a New Energy Science Workforce Initiative. This initiative is a lifeline to securing the nation's scientific pipelines and the STEM workforce. These cuts will eliminate one of the very programs designed to help build the next generation of STEM and energy researchers. My district in Los Angeles and the San Fernando Valley is home to thousands of students pursuing STEM careers, as well as 2 minority-serving institutions. Our country can only continue to lead in science if there are resources available to students of all backgrounds, bringing diverse perspectives to our world-class research institutions. Secretary Wright, if America needs more AI researchers, more engineers, more energy innovators, and more scientific talent, why is the administration eliminating the Office of Science's MSI Reaching a New Energy Science Workforce Initiative, which was one of the programs designed to expand the STEM workforce?
So I share your passion for STEM and for the next generation of STEM leaders. So first, a clarification. We didn't propose a cut in the budget for science. It's just broken into 2 components. One component is Genesis, which is the AI tools used for science. The other component is science. If you add those 2 together, we actually proposed a small increase.
Oh yeah, I almost forgot about that. Yeah, Trump was working at McDonald's. Oh my goodness. Man, there's so many things. Every day it's something new with the Orange Man.
Scientific budget. And I agree with you entirely. That is a central role of the federal government. We need to support basic science. We need to support the next generation as well. I've spent my life on bringing educational opportunities to disadvantaged kids.
So then this program, the MSI program that I mentioned, is not being cut because that's not what it says in the budget.
That we are also passionate about taking gender and race and all that out of science. It's a meritocracy. It's for everyone, everywhere, and always. But we don't believe in judging people by gender or
diverse students
immutable
attend
genetics.
MSIs. You don't have to be a minority to attend an MSI. And you're saying that these programs are being cut from these institutions, large state schools, and it's any student that attends that school that will not be able to participate in this program.
We will support all sorts of institutions, just not based on gender or race.
Well, I think, this, you're definitely eliminating pathways to recruit and train students from underrepresented communities into these fields. We need everyone possible to enter STEM. We have a shortage of STEM researchers, and we need everyone that is an American to be trained. Otherwise, they're going to go to other countries, and that's what's happening right now. Lots of our scientific talent have nowhere to go here because of the cuts that are being made by the federal government. They're being recruited by other countries. We're training people and they're moving to other countries instead. But has the DOE conducted any analysis of how harmful cutting these programs will be to our workforce?
Again, our funding of science is proposed budget of science is roughly flat. We're not
I'm talking about the STEM workforce programs, not what the programs that are being cut that are designed to encourage the next generation of STEM scientists.
It may be changes in specific programs or the criteria, and we're just merit based. But our desire to encourage young kids from all backgrounds to go into science and pursue careers in there is unchanged and is unwavering.
Well, I believe that these choices will have rippling consequences for the energy sector, for science in our country. We've been a leader all of these years, and in the next few years, we're going to see the consequences of cutting these programs.
Gentlewoman's time's expired.
Thank you. I yield back.
Oh yeah, for Trump's UFC fight, he was trying to say like no fatties.
I'd like to recognize the gentlelady from New York, Ms. Tinney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Secretary Wright. This has been interesting to hear this whole meeting. I just want to ask, you've done a fantastic job, and thank you for your work. I come from probably the most ill-guided state when it comes to energy in New York State, and I know you've answered all these questions. I just want to ask you, so can you answer this, because I think you've said it, but I want to give you a chance to clarify it. You support in all of the above smart energy policy, you just don't support extended subsidies on certain industries.
Yes, and I support just doing the math.
Well, I really appreciate you saying that, because this is what we need in New York is common sense. And I could cite all kinds of craziness. I've listened to sadly, some Democrats on the other side of the aisle are going to go down the wrong path when they see how catastrophic it can be when your energy grid has been warned by the New York Independent System Operator, NYSERDA, our own government agencies, Democratic-run agencies in the state of New York have warned New York over and over and over again about the catastrophic, dangerous state of our energy.
Hey, what's up, Thorne? I see what you did there. That's hilarious. For sure.
Because of policies put in place in 2019, particularly the Community Leadership or Client Leadership and Community Protection Act, which actually over time bans fossil fuels and all of the above strategy. Yet, New York State today, New York City specifically, is over 90% dependent on fossil fuels, specifically natural gas, while the rest of us in upstate New York are only about 30%, and the entire state is only about 47% fossil fuels. And yet here we are in upstate New York, making up for New York City because they oppose pipelines, they oppose transmission lines, they use the utility companies to actually collect what they call delivery fees against, and so when I hear everyone complaining about the cost of energy. If you look at the change in our energy bills, it's delivery costs that have been imposed by New York, our government.
Yeah, Trump's whole life, he's been a fraud. Like, he's got the Trump phone, Trump University, his Trump RX, Trump accounts, Trump cologne. What else Trump does he have?
On the utility companies to collect those to use for Democrat purposes, not necessarily to bring down the cost of energy. So I think you cited earlier the change in energy prices, and I don't know if you could quote that again.
That's right.
How much energy prices have gone up in the state of New York specifically?
Yeah, the Trump Bible, Trump steaks.
If you know that.
Yeah, New York is one of the faster rising states. Together
the casinos.
with California, Massachusetts, Maryland, and Delaware, I think, have had the fastest rise. And one of the common things is they all produce less electricity today than they did 5 years ago.
Right, and yet the Climate Leadership and Community Protection Act mandated that we use less fossil fuels today than we were to use in 2019. Yet our demand and use of fossil fuels is even greater, and New York City uses even more than we do in upstate New York.
That's hilarious. Yeah, Trump vodka, Trump wines. The NFL.
Wanted to say, what could you tell New York State if you were to be able to talk to our governor and our legislators? What could we do? What would you tell New York State to do to support our energy grid in an all of the above strategy with less subsidies and lower pricing?
Yeah, I mean, just dive into the math and get out of the grandstanding. You know, New York saying it's fighting climate change. New York is completely irrelevant for global greenhouse gas emissions. Nothing it could do will move that needle. That needle will only be moved by new energy technologies competing economically and going into global scale. Nuclear is going to play a role in that. Fusion could play a role in that. Geothermal could play a role in that. But New York policies, all they do is make energy more expensive for New Yorkers today. These efforts to push electrification of heating, that is a guaranteed way to increase heating costs, at least double and maybe 3 or 4 times increase the cost of heating for citizens of New York. Why would you do that? You sit right next to Pennsylvania, the mother of all shale gases, incredibly cheap energy.
Wait, we are the mother of all shale gases, but we're the only state in the country that can't touch our abundant, rich natural resources.
Exactly, right underneath the state of New York. Wealth, jobs, biggest source of decarbonization. If New York really wanted to champion greenhouse gas emissions reductions, natural gas by far the biggest needle mover there. You have a resource right under your feet. So New York could do so many. They shouldn't have closed Indian Point regulator. They shouldn't make up these stupid goals or objectives. I was glad to see the governor of New York back up on the next one. But these are just arbitrary things made up by activists. They're not made up by people that do math and care about the citizens of New York. Thank you for fighting for what you're doing. The New Yorkers need you.
No, thank you. And I appreciate you talking about the nuclear and also helping us get this nuclear back on track. All of the nuclear power plants that are operational in the entire state of New York are in my district, New York 24, and we are doing everything we can to get them upgraded. We appreciate the work you've done, the work that obviously Lee Zeldin, who we wish he was our governor, but boy, am I glad he is where he is. He's doing a phenomenal job as our EPA administrator. Thank you so much for what you do. I've run out of time, but appreciate your work. Thanks so much. I yield back.
Thank you, Representative.
Gentlewoman yields, and I'd like to recognize the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Friedman.
Thank you, Chair Babin. Secretary Wright, you had mentioned that last Friday you traveled to Santa Barbara to defend your order to overturn the will of the people of California and restart the stable offshore corporation Santa Ynez Unit offshore oil project in California, invoking the Defense Production Act on national security grounds. This project has not been operated for nearly a decade because of serious safety shortcomings and concerns. So I have a question for you that I would really like a yes or no answer to so that we get the straight truth from you. Are you familiar with the fact that the facility you visited in Santa Barbara was shut down after the very same pipeline caused a catastrophic oil spill in 2015, the Refugio State Beach oil spill, which leaked to...
No, the only ones that are brainwashing and indoctrinating people across college campuses is the terrorist organization known as TPUSA.
43,000 gallons of crude oil and devastated coastal communities, marine ecosystems, and local economies.
Yes, you must maintain and monitor pipelines.
Okay, got it. So this raises a serious question. And by the way, they've had, as you know, Santa Barbara has had hundreds of oil wells over the years and are still dealing with the impacts of all of those pipelines on the beaches of Santa Barbara. This is something that happens all the time. And this particular spill was absolutely catastrophic for that area, which relies on tourism, fisheries, and everything else. So this raises a serious question, whether your action's actually about national security or about advancing a...
Oh yeah, somebody bought a Trump phone and they opened it up and it says made in the Philippines in it. It's actually a YouTube video about it.
That has a documented history of catastrophic failure and is still facing unresolved safety concerns, and which is hugely unpopular to the people who are impacted by that project in Santa Barbara. So just to be clear, Secretary, you decided to restart a pipeline shutdown after a major spill, which California regulators have determined is not ready to restart because President Trump started a war of choice that's already cost Americans $750 per household. How much more will it cost Californians if you spill another 143,000 gallons or more of oil on our beaches? And how much more are you willing to cost the American public in pursuit of this war of choice, a war which appears to have no end in sight and which is directly putting pressure on these kinds of actions and pushing the administration to make the people of Santa Barbara pay for Trump's choice to start this war and drive up worldwide oil prices?
So, yes, it's unfortunate that California prevented the repair of that pipeline until we used authorities to get the pipeline repaired so it could safely operate.
To be clear, there have been hundreds of pipelines off the coast of California, and we have had hundreds of oil spills and spills that continue. So it's not that there's one bad actor, but that the people of California know that this offline drilling has led to oil spills the same way as it has in Texas. You have yet to create any situation where these pipelines are immune to spills and other accidents. It happens constantly. We keep hearing promises that it's not going to happen again, and yet it happens over and over. So clearly this is risky, and you're willing to risk the beaches and livelihood of Californians and a precious, precious ecosystem to make sure that we have some balance with Trump's war of choice. And that's what this is really about. So the question is not whether or not we need energy security. We know we need energy security. The question is whether restarting a pipeline with a record of catastrophic failure actually advances that energy security and will actually save Californians money. What would save us money is not to have started this war of choice and not to have it spiral out of control when the president promised initially that it would be over in a matter of weeks. And here we are months later with an escalation as of this week and absolutely no end in sight. Bringing Sable particularly back to market is not going to meaningfully offset global supply disruptions of this war. It's a drop in the bucket, as you know, but what it does do is it risks California and other taxpayer money having to be spent on another costly cleanup, not to mention the irreplaceable beaches and the damage that these spills do. This isn't like you just pick this up off the road. When these spills happen, they lead to catastrophic costs for years. I grew up in South Florida. When I was a kid, we had pristine beaches, and now there's oil all over those beaches to the point where people think it's natural that you have to wash your feet off to wash the gasoline and the tar off your feet. When I was a kid, there was actually fish off the coast of Fort Lauderdale. I remember swimming with fish. There's almost no fish anymore. That's because of these kinds of policies. Instead of being forward-looking, they're about making communities bear the risk. And in this case, it's completely because of what Donald Trump has done. With that, I thank you and I yield back.
Yeah, lady.
Yeah.
Yeah, that lady knows what's up. She spit all the facts out. And it makes sense because Florida, Florida's turning blue, but it's been the Republic, the MAGA politicians made it a crap hole. So we're going to come in and fix it up, bring back some law and order.
I'd like to recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Isa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know about Fort Lauderdale, but I do know that if you went to the University of California, Santa Barbara in the 60s and 50s, or for that matter, if you were a Native American hundreds of years ago, you had to figure out how to clean your feet for the natural outflow that comes out of the oil just offshore in Santa Barbara.
7,000 gallons a day is the rate of the seep that's right offshore Santa Barbara. That the vast majority of all the oil that has ever been on the Santa Barbara or that Southern California coastline, the vast majority is all underground seepage that's been going on for thousands of years.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. You're exactly right. And I have 21 Indian tribes in my district, and they all traded with their ancestors all traded for that outflow to use the tar and the oil. But look, they're entitled to their opinions, just not their facts. And I want to get into a couple of it. Earlier on, that you were berated by another Californian because somehow you said that the total cost of solar wasn't just the quote ticket cost of how much it produces per hour when the sun's shining. If you had to look at the 24-hour cost at shifting, storing, and putting it back, if you had to look at the production cost, the loss of land, and the price of dealing with the solar collectors at the end of a life, does it compare favorably to all other forms of energy?
Several times more expensive. So not 20% more expensive. It's like 200, 300, 400% more expensive to deliver firm electricity from solar.
Okay, so one of the things about solar, and I just want to make this point for everyone, I know you can do.
Hey, what's up, Atomic? Yeah, for sure. Yeah, Roy Cohn. Roy Cohn taught Trump how to be the cricket man he is today.
If, in fact,
solar is part of a program, recognizing that nighttime production comes from a different source than solar. Is solar a reasonable part of the grid resiliency?
Yeah, I think in the long run, unsubsidized solar will play a role in electricity grids, and in places like with great resources like California, it should play some role.
And I agree. And as geothermal, 24-hour energy, and others all are being supported by you. I have one small area that may have fallen through the cracks early in the administration. Under the Biden administration, as you know, they wanted to kill anything that supported fossil fuels. And they tried to kill the energy EIF, the Energy Forum, International Energy Forum. They failed because one person at state cared enough about the blanket of fuels, including natural gas, and so they moved it over to state and hit it there.
That's hilarious, Atomic. Oh man. Let me see here. Somebody said something I want to see about. Hold on 1 second. 35,000 verified lies during Trump's first term.
That state consolidated away from duplication of you. That entity has no longer been funded. We're one of the founding members of the International Energy Forum. Would you mind looking into whether or not we should and could rejoin? It's a relatively de minimis amount, but there's over 70 countries. I'm a big fan of their bringing all of you together.
That's what I wanted to touch on. Somebody said there's going to be Trumps in the family for years to come. That's laughable. The Trump name is tainted. There's no coming back from it. Like his illegal wars, his crimes against humanity. He's destroying the country's economy, just tearing down the White House. He's protecting pedos out there. You know, his name's in the files over 1 million times. Yeah, and the only reason he's there is because Elon Musk helped him cheat to get there. But yeah, there ain't gonna be no Barron Trump or Eric Trump. They're just gonna disappear into obscurity with their billions of dollars.
Are going to rejoin. Thank you for reminding me of that. I heard from some overseas friends and international, hey, you should rejoin this forum. I wasn't aware of it, but we will rejoin that forum. Representative Issa, thanks for the reminder.
Thank you. And as often happens, something is damaged by your predecessor, but the tree falls during your time. So thank you for picking that back up. Look, you've been accused. I want to give you an opportunity to get back on this. You've been accused of basically race and gender discrimination because you want to promote merit-based solutions. Do you want to finish your comment on why merit-based makes more sense, regardless of who happens to get those allotment and training?
Exactly. Martin Luther King was a longtime hero of mine, and I love his words that he dreamed of a day where his children would be judged not by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. I believe passionately in that. Gender, sexual preference, color, race, background, those shouldn't matter. America is about a meritocracy. I have spent a lot of my personal efforts in low-income areas, independent of gender, race, whatever. Of course, we should help people low income that grew up in places with schools not as good and not quite as good of an effort.
And you may have
about a meritocracy.
Thank you. You may have to answer some of this for the record, but briefly, if you could tell us, with the abundance of natural gas, but much of it located in places that don't necessarily need all of the electricity, as you're balancing or asking us to balance pipelines leading to liquefaction in the future and other uses versus power lines, is there, in fact, for data centers and others, a reason to locate where the natural gas is naturally there with little or no distribution cost?
Sure. I mean, if you locate in West Texas or Southeast New Mexico, you can get natural gas for free. But the cost of natural gas is only one component of the cost of electricity. So even natural gas delivered a pipeline a long ways away, it's still so cheap. It's still 2-3 cents a kilowatt hour for the cost of the gas. So it's a little cheaper somewhere else, but almost anywhere, if you've got a power plant, natural gas, electricity in the United States is very cheap.
Thank you for your indulgence, Chairman. I yield back. Gentleman's time has expired. Thank you very much. Now I'd like to recognize Ms. Sykes from Ohio.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the witness for being here. I will say your expertise is energy, and I would hope that you would not invoke the words of Dr. Martin Luther King without adequate context, because quite frankly, that is not your expertise. But since you want to talk about people unqualified in meritocracies, let's talk about President Trump. Do you feel like your positions and policy statements are in line with President Trump?
Yes, I hope so.
Do you love inflation?
I love ending Iran's ability to have a nuclear weapon. I think that's existential for our
That was
future.
not my question. Do you love inflation, yes or no?
I love ending Iran's.
That is not my question. Do
ability
you
to
love
get nuclear
inflation,
weapon.
yes or no?
No, I would prefer lower inflation.
You would prefer low inflation. Do you know that your boss, essentially President Trump, just stated that he loved inflation?
He's an entertaining, hyperbolic guy who's done tremendous leadership, and on balance is driving
So it
inflation
sounds like you
down.
were unaware that President Trump just mentioned that he loved inflation, and I certainly don't want to get you in trouble with your boss, but it sounds like you don't love inflation, but he does. But let me ask you this other question. Are you aware that the United States was taking millions of barrels of gasoline from Iran in the Strait of Hormuz?
We were preventing the flow of Iranian oil through the Strait of
That is not the
Hormuz.
question that I just asked you. Were you aware that the United States has been taking millions of gallons of oil?
Wow. What a lying sack of crap. Just like the Orange Dookie man.
From the Strait of Hormuz.
Just not sure taking's the right word. We're preventing the flow of it.
Well, thank you. Mr. Chair, if I may, can I play some audio from some comments that President Trump made in the Oval Office? Okay.
I don't think we've heard this.
I love the inflation. You know why? Because as soon as this war is over, I can say it now. Something you didn't know. Do you know we've been taking out
Let's spend that
barrels of oil. Nobody knows.
Wow, the chairman got all butthurt. He had to gavel out. She's playing Donald Trump saying he loves inflation. Oh man, we got to rewind that. This is good.
Okay.
I don't think we've heard this.
I love the inflation. You know why? Because as soon as this war is over, I can say it now. Something you didn't know. Do you know we've been taking out
Let's spend
millions of
that
barrels of oil? Nobody knows it. You know who doesn't know about it? Iran until right now.
Mr. Secretary, it seems like you didn't know about this either. So why would the United States be taking out millions of barrels of oil from Iran?
Well, it's essential that we prevent oil sales from generating revenue for Iran to spend to develop nuclear weapers and oppress
Mr.
their people.
Secretary, I understand this might be an uncomfortable line of questioning and you don't want to do it, but you are not answering my question.
Cry harder, MAGA cult members. You know what I mean? Like, these are the facts right here. You guys got to accept the truth. You're going to have to do it sooner or later. You got to face the music. You guys have been conned. We're not against you. We realize you're suffering from Stockholm syndrome. So just stop drinking the Kool-Aid. Snap out of it. Snap back into reality. Get a job.
Ask you again, and I'm going to hope that you will answer it honestly. Did you know that the United States was taking millions of gallons of oil from Iran?
I'm unaware.
So do you think that the president is lying based on the audio that you just heard? And I will send it to you in case you say you didn't hear it.
Oh, no, I do not think the president's lying. I think the president's talking casually about our efforts to stop the flow of
Do you
Iranian
think
oil.
that war is casual? Do you think that it is appropriate to talk casually about war?
I think you talk to all different audiences and you talk in all different styles. But I don't have any serious objection to what he said.
You don't have any serious objection for someone talking about war casually? Do you have that objection? There are 13 service people who are dead. There are hundreds more that are injured. but we should be talking about war casually.
He treats this war deadly serious, and he has worked tirelessly on this war.
Mr. Secretary, you just said that he was speaking casually about this. He
speaks 20 hours a day. He speaks 20 hours a day in different styles for different audiences.
He is the President of the United States of America. He is the Commander-in-Chief who is responsible for 13 service members who have died and hundreds more who are injured. So you mean to say to me, testifying in front of this committee in the United States House of Representatives, that it is appropriate for the Commander-in-Chief to talk about war casually?
He speaks candidly, openly, and honestly. I think all of America benefits from that.
Well, I appreciate your attempt to protect your boss and to keep your job, but let me be very clear with you. It is not appropriate to talk about war casually. He is clearly keeping you in the dark about what he is doing in Iran. And now you are sitting here in this committee unaware that the president just made an announcement about millions of barrels that they have taken from Iran and stated in that very, very clearly, people don't know, but now we get to know it. But unfortunately, he sent you here and you didn't know it. What is your response to that?
Damn.
I'm very proud to serve with President Trump. He's been tremendous leadership in a time of great stress right now. I'm proud of what he's doing, proud to be part of the team.
Well, I would not be proud if my boss sent me up Schitt's Creek and left me here in a committee without adequate information and speaking casually about war. That is a horrible place to be, and I'm so sorry that you have to defend that. That is beneath your honor.
A woman's time's expired. I'd also remind the gentleman.
Wow. Yeah, that lady's real intelligent. I don't really think MAGA cult members know what a woman is, but now they know. That's a real woman right there, MAGA cult members. In case you guys have been curious all this time.
There was exactly 13 U.S. service members killed at Abbey Gate in the disgraceful withdrawal from Afghanistan. Who's next? Would like to recognize Mr. Baird from Indiana.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to say, too, to add to your comments, one of those individuals, 13 individuals from our district in Indiana. So we have strong feelings about that. Anyway, Mr. Secretary, we really appreciate you being here. I want to compliment you and the EPA administrator for coming to Indiana. You did a great job. The people that you visited with talked about some of the rules and regulations affecting the trucking industry. And we appreciated that very much, and they appreciated you being there.
It's my honor.
You know, I guess I want to start with the fact that Purdue University is a national leader in nuclear science and engineering, and as you know, houses the nation's first and only fully digital instrumented nuclear reactor. It's a fully digitally. Jeez, I can't pronounce that, can I? Anyway, let's go on. Purdue is also a leader in advanced manufacturing. One of the gaps in the U.S. nuclear supply chain is manufacturing medium to large scale components, such as reactor vessels. So last year, Congress encouraged DOE to establish a university-led advanced nuclear manufacturing consortium to address this critical gap. So I just want to get a sense from you. Do you feel this initiative is a warranted and necessary, and can you describe how this would benefit the United States?
It's very warranted and necessary. The United States was the manufacturing powerhouse of the globe for a century. And then the last 20 years, we admitted China to the World Trade Organization and gave them most favored nation status. We made regulations difficult in the United States, and we stopped building big things here, except on the Gulf Coast. And we exported so much of our industry. Our nuclear industry has been stagnant for decades. It is an enormous source of energy, not just electricity, but process heat. It's going to be a huge part of our future. We need to get the nuclear industry out of neutral and in powerful gear. And we need to be able to build those large-scale components and industrial processes back here in the United States. Indiana was a heartland of American industry, heavy industry, and I believe it will be again. Purdue's a tremendous university. There's great engineering talent in Indiana, great technical talent in Indiana, and an industrial legacy. That industrial legacy needs to come back. America needs to be once again an large-scale industrial powerhouse. We can and we shall do it again, and Indiana will be central to that effort.
I thank you for those comments. I really appreciate it. You know, I'm going to change over to another little area just to get your opinion on. This Congress, I introduced H.R. 2813, the Small Modular Reactor Commercialization Act, which would establish a federal working group focused on commercialization and industrialization of SMRs. So would you feel that a coordinated effort among DOE, NRC, the industry, and other stakeholders would help accelerate deployment and strengthen America's position against our competitors like China and Russia?
Absolutely. Absolutely. One of the key things of the Trump administration is all the departments work together. We don't have petty territorial politics or fighting among it. The NRC has performed tremendously under Chairman Honey. They are focused on safety, but they're innovating, they're moving fast. And yes, between the Department of Energy, our technical capabilities and commercial focus, NRC safety focus, we should be working with companies and industries about how quickly we can stand up the industrial supply chain for nuclear in our country again. Yes.
I really appreciate your comments in that area, because I think it's extremely important with AI and some of the new technologies coming along that we utilize that to stay ahead of China and Russia and some of our adversaries. So I thank you, sir, for being here, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I'd like to recognize Ms. McLean Delaney from Maryland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Secretary Wright, for joining us today. I want to dial down the drama and just pragmatically address some issues. I represent the 6th District of Maryland, and my home state is proud to be one of the most educated.
What do you mean dial down the drama? You got to dial it up. These MAGA psychopath politicians need to be held accountable.
And dedicated workforces in the nation, and our federal employees and researchers are at its core. They are scientists, engineers, and public servants who make America innovation possible. And I do have to lift up our agencies like NIST, NIH, National Institute of Cancer, Fort Detrick, and some of the DOE centers. And any conversation about the Department of Energy's budget must begin with really recognizing their indispensable role and the investment in research. But as you know, electricity demand is ever growing. AI data centers, advanced manufacturing, and industrial facilities increasingly want reliable power. At the same time, China is aggressively deploying advanced nuclear technologies and positioning itself to lead the global market for next-gen reactors. Maryland, my state, is leading by example. In addition to obtaining 38% of our state's power from nuclear technologies, Gaithersburg and Frederick in my district are home to X Energy, a next-generation nuclear energy company and national leader in advanced nuclear technology. I toured their facility recently and met their leadership and was very impressed by the innovation. X Energy didn't come to Maryland by accident. They came because of our world-class innovation companies. They came because of a world-class, highly skilled workforce anchored by exceptional researchers and scientists, and also, I have to say, by some of our greatest agencies. Many nuclear advanced reactor designs offer capabilities beyond electricity generation, including high temperature process heat for industrial applications and more flexible string sitting options because they require significantly less water than traditional nuclear plants. So, Secretary Wright, I have 2 questions for you. As we look towards the future, what role do you believe advanced nuclear technologies will play in meeting America's growing energy industrial needs? You spoke a little bit about it before, but can you again clarify the actions necessary to ensure that the U.S. and not China leads in the deployment and export of these technologies?
So thank you. Love all of those words. You talked about the growth of electricity demand in the United States, and you listed all the main drivers of it. Absolutely. We got to bring more electricity to the game. China's been rapidly growing their electricity production over the last 20 years, and we have not. We can. And is nuclear a great technology for that? Absolutely. And one other thing I'd love to say is that you mentioned industrial. When we were talking about reindustrializing our country, the biggest use of energy is industry, is building things. And the biggest source of energy for heavy industry is high temperature process heat. That's like nobody talks about it. This is the most important energy source on the planet. Today, all of the nuclear energy is just in the electricity grid. But what's so great about nuclear, it can also provide high temperature process heat, and your very own X Energy, I believe, will be the first ever nuclear supply of process heat in a plant in Texas, and I couldn't be more excited about it. It's a great company.
But it is headquartered in Maryland City.
Fantastic,
Okay,
and you deserve credit for
and
that.
on that issue, though, I understand that OMB has yet to allocate more than the $3 billion appropriated for your department's advanced reactor demonstration, and I believe the government should be a reliable partner to the private sector. And I have to say, in all aspects, whether it's for our farmers with solar or geothermal, as Mr. Hurd, raised up. And I appreciate that the Department of Energy has advocated for this funding, but it seems that OMB has been the bottleneck. Where's the $3 billion that Congress appropriated for the ADRP in fiscal 2026? And will you commit to pushing OMB to release those funds?
Yes, it's coming. It's coming. I thought that was the case. I had to check with my smarter team behind me. Thank you for raising that issue. Very passionate about that program, very passionate about the company based in your state. You have a lot to be proud of.
Thank you. I do have a quick one on solar and wind technologies, and I probably won't get to it, but I just want to say that I am an all of the above supporter when it comes to energy projection, and I really think that in all ways we need to look for reliable, affordable power. And so I will be submitting for the record on some of the solar and wind technologies and how we need to support them. Building on what I was in the Biden administration, building on that, but going forward together because they're very important and in all of the above strategy. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Representative.
Gentleman yields. I'd like to recognize the gentleman from New York, Mr. Riley.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Secretary. I represent 11 counties across rural upstate New York. And when I'm out in the community, I always ask folks about the conversations they're having at their kitchen table. And I know around here, this idea of kitchen table issues has become kind of a political cliche. For me, it means something real. When I was growing up, my parents would literally sit at the kitchen table every week to balance the budget. And the way they would do it is they had...
Yeah, hopefully they remove the banner of his face off the Department of Justice building while they're at it.
Envelopes. And they would write on the envelope, mortgage or utilities or school clothes. If there was something left over, my favorite envelope was for the Binghamton Whalers ticket.
So let me, this guy's like a MAGA meat writer right here. And the hearing's almost done. So I think this is the last guy. I don't really feel like listening to this MAGA meat writer. So that's pretty much the end of the Chris Wright hearing. So as you can see, it's just more waste, fraud, and corruption coming from these MAGA politicians. But come November, they'll all be held accountable. All right, let's go check out.
I remember those conversations getting a lot harder in the factory.
MAGA Mike Johnson had like a press conference earlier today. He was crying about something. Let's see what MAGA Mike Johnson's crying about today.
Well, I don't know if the American people just saw what happened on the floor, but it is shameful and it is very, very dangerous. Let me just tell you what's happened here. Today, we just offered a simple, clean 3-week extension of the FISA national security law. The Democrats, 199 of them, voted against a clean 3-week extension for political purposes. And when the bill went down, they applauded. They applauded it. That record and that video is going to live in infamy. I pray that we do not have a serious calamity on our shores over the next few weeks. We have done everything we possibly can. House Republicans are trying to govern. We're trying to keep the American people safe. On April 29th, we passed a 3-year extension of the FISA national security law. It has been sitting over in the Senate. And because the Democrats in the Senate are playing political games as well, they're unable to pass it. So we did everything within our power to try to ensure that this statute does not expire, and the Democrats are using it as a political hostage. Now, this is their custom and the 119th Congress. This is what Democrats do right now. You will remember that earlier this year, they took the Department of Homeland Security, two of its most important agencies, and turned those into hostages. They shut down the government. They shut down TSA agents and border security and cyber security capabilities and the Coast Guard. Why? Because,
man, this guy's such a weasel right here.
Insistent that we no longer secure the national border. They wanted to give $0 to that. And they were insistent that we do not continue to remove criminal, illegal aliens from American communities to keep the American people safe. That is what the current Democrat Party stands for in Washington. They are willing to jeopardize the safety and the security of the American people to make a cheap political point. Now, Hakeem Jeffries is Democrat leader in the House. They put out a statement this morning saying that what is their reason? What is their excuse for this? Their excuse is that they're upset about a very temporary appointment that the President of the United States has already said would be very temporary in nature while he searches for and selects a new director of national intelligence. That is an important process that takes some time and thought and deliberation, and the President of the United States has the right, the ability, the responsibility, the duty to do that well. He has a lot going on right now, as we all know, and the President is deliberate about that. I spoke with him less than an hour ago about it. He is very close to a decision, and the Democrats know that. But they see this as a political moment that they can somehow score political points. It is detestable. It is dangerous. It is going to jeopardize the safety and security of the American people. We all know what's going on around the country right now. We're hosting the World Cup, FIFA. We have big soccer matches all around the country, 11 cities around America. We have the America 250, Freedom 250 events going on here in the Capitol and all around the country. There are large sporting events, local communities.
Yeah, last I checked, Milli Vanilli canceled.
Those things are in jeopardy right now because the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act is exactly what the name implies. It is how we monitor terrorists who are plotting and planning dangerous events in the country, in our homeland. The reason we have not had a mass casualty event like 9/11 since that great tragedy is because we have this statute. And today, the Democrats in the House just voted it down. 199 of them voted against it, and they applauded. They applauded when the statute went down.
What's up, Rock James?
I think that speaks for itself. I'll take a couple questions.
You've spoken about the importance of FISA protecting and the important tool it is to the intelligence community. Given that, is it time for President Trump to pull back his appointment of Bill Pulte and choose somebody else to let this important critical tool be?
The President of the United States is fulfilling his responsibility. The President has named someone who would serve for a very short period of time while he seeks a new director of national intelligence. The responsibility, the questions are for the Democrats in the House and Senate, why they're willing to jeopardize the lives of millions of Americans to make a political point, because they have a disagreement about someone that the president has appointed.
Oh, okay. That's what he's crying about. So I guess they're trying to Trump's trying to put another MAGA ball licker in a position of power. So some guy named like Bill Pulte, I don't know too much about the guy, but he's obviously a MAGA ball licker. But I guess they're trying to get him to take over Tulsi Gabbard's place as national intelligence. But what's funny that he doesn't mention is that 19 Republicans voted against them. Not even 19 Republicans don't even want that Bill Pulte guy.
For a short-term position, it is absurd. There is no way to defend it. And all the questions that everybody in the Capitol Hill press should be chasing every Democrat before they go get on planes and leave. So proud of themselves that they just jeopardize the safety of every American citizen. I'm going to be praying that we do not have an event on our shores.
Next thing you know, we're gonna have we're gonna have Nicki Minaj as Secretary of Transportation or something.
There will be a lot to answer for if we
Why
do.
should Congress have involved in what is clearly an escalating situation with Iran?
Kid Rock appointed.
Threatening going after the oil infrastructure. Why should Congress vote on this?
The Operation Epic Fury was an epic success.
No, it's called Operation Epstein Fury. Get that right, pal. Operation Epstein Fury.
Achieved.
Because Trump, remember, during that time, Trump was getting grilled with the Epstein files, and then he had to start the illegal war in Iran to distract from the Trumpstein files.
the very specifically and limited objectives of that operation as were articulated at the time. Right now, the president has been trying to broker a peace and get the Strait of Hormuz reopened. All of the nations of the world have an interest in that, most more than us. And we have called upon our NATO allies and the Arab states in the region and the neighboring states there to assist in this very important endeavor to get the Strait of Hormuz reopened. The president is negotiating a peace, and the Iranians continue to provoke us.
Once the blue wave comes and wipes all the MAGAs out, we're gonna come to all the shit crap the crap hole states like Florida, and we're gonna go clean them up. We're gonna bring back law and order. We're gonna drain the swamp.
They sent a drone into one of our two of our pilots. We're flying one of our helicopters, one of our jets, they're firing on us all the time. The helicopter, as you know, the president described it. This drone lodged into the middle of the where they were flying it, and they had to take the thing down into the water to put the fire out. Miraculously, they survived. We have the greatest military equipment of any fighting force on the planet. But that was a very provocative thing for Iran to do. And the president felt, he's the commander in chief, and his top advisors at the Pentagon, the Joint Chiefs of Staff, they felt that it required a proportional response. Right now, they are working to have that situation resolved, and they're doing the best they can. And we have negotiators over there, our envoys, who are working around the clock to bring this to a conclusion. But the Iranians have shown, at least for the time being, that they're unwilling to do that. And so we are hopeful that that works out. We have to allow this space to do it. We're about 100 days into this conflict, and the Congress has to allow the commander-in-chief to do what it is he's doing. So we'll see how that goes. The question has just been asked, would I bring everyone back to vote on FISA again?
Like MAGA Mike Johnson dedicates his faith more to like not jerking off than like feeding the hungry.
Answer the question yourselves. What would be the point? We passed a 3-year extension on April 29th. It is sitting in the hopper over there as a live bill. Just now, I attempted to pass a short-term extension for 3 weeks. Clean extension, no changes to the law. Just make sure that the people are not subjected to great harm. And the Democrats, 199 of them, voted against it and applauded themselves as they left the building. What would be the point of me going through this exercise over and over? The House has done every single thing. The House Republicans have stood and led for the safety and security of the American people, and the Democrats are playing political games. The questions are for them.
Nah, MAGA Mike Johnson. You're a clown, buddy. MAGA Grinder Johnson. What a funny character that guy is. Let's go check out what so Hakeem Jeffries did a press conference today as well. Let's go see what he has to say.
Of control. America's far too expensive.
So I guess they call him AIPAC Shakur.
What? To begin with, let me clarify the Democratic position on the economy. One, the affordability crisis is very real. It's not a hoax. Two, House Democrats care about the personal finances of the American people. Three, Democrats do not love the inflation.
Yeah, I can't stand that guy. All right, let's skip him. Let's get to a real politician. Let's go see what's up with Jamie Raskin.
Been threatened and attacked since its found.
All right, so this is Jamie Raskin's opening remarks from a hearing titled SPLC Under Attack. Raskin's opening remarks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Welcome to our witnesses. Created in 1971 and headquartered in Montgomery, Alabama. Created in 1971, headquartered in Montgomery, Alabama. The Southern Poverty Law Center is one of America's leading civil rights groups. It fights for voting rights throughout the South, economic justice, and criminal justice reform. Like every major civil rights group in our history, it's been subjected to serious white supremacist violence. Its leaders have been threatened and attacked since its founding, and SPLC headquarters were firebombed in 1983 by members of the Ku Klux Klan who were convicted of conspiracy in federal court. After this attack and escalating racial terror, the SPLC added to its work a focus on the Klan and neo-Nazi groups and other purveyors of hate, violence, and white supremacy. In 1988, the SPLC litigated against the Southern whites of the Ku Klux Klan, the Southern white knights of the Ku Klux Klan, and drove them into bankruptcy, winning $1 million damages verdict on behalf of more than 50 peaceful civil rights marchers in Forsyth County, Georgia, who had been savagely attacked and injured by the Klan. In 2019, it brought a $14 million judgment and won it against the neo-Nazi founder of the Daily Stormer for orchestrating an anti-Semitic troll storm harassment campaign consisting of more than 700 death threats and vile abuse.
Oh yeah, Donald Trump's dad, Fred Trump, he was arrested at a KKK rally riot in 1929.
Against the Jewish woman and her family. The SPLC has defended the rights of anyone and everyone targeted for hate, violence, suppression, and murder. Today, it's under attack by the Trump administration and MAGA. Like the Voting Rights Act of 1965, the great legislative achievement of the modern civil rights movement, now dismantled by the Roberts Court, the SPLC is an enduring institutional beacon of hope for millions of people seeking to create a more perfect union. The Trump administration is thus naturally trying to tear it down. I've heard three main arguments for this astonishing crusade. The first is that the age of racism and white supremacy violence is over in the 21st century. And so the SPLC's work is unnecessary. Well, this is plainly ridiculous. We live in an age of resurgent racial injustice, profound economic inequality, and relentless assaults on the right to vote. Racist violence still.
Yeah, MAGA cult members don't like Raskin because Raskin's too smart for them. MAGA cult members are low IQ.
Our society. In recent memory, avowed racists and white supremacists have killed 23 people in the El Paso Walmart massacre, 11 people worshiping at the Tree of Life synagogue in the worst anti-Semitic attack in American history, 10 people who were killed shopping for groceries in the Buffalo supermarket massacre, 9 worshiping parishioners were gunned down at the Mother Emanuel Church massacre in Charleston, South Carolina, and 8 people were killed at the Atlanta spa shootings, to name just 5 examples out of thousands. In 2024 alone, the FBI recorded nearly 12,000 hate crime episodes in our country. Just a few weeks ago, 3 fathers died defending their mosque, and 140 children at worship services in San Diego against 2 fanatical white supremacist teenagers jacked up on white great replacement theory and far-right neo-Nazi ideology who took their own lives tragically after the attack. But here's the second argument they use. They say, well, even if there's all this violence that we're engulfed in, the Southern Poverty Law Center itself is responsible for the violence that we see around us. The basis for this outlandish claim is that for decades, at least since the 1990s, the SPLC has infiltrated and investigated the Klan, neo-Nazis, and other groups by paying informants who go undercover. The purpose of these operations is obviously to derail and prevent white supremacist hate crimes and actions, both the kinds of hate crimes and shooting sprees we see all around us, but even more massive terrorist attacks like the Oklahoma City Federal Building bombing, which took the lives of 168 Americans, many of them children, who were at a daycare center when the white nationalists unleashed their terrorism on the people of Oklahoma. In the course of their work to investigate the extreme right, the SPLC has worked closely with the FBI for decades and turned over to the Bureau voluminous information, tips, and leads from their field sources for further investigation, criminal arrest, and prosecution. In 2017, the FBI listed the SPLC as one of its partners on its website, where it remained for 8 or 9 years before this administration. There's nothing new about that work. But now Todd Blanche and the Trump DOJ in Alabama have twisted and corrupted this proud history of cooperation with law enforcement to bring an 11-count criminal indictment against the SPLC, claiming that it was...
Jamie Raskin has more brain cells than all the MAGA cult combined.
Frauding its own donors. This is amazing, given not only that the SPLC donors and supporters cherish and prize the group precisely for its ability to get information in this way to stop hate crimes, but also incredible because the FBI itself uses the exact same practices for its own investigative work, spending in the...
It always makes me laugh. There's always that inevitable MAGA cult member that chimes in with their, well, the Klan, the Democrats are the Klan. If that was, I could debunk that real quick. Like, if the KKK was the Democrats, think about this. Think about this, as Donald Trump will say. Think about it. They would be flying a rainbow flag with their Confederate flags. Case closed.
Of not $3 or $4 million on undercover informants, but more than $40 million a year on undercover informants. There's nothing illegal about that. SPLC donors are not claiming fraud. They were proud to support this program. Even the extremist groups themselves understood they were being infiltrated and were constantly looking for the traitors, the spies. Well, my friends, we know what a real fraud looks like. Consider a fraud called Trump University, a scam from top to bottom.
I love it. He's bringing up Trump University. Let's go.
1,000 victims joined 3 different class action lawsuits to complain about the fact that they were cheated out of thousands of dollars for a university that existed in name only, without a real curriculum, without real professors, without an actual campus, or any way to keep their extravagant and seductive promises to their students. The thousands of outraged victims were not silent. They came forward to complain, and they won a $25 million settlement against Donald Trump and the purveyors of this fraud. One former instructor at Trump University said it, quote, preyed upon the elderly and uneducated to separate them from their money. Another former instructor said the institution was, quote, a total lie. That's what real fraud looks like. What have SPLC's donors done in light of this criminal indictment? They've not lined up to file class action suits or to denounce the SPLC. They continue to support the SPLC's works. Donations to the organization have gone up since this fraudulent indictment was brought down by the Trump administration. Well, the final complaint I've heard from members of this committee speaking on behalf of certain groups who take exception to being called hate groups by the SPLC. So they're mad that certain groups that they like are called hate groups. And I can appreciate why people don't want to be called a hate group. I don't like a lot of things that are said about me and the groups that I like. Stephen Miller said, the Democrat Party is not a political party, it's a domestic extremist organization.
Oh man, Stephen Miller's the worst of the worst. That little dweeb. Can't stand that Stephen Miller clown. That guy straight up did like he plagiarized like Himmler's speech and he said it.
I don't like that. Kristi Noem called Alex Preddy and Renee Good, law-abiding citizens shot down by ICE, domestic terrorists. Donald Trump said that Democratic donors like George Soros and Reid Hoffman were funding a conspiracy for domestic terrorists. Look, under our First Amendment, love and hate exist in the eye of the beholder. Donald Trump has repeatedly said that January 6th was a day of love when our police officers were bathed in hugs and kisses from the Proud Boys and the insurrectionists. For most of us who lived through that violent insurrection, it wasn't a day of love, it was a day of hatred and sickening violence. But that's the great thing about the First Amendment. It's up to you. You can say whatever you want. If you don't like the fact that someone's called you a hate group, then you get up and then you rebut them, you denounce them. I've heard Chairman Jordan say it a dozen times in our hearings, and I agree with him. The proper response to speech you don't like is counter speech, not government prosecution, not government censorship. Counterpose honest speech to dishonest speech, the truth to the lies. Let the public figure it out. Whatever happened to, I disagree with everything you say, but I will stand with my life for your right to say it. We need less vendetta and more Voltaire. All of this is a disgrace. When DOJ was founded in 1870, 156 years ago, it was to protect the newly freed African Americans against the Ku Klux Klan, which was rampaging violence throughout the South. Todd Blanche has capsized DOJ's commitment to the rights of all and disgraced the department. He has directed DOJ to savage the SPLC while he does everything in his power with the president to aid and abet the right-wing extremists who commit acts of violence against racial minorities. Just 2 weeks after becoming acting AG, he moved to vacate the criminal convictions of the leaders of the Proud Boys and Oath Keepers for seditious conspiracy. They were convicted and sentenced to jail for many, many years. Seditious conspiracy means working to overthrow the government of the United States. These were crimes so toxic that President Trump wouldn't even pardon them when he was pardoning en masse more than 1,600 other cop-beating, racist January 6 rioters and insurrectionists. These are the people that the DOJ now protects. And now, Todd Blanche wants to create a $1.776 billion taxpayer-funded slush fund to turn the January 6 foot soldiers into mega millionaires. And while Blanche was at it, he signed an outrageous super pardon to give not just Donald Trump, but his entire family and all their businesses complete and total immunity from any investigation, audit, lawsuit, or prosecution by any federal agency.
Damn. Hey, Raskin's on fire right here. He's cooking. He's calling out Trump on all his bogusness.
For any criminal or civil violation against the United States up until this point. And while systematically firing prosecutors and FBI agents who worked on the January 6th investigation, the largest criminal probe in American history, Trump and Blanche are putting January 6 rioters, violent extremists, and their closest allies in key positions throughout the DOJ, like Jared Wise, who urged rioters to kill police officers on January 6th, like Ed Martin, who defended violent cop beaters, both as a defense attorney and a federal prosecutor. He's been given free rein now as DOJ's pardon attorney, despite his long history of consorting with neo-Nazis. Donald Trump nominated Paul Ingrassia, 3 years out of law school, to run the ethics watchdog Office of the Special Counsel, and stood by him after it was revealed that he admitted to having, quote, a bit of a Nazi streak in him. And he wrote that the Martin Luther King holiday should be tossed into the seventh circle of hell. The Department of Defense hired Elias Irizarry, an unqualified, inexperienced 24-year-old Trump loyalist and convicted J6 rioter who was pardoned by the president to work on irregular warfare and counterterrorism, and so on. We understand that the extremist swamp that gave rise to this criminal indictment against the SPLC is just one more Orwellian attack on the civil rights movement and one more Kafkaesque prosecution designed to shame and ensnare the righteous and acquit and absolve the guilty. It is a tissue of lies that will join the pantheon of debunked fraudulent prosecutions that DOJ has been excoriated for by dozens of judges across the land, appointed by all different presidents. A few weeks ago, a federal judge in Rhode Island, Judge McElroy, called the government's submissions in a case misleading, if not utterly false. Another judge said that DOJ attorneys had submitted a patently false allegation to the court. Another judge rejected administration officials' testimony as disingenuous.
Hey, you know what's the best part about this hearing? Let me zoom out. Look at this guy. What's Jim Jordan? Hey, Jim Jordan's got to sit right next to Raskin and take it all in. The look on Jim Jordan's face. Jim Jordan's like, fuck, everything Raskin's saying's true.
Walid and dishonorable, and another court found the administration had provided a highly misleading, if not intentionally false, sworn declaration so disingenuous that the court is left with little confidence that the United States can be trusted to tell the truth about anything. I predict it will not be long before another federal judge casts this obscene prosecution to the winds. I'm only sorry the great name of the House Judiciary Committee has now been made an accomplice to this fraud against the poor in the country. I yield back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Nice.
Back.
That's what's up. Heck yeah. Raskin smoked those MAGA clowns.
Since it's family.
Raskin's the man. All right, let's go see what else we got in the queue here. Let's go check out. Let's go see what's up with Al Green.
Share today.
All right, this just came out a couple days ago. This is titled Green Questions Trump's Meme Coin Ponzi Scheme and Calls for Domestic and Foreign Accountability.
You have talked about CLMNs.
All right, so Al Green's going to bring some law and order to the Trump clowns.
At least one of you indicated that Xi Jinping may not be intimately associated with this. Was that you, Mr. Lazarus? Do you think that making it known to him is going to make a difference?
I think, sir, that this is such a growing issue that it doesn't make sense that it is not a top priority for President Trump to bring up directly with Xi Jinping.
Yeah.
We also know that the CCP is, of course, the largest techno-authoritarian country in the world and has vast surveillance technology. They can act. They've done it in 2024.
Let me intercede for just a moment. Not only can they act, would you agree that it is likely that President Xi Jinping is aware?
We have not seen evidence of that, hardcore evidence of that, but it is definitely safe to say that we need to be putting much more pressure on the CCP to get after this issue. We should not be giving them a free pass to allow the globalization of this Silk Road of crime.
Well, I appreciate what you're saying. And I think that the president of a country should not be involved in schemes and scams that are illicit. You would agree with that, would you not? Would everybody agree? If you disagree, raise your hand. All right, let the record reflect that everybody agrees. Let's talk for just a moment about something called a Ponzi scheme. Would you agree that a Ponzi scheme is contrived such that
All right, so yeah, Al Green's going to call out Trump on his Ponzi scheme.
there is no real investment in something other than persons buying in and paying more than the last person to buy in? If you differ with me, kindly raise your hand so that I may hear your difference of opinion. And would you agree that with a meme coin, you have what we would call a person who buys, a person who sells, and the seller sells to the buyer at a higher price than the seller paid? And this scheme goes on. How does that differ from a Ponzi scheme, Mr. Cassandra? Mr. Cassara.
Thank you for the question. Unfortunately, I don't have the expertise in this area, but from what you just described, it sounds very similar. But I don't have any kind of background or insight in this particular area.
You were with Treasury. I Googled just a moment ago, if I am concerned about a Ponzi scheme, who do I report it to? You report it to the FBI. And then the FBI investigates. But in this country, we have legalized a Ponzi scheme known as a meme coin, because that's what it is. It's a Ponzi scheme that we have legalized. And the President of the United States of America is engaged in this activity. He has made millions of dollars with his Ponzi scheme, his meme coin. If we want to hold Xi Jinping accountable for his transgressions, wouldn't we want to hold the President of the United States of America accountable as well for transgressions? I think so, and I'm sure you would agree. But what the President has cleverly done with his securities agents is legalized the crime. In the United States of America, we have a Ponzi scheme that is lawful, that the President of the United States himself engages in. Now, I'm all for going after President Xi for what he's doing, but I also think that President Trump should be held accountable for what he's doing. The tone and tenor for much of what is happening in cryptocurrency deals is set by the person at the top of this country, the President of the United States himself.
Oh yeah, that's right. I remember MAGA crying hard about Bad Bunny.
Setting the tone and tenor for this. And as a result, people down the line assume that they can.
Oh, and then they try to do like they try to do their own Super Bowl halftime show, which was an utter failure, just like everything Donald Trump does. That shit's hilarious. So it looks like Trump's over there with his meme coin Ponzi scheme, another grift from the diaper man in chief. All right, let's go check out some more Al Green. All right, so this just came out. This came out today or yesterday, technically now. So this is fresh. So this is Al Green from Capitol Hill right here. This is titled "Al Green Condemns Racism and All Forms of Invidious Discrimination Emanating from the President."
Unbought, unbossed, unafraid.
Hell yeah. Al Green's unbought and unafraid.
And now I must also add unelected. A liberated Democrat. Truly liberated. Liberated to the extent that while I have been censured, I have not been silenced. While I have now been unelected, I will not be silent. My agenda remains the same. It is still the agenda that deals with the voices of those that are not heard in this house as they should be. The voices of the least, the last, and the lost. The least among us. Persons who don't inherit
That's hilarious. Bovino for president. Oh man, that'll be easy one right there for his opponent to do a campaign against. They just have to like put out a video of him like, you know, all they gotta do is just say, hey yo, hey, remember when Bovino masturbated to National Geographic?
much, but actually a legacy of poverty, not plenty. Persons who are among the lost in a society as rich as ours, where persons find themselves lost in places of despair, living in places that you and I would not consider a place habitable. The least and the lost, and of course the last. The last would be those persons who are the last to be hired and the first to be fired. The least, the last, and the lost. But I also represent other people, and I will continue to do so.
What's up, Daniel? Daniel Martila says, race hustling scum, get a real job, he says. Only MAGAs would say something like that. MAGAs can't stand the truth. If anyone's race hustling, it's the MAGA. It's like Pete Hegseth over there and Trump.
Those persons who suffer invidious discrimination. They're among the LGBTQIA plus community. They are women. They are persons who are of the Islamic faith. They are persons who are currently suffering from anti-Semitism. They are persons who are suffering because of the color of their skin. So today I rise to speak on the topic invidious discrimination emanating from the presidency. Invidious discrimination emanating from the presidency. And I'd like to call to the attention of the listening audience and viewing audience an article from the Huffington Post, the Huff Post. And this article is styled, Trump used his go-to insult in interview after Nick's loss that would not be the last game, of course, the game prior to this one. And after Nick's loss, and experts say it's a pattern. We're talking about his go-to insult. And I must commend Miss Katie Mather for the outstanding job she has done with this article. It has the date June 9th, 2026 as its date of publication. I'd like to read some excerpts from this because I think it will give us an opportunity to understand how the Trump presidency has not only impacted what he does, but also some other aspects of society. So this is truly invidious discrimination emanating from the presidency. Let me read some excerpts. The first reads, first take, host Stephen A. Smith slammed President Donald Trump on Tuesday morning after Trump told reporters on Monday night that Smith wouldn't be a good fit to run for president because you need a high IQ. My dear friends, if I may say brothers and sisters, because I truly believe that there's but one race and that's the human race. So if I may just say my dear brothers and sisters, friends, you may call Stephen A. Smith many things. I probably would not agree with anything that is negative. I don't know a negative side of him. I know that he is opinionated, but that's not unusual in the United States of America to have people who are opinionated. It is especially not unusual here in the House of Representatives. So you might call him many things, but I don't believe that you can call him a person in need of a high IQ, implying that he has a low IQ. And it goes on to say this in this article. Stephen A. Smith is brilliant. And I say this without question, reservation, or hesitation. He is one of the most brilliant people that I have seen in the sports arena, but he goes beyond sports. He talks on a multiplicity of subjects all the time, and he acquits himself well on every topic that I've heard him speak on. Now, you don't have to agree with the person to understand the brilliance of the person. He has a brilliant mind. And I do believe that the president made this comment for dubious reasons. So let me continue reading from excerpts in the article. Trump's low IQ comment.
You don't need the internet to know that Donald Trump, that orange man, is no good. All you got to do is just go to the gas station or the grocery store.
Against Smith has racist implications. This is what the article says. Racist implications, and it referred to a racial dog whistle by linguistics and political experts, said Dr. Karen Anderson, a communication study professor at Colorado State University. This professor is making the point that when the president says these things about persons with low IQs, he is actually signaling to others. It is a racist dog whistle. The article goes on to say, what distinguishes a dog whistle from just an insult is it is designed to sound innocuous. The dog whistle is designed to sound as though, oh, it's harmless. Just another thing someone is saying to be funny or cute. Well, not this dog whistle. And Anderson goes on to say, Anderson, who teaches courses in rhetoric, political communications, and gender and communications, told HuffPost, it is meant to be deniable. The virtue, the rhetorical appeal of a dog whistle is when you can deny that it functions in the way that it actually is designed to function. So this dog whistle is designed to appear to be innocuous, harmless, but its functionality is rooted in something else. He goes on to say that it is a term that white supremacists have historically used against people of color. And it's not the first time the president has publicly used it. Last month, he called House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries a thug and a low IQ person on Truth Social. This is where he speaks much of what he says to the public. But this term thug, let me focus on it for just a moment. Hakeem Jeffries, he called.
I mean, look at Ilhan Omar. Donald Trump was like saying like all Somalians are like terrible people. Next thing you know, he's got like all his MAGA cult members, you know, because they're all indoctrinated. Now all of them just hate Somalians because Donald Trump, you know, got his, you know, is all butthurt because Ilhan Omar is like a real woman that he doesn't know what it is.
That's demeaning. He does this to demean people of color, but then he adds the injury to this insult of low IQ. You can accuse Hakeem Jeffries of many things, but you cannot in any way produce the empirical evidence to show that he is a person with a low IQ. He is a brilliant man, a brilliant person who has the appeal that most people understand to be that of a person with great intellect. So when the president calls him a thug and a low IQ person on Truth Social, and he did this in April, this was a means by which he could demean and insult and use a term that those who live in the world of white supremacy embrace. This is something that they readily embrace, and they understand the dog whistle. They understand what the president really means when he says thug and low IQ. Let me go on. In April, he called Supreme Court Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson the new low IQ person on the court. The new low IQ person on the court. During the 2024 presidential election, Trump repeatedly described the former vice president, that would be Kamala Harris, as a low IQ individual. Note what all of these people have in common. Color. African Americans, persons who have reached great heights in terms of their professions. Persons who are making a difference in a very positive way in our country. But the president would demean them by challenging their intellect.
I mean, you know, Trump's got his Gestapo goons out there, you know, all around the nation terrorizing people, and they're just racially profiling people and violating their civil rights.
And in so doing, appeal to white supremacists who still believe that people of color have low intellect. Reading on, he applies it, meaning his low IQ comment, indiscriminately to Black people in different walks of life and professions. This is what Anderson said. That's where it reveals that it's a dog whistle because it doesn't relate to anything else. Goes on to say, experts say the low IQ insult has a storied past. That is a long history in the United States of this low IQ dog whistle. This is Anderson speaking again. Goes on to say, during the colonial era, white male elites took for granted that they were cognitively superior to women and people of color, and thus divinely appointed for leadership. Well, that explains a lot of the sexism that we have seen. That explains.
Well, this guy might be gone, but we got Tallarico taking his place. So Texas is blue, baby. Let's go.
A lot of what we have seen when persons decide that they're simply going to reduce you to something less than human by assigning you to the primate family and calling you an ape, or saying that you're related to the the apes, so somehow you are an ape, reducing people of color to animals that have that are not as superior to life forms as some others. These animals are not persons. They exist, and we want them to exist, but we don't want people to compare human beings to these animals. And the president does this.
How is he a race hustler when he's calling Donald Trump out? On his bogus meme that he put out where he portrayed the Obamas as apes.
He has compared a former president and first lady to apes. We don't like to talk about this, I found. That there are many people who would just rather see this just kind of go away, and let's let that just be something that he's done. Well, the president never apologized for it after saying someone else actually posted it, but he never apologized. And by the way, I don't ask him to apologize. I ask him to just tell the truth, that this was wrong, that it should not have been posted, and that he would not allow this to happen again. That would be more suitable for the means by which he can atone for his transgression. But he hasn't done any of that. He tends to double down. Well, this article goes on to remind us that IQ was used to justify heinous behavior like racial segregation and forced sterilization. Now, this is something another social scientist, Figueroa, has called to our attention in this article. Forced sterilization because of IQ actually happened in the United States of America. We have much to atone for. We, as we approach this great anniversary, we would have people believe that all is well. All is not well. And all won't be well until some of our transgressions have been properly addressed. This notion that you should sterilize a woman because you believe that she has a low IQ is more than simply a crime that is statutorily illegal. It is really a crime against humanity to engage in this kind of conduct. And this actually happened. Racial segregation. After we ended the enslavement of African Americans in this country, Africans from America, living in America, who were at the time, much of the time, not declared citizens. So let's just say Africans in America. After slavery was ended, the enslavement of people for some 240 years, the people who had a hand in building this very facility, the Capitol, the White House, roads, bridges, planted seeds, harvested crops, fed the nation. They were the economic foundational mothers and fathers of the country. These persons, after we ended the enslavement of these persons, then we embarked upon convict leasing, which is another form of racism. Slavery itself was rooted in racism. And this whole notion of convict leasing, which would allow people who violated some code to be placed in the hands of other persons, leased out from the government or some arm of the government, and many of them died as leased persons, convicts who have been leased. There's a grave near Houston, Texas, with 95 bodies in it, persons who were convicts and leased, all in a common grave. This kind of behavior was justified based upon IQ. These were less than human. They were akin to the lower forms of animals that we would call primates. So as such, you can do almost anything to them that you like, and people did. So this forced sterilization and this segregation, which was a form of invidious discrimination rooted in racism, segregation, rooted in racism, many of us alive today experience lawful racism in the form of segregation. Lawful racism in the form of segregation. In this country, many of us went to back doors drank from colored water fountains, sat in the back of the bus, locked up in the bottom of the jail. Many of us suffered this form of invidious discrimination known as segregation, which is rooted in racism. We, the people, decided that we would no longer have this form of invidious discrimination exist lawfully, so we ended it lawfully, but we didn't end it as it relates to the practice. Invidious discrimination against people of color still exists to this day in this country. And people who would say that it doesn't exist and say that repeatedly, who are in high places, those comments are based in racism. If you are saying repeatedly that people of color are not discriminated against in this country, and you're saying it in public spaces, and again, you're saying it repeatedly, you, my friend, are a racist. You are. Nobody bothered to tell you before now. I know you didn't get the word, but I'm here to tell you that people who do this to demean other people, to say that they are less than, that is racist rhetoric. And persons who do this regularly with intentionality, you are a racist. Continuing. As I indicated, IQ was used to justify heinous behavior like racial segregation and forced sterilization. That thinking, it reads here, was amplified in the late 1900s by a popular book titled The Bell Curve, which falsely claimed that IQ differences between racial groups were biological. Phrenology, another form of race science that claims skull shapes determined intelligence, has also been completely discredited by the scientific community because of how often it was used to uphold scientific racism and gender stereotypes throughout the US and Europe. Friends, people of color and women have suffered greatly in this country under the color of law, under the guise of science that was rooted in racism. We have to change this. This cannot continue in this country. And until we change this, we cannot truly say that all persons are treated equally. Although they are created equally, they're not treated equally. And we cannot say that.
All right, guys. I'm gonna crash out pretty soon, but before I go, let's go check out Obama roasting Trump at that dinner from like 15 years ago. Every once in a while, I like to revisit this. All right, let's go check out Obama roasting Trump.
It's wonderful to be here at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. What a week. As some of you heard, the state of Hawaii released my official long-form birth certificate. Hopefully, this puts all doubts to rest. But just in case there are any lingering questions, tonight, I'm prepared to go a step further. Tonight, for the first time, I am releasing my official birth video. Now, I warn you, no one has seen this footage in 50 years. Not even me. But let's take a look. to square one.
What the hell? Oh, it was this video?
Here at the White House Correspondents' Dinner.
Anyways, I'm gonna go to sleep, y'all. Hope you guys all have a good Friday. What's up, Carlo the Husky right here? But yeah, that was cool hanging out, watching those two hearings and shooting the poop. But you guys all have a good one. Later, Atomic. Thanks for all the facts. Later, Bug 101. Later, everybody. All right, you guys. Hey, later, Sonny. Let's see. We got Doctor. Anyways, everyone, you guys all have a good Friday. Let's see what's up with this poll real quick. It looks like 63% of the people don't approve of Trump's Iran war. All right, the American people have spoken. All right, you guys all have a good one. Peace out. We'll come back tomorrow. We'll do some more hearing watch parties. I think there's one. Oh yeah, Trump's judicial nominees. That'll be a good one. They get roasted.